coming in.
Good morning.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Fall. We're back.
Okay,
we're
thank
live
you.
streaming now.
Great. So I would like to call this meeting of the Finance Committee, February 6, 2024, to order. I'll start by saying I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Tla'amin Nation, as well as all Coast Salish First Nations on whose traditional territories we have the honor to live, including my home on Wai'ete, also known as Lasqueti Island. We have an agenda before us. Is there any changes, or would someone like to make a motion to adopt it? Director McCormick, moving, seconded by Director Gisborne. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed, not opposed. So we've got the agenda. So the first item of business is our minutes from January the 10th. Are there any changes that anyone would like to make? And if not, would someone like to make a motion to adopt them? Director Lennox, Director Gisborne, is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, I'll call the question on adopting them. All in favor? None opposed. It carries. Thank you very much. Delegations and inquiries. I don't believe we have any unregistered ones in the room. Unless, no. So, and we have no registered ones. So unfinished business. First item of business is item 5.1, Myrtle Pond Water Service Capital Inclusion Charge, which came up at the December 6th meeting and is now before us here with the recommendation of giving third reading. Director Gisborne? Moving, seconded by Director Lennox. Is there any discussion on this? Director Gisborne.
Yeah, the reason I had requested this item be postponed was in relation to Bill 44, and I wanted to wait until after the LGLA and Electoral Area Directors Forum so that we could, better know the impact of this bylaw and how it relates to the provincial legislation. I'm in support of the bylaw currently, but I want everyone to kind of be aware that the provincial government now prevents local governments from restricting the secondary suites as part of their legislation. So the Myrtle Pond zoning bylaw, as well as this capital inclusion charge, lays out based on the old model of the one dwelling unit per parcel, and now the secondary is going to be allowed this year. So when I take a look at the charge, it references roughly $30,000 for the main bylaw for the main unit. And I believe there's a clause in here for additional, which works out to roughly $15,000. So I guess my question for staff is, if we get an application from a property owner, small property, not a big one that gets confusing, where they can have, currently the single family residential. Now that they can have the secondary suite as well, would the capital charge be $30,000, or would it be the $45,000? As in including that kind of 50% increase from the proposed secondary suite that they could then also just have. So I guess that's my one question to staff is, should we spell that out through our bylaw, or just, does staff understand well enough, or am I completely confused, which all are possible?
I'm not sure if that's for Ms. Greenan, or maybe Ms. Rodden has the answer to that, since that's coming from planning. Ms. Rodden?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, yeah, the provincial legislation states that only secondary suites, not accessory dwelling units, should be permitted on lots less than 1 hectare in area. So for the Myrtle Pond Water Service area, the zoning bylaw as it is currently worded is compliant with the provincial legislation.
Address your question, Gisborne.
I see Ms. Greenan has a hand.
Oh, Ms. Greenan, you have a comment? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I just want to mention that the other category in the bylaw is based on cubic meters of maximum day demand. So that's basically the charge for 2024 would be $15,330 for an improvement based on the maximum day demand. So if it was a multi-unit dwelling, then we would assess what the maximum day demand is and then times it by this $15,330. So it's not just a flat 15,330. It all depends on what the capacity is.
Thank you, Ms. Greenan. That clarifies my understanding of the bylaw. Now, thank you.
Great. Are there any other directors who would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None carried. Very good. We'll move on to the next item, which is our financial assistance policy options. Before starting debate on these three separate items, I have two comments to help clarify what we're doing. These items were postponed from the January 10th Finance Committee meeting, at which some questions arose about our process to review the grants and aid program. These items follow directly from a motion introduced at the September 6th, 2023 Finance Committee meeting to request staff for a report on potential changes to the financial assistance process. And those were adopted at the September 27th board meeting and included in our agenda today. This is the process that the board chose to review our grant and aid program. At our last Finance Committee meeting and then at the board, we adopted the one piece of it, which was to reduce the number of grant and aid pots to only retain general grants and aid and the local area ADE, 5 separate individual pots, and to no longer have special pots for social planning and economic development. That was passed at the last board meeting. And we have before us 3 items here. The second housekeeping item I'd like to just mention is I would suggest that the committee hold off on any motions regarding amounts and dollar amounts in the grant and aid budgets, as those would be better addressed in the financial plan discussion, which will occupy a lot of this meeting. So let's turn to the first item, which is regarding, I'm just trying to bring this up here, regarding, right, so the first item here before us is, so what would?
So moved.
So moved, okay.
Seconded.
Second. Right, so I'm just making sure I get the right thing here, February 6th. So, right, so that the committee recommend the board direct staff to restrict, right, so did we not already pass that? As corporate officer, is that was?
This is the updating of the policy. When applications are presented to the board for consideration, staff will provide the board with a summary of grants awarded over the most recent completed 10-year period. The summary shall include a summary of which participating areas are considered to have benefited from each initiative, as well as the contribution from each participating area to the service. The board may use this information to regionally balance benefits over time among the collection of projects supported.
Thank you,
I support this motion because it's essentially ensuring our policy makes sure that the board gets the information in relation to applicants, and I'm always happy with more information for making decisions at a future date.
Okay, so make sure we got a seconder. Do we get a second? Director McCormick? Is there any further discussion on this item? Director McCormick and then
Thank
Director
you.
Isaacson.
Yeah, I actually have a question. Is this different from what we do now? Perhaps this is Chair directed to Ms. Greenan. Is this information that we aren't currently receiving, or is it the same?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. Yes, this is information that you don't currently receive when you look at grant applications. So this would be additional information so that you could use it as a reference.
And I'll just add, Director McCormick, we have sometimes received this on request, and I think information like this, not over the last 10 years, and the staff report includes this type of information in the report to show what it would look like from the past. So this would be kind of putting in standard practice to receive this 10-year summary so that the board, the committee can really see how things have played out over the preceding 10 years to make their decisions. Does that answer your question, Director McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick follow-up, if I may, Chair. And that is how do you determine who benefits? For example, if an event takes place on Texada, do mainlanders benefit because they can come to it? Conversely, if there's an event on the mainland, does that benefit Texada because we can come to it? I'm trying to understand how the word benefit is going to be qualified.
I'll make a few comments when I get on the list, but Ms. Greenan to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. It is very subjective in lots of cases. Most of the time, what we look at is when the applicant submits their application, they say which areas they think will benefit from it. So we lean on that. And then it's on a case by case basis. Like I say, sometimes it's quite easy to determine which area benefits, but sometimes it is quite subjective. So what we plan to do is just make our best estimate and provide the board with that information.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, alternate director Isaacson and then Director Doubt.
No, I didn't have a question.
Oh, you didn't have your hand up. Sorry. Director Doubt, the floor is yours.
Yeah, you know, what we're really asking for is some pretty detailed information and then some subjective decisions by staff about who benefits. You know, if we build a trail in Area B, does that, who gets the most benefit of it? Does somebody from Lasqueti get a benefit from it? Texada or the city, wherever, those aren't going to be easy decisions to make. But my question really is that we're asking for a lot of information the first year and all the grants that have been given out in the last 10 years, figuring out which area benefited and how much, and putting that all on a display so people can use that for a decision-making tool, and then updating that every year when we redo it. But it seems to me that that could be a lot of work in the first year. And I'm wondering if staff has an answer about how much time they expect it to take to create that table for this year. And then there will be lots of discussion around the table about whether that's accurate and whether it has to be changed. How much time do you think is involved in this for staff? Because I know when we get the grant applications, there's already a pretty heavy amount of work that is done by staff before we bring it before the board.
Don't you have that already?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. We plan to just show what had been allocated from each service based on assessed values. And so we didn't plan to manipulate any of that data. So the information that you received in the appendices is the data that we plan to provide, and we would just update that annually. So the data that you have right now goes from 2009 to 2022. We would update that to include 2023 when you look at the 2024 applications. So we didn't plan to change any of that data, just to provide that for you as information, because when it's allocated from an area, that's the expectation, is that that area benefited from it.
I see the CAO has a comment, and then I'll recognize Director Lennox.
Through the chair, I'd just like to re-ask the Manager of Financial Services, how long will that take? Because I believe that was Director Doubt's specific question. How long is it going to take?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. To make the annual updates will probably take probably a few hours, but we will just basically build on the information that we've already compiled, which took several hours to compile it. So I think it will just be like every year, like after the year end is completed, it will take a few hours to update all of the charts.
Does that help, Director Doubt?
No, thanks. I got an answer.
You got an answer. Do you have anything further before I move on? Okay, Director Lennox, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly along the same lines, I was wondering about the time allocation as well. I think it'll help the directors in the last part of this motion. The last sentence is really for us, right? So we're going to get the information and we have to decide that regional balance and, you know, who's benefited, who's not. And I think we'll always have room for discussion on that. And even when I discuss it with myself, I come up with different assessments. So I think that's what up to us is to assess the information we get. And I appreciated what we've seen so far. Helps me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Director Lennox. I have myself on the list. I'll just make a brief comment, which I follow on Director Lennox's, that really I don't think we can ever get away from some of the subjective political aspects of this. And so this is about trying to help us move towards a process where the staff provide objective information. Just this list, as our Manager of Financial Services explained, just the facts, ma'am. And then we have to do the balancing, and that's never going to be easy. And it's never has been easy. That's what we've been trying to do. So our goal is to find the best use of the dollars we have for the groups that are applying across the region.
Rose, maybe turn off your video, Director Fall. That might help us hear you.
Can't hear us if he's frozen. We're frozen. Yeah.
Who's the vice chair?
I've been frozen before and you can hear, usually,
Oh,
but you can't do anything.
I think we'll just give it a minute. It usually resets and I'll see who the vice chair is, just in case it's Director Brander. I'm just gonna stop his video. But sometimes that helps.
Hard to chair though without video, eh? I think you
It's
can
just
see us.
for a minute.
Just thinking it out.
We can see us.
We can see us. Yeah, I'm trying to sit back as much as possible for you, George, so you don't have to get the flag out.
Don't mind, people can get in trouble because of videos, so.
Okay. Okay. Try to suck in my gut for
I'm
you.
not sure if Sandy's noticed, sometimes when you raise your hand, I'm doing this.
Yeah, he does.
No, sometimes I can't see the camera around you, but.
Get the raising of-
No, that's a good idea.
Lawson, if you could just pay attention to the, okay, thank you.
Sometimes on the screen, they don't.
It's not there yet.
News last night. CTV.
live probably.
No, it was.
Oh, we are snow.
11 o'clock at night.
Should we phone him?
He can also call by phone, so he has the information to contact us by phone. I'm guessing he just needs a reconnection.
Should we have like a 3-minute recess?
I am.
Then we scatter and it's not good.
Our vice chair can make that determination, which would be Director Brander.
Sure, why not? So they reconvene at 11:35. Everybody needs to use the bathroom and go for it.
Okay.
Get coffee.
I don't need to, but might as well.
We'll take advantage of it.
I had a teeth, dental my teeth.
Down?
Just immediately before that.
He hasn't come back in my mind.
We're just letting the
Yeah.
press in.
I know, right in the middle of a speech too, so.
Really good.
Good one too, you know.
It was 10 minutes that we heard.
You've probably heard it before, so.
Andrew, that happened to me so many times.
Boy.
You were sounding real good and then.
Thank you, Chair Fall. We are back in session, back from recess.
Okay, thank you. And apologies for my internet cutting out. Hopefully it'll stay stable. So I was just basically, I'll just wrap up what I was saying, which is that basically we can't get away from the political. This is about trying to make that clear and helping staff stay out of the fray. They provide our information and we have to provide the balance. Okay, so our item before us is adding this language to our grant and aid policy to provide a 10-year summary for staff to provide a 10-year summary of the past grants while we make our deliberations. Is there any further debate on this item? Seeing none, I will then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is about multi-year funding agreements with a list of organizations. So it's kind of two pieces that we want to consider some of these, and then we can, if we do, then we can decide, we can take any of these out or add to them if we feel like it. So does anyone want to make Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I just wanted to mention in the motion, the one organization that it shows there is Powell River Recreation Users Group Trail Society, but the board has already directed staff to provide an agreement for $23,000 a year for that group. So that should be removed from this motion.
Right. Okay, so we'll consider that not in the one on the table on the agenda. Did I see Director Brander's hand?
Yeah,
Director Brander?
I'll move the recommendation minus ORUG.
And I'll second that.
Second it. Okay. Any debate on this, Director Isaacson?
Thank you, Chair. Just, not having been a usual attendee of the Finance Committee, I'm wondering if there are specific criteria that are used. And I'm realizing now that I actually didn't read. Anyways, I don't have as much of the background on this. And so obviously like regional benefit or electoral area benefit, to me, I feel like there's other groups that would make sense to be in here that are not. And so I'm just wondering what the criteria are for having been included in here.
Okay, I'll provide a bit of an answer and then hand it over to Ms. Green. And the rationale is basically the criteria is mostly about groups that have applied multiple years in a row and that we've consistently given similar levels of grants to. So if the level of funding we provide is kind of the same every year, changing a little bit, and they apply every year, well then, if we're going to do that, why don't we bring the certainty and less work to allow this multi-year agreement, which helps. So I'll save my comments for after Ms. Greenan has the floor, and then I'll recognize Director Dout.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to say the same thing. It was just the analysis was based on organizations that have received similar amounts of funding for many years.
Okay. Chair, if I can follow up with a comment, if it's based on past giving and who's applied and having that consistency, I imagine a future where there are other groups who see this and think, okay, well, I'm going to apply every year, and so it'll start to perhaps bump up the level of requests on an annual basis, which, and I totally agree with multi-year funding. I think it's a really responsible and ethical way to go in dealing with community groups. And I think there just may be consequences from this from other community groups. And that's fair. Anyways, thank you.
Yeah, maybe Director Dout and then Director McCormick.
Yeah, and I think that the idea of coming up with multi-year grants is to give some sort of certainty for groups that expect to be around for the long term and really depend on the grant money they get from different places to continue to operate. So they're looking for some kind of certainty from year to year, so they won't have to wait until the application process comes up to see if they're actually granted the money. Now, I've got one question I have, and I ask you to remember it till I'm finished talking, is that I think that in the past, the Powell River Outdoor Recreation, the Trail Society, the therapeutic riding, the funds that they get for these programs have all come out of the grant project, the grant funding processes, the grants in aid, social development, or economic development. And I am assuming that this would still come out of the same grant funding pool, not a separate pool. And really, this is all about how much money do we plan on giving away in grants, and who are we going to get the money from? Those are the basic questions. So the question I have is the money for these annual multi-year funding agreements, is that going to come out of what we budget for grants, etc.? Grants in aid, social development, economic development, or whatever we do with that, or is it going to come out under some other pool?
I think that's the intent, but Ms. Greenan will have an answer.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, yes, that would come out of the pool of grant funds that are put into the budget. So, you know, whether it be general grants and aid, electoral area grants and aid, and then social planning and the economic development. There's already been direction from the board to move economic development funds into the different pots of grants and aid, general and electoral area. So it would be between those two pots.
Okay, so if I could just follow up, what that means to me is if we approve a list of these multi-year grants, and we expand the list of multi-year grants, and we don't expand the number of dollars that we collect from the taxpayers for grants, that is going to limit the number of discretionary grants we could make in each year. And I want people to be aware of that. There is at some point going to be a decision by the board about how much money we distribute in grants. And if we have multi-year agreements, that's going to give less room for annual grants.
Thank you, Director Dow. Director McCormick.
Thank you. And I guess it's a bit of a trade-off. You know, yes, you know, we're going to provide stability and all of that for the groups that are here. And yes, it will provide less discretionary grant funding, you know, each year. But I just wanted to respond to the point that Director Isaacson made about other groups, because really there's no reason that other groups cannot end up on this list if they come here over a period of 3, 4, 5 years and ask for consistent money, do consistent work each year. Then I don't see why we couldn't expand this list to any group that would come along that would qualify. So I don't think this is a, you know, a be all and end all, but this is what we have right now. So, yeah, it can get bigger or smaller. Some of these groups. Oh. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't want to cut you off. Are you okay, thank you. Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, annual funding agreements are great for the nonprofits that receive them, as it gives them some stability and some predictability when it comes to finances. However, to Director Doubt and Director Isaacson's point, it does limit our future decision-making process when we start looking at, you know, what things we can cut and what things we could potentially rebalance at our board level. As we see later on in our agenda, there's a number of proposed reductions to try and get our tax requisition in a little different direction. And I think about the grant and aid quite often in relation to this same principle, where as things change in the community, so too does, you know, the financial assistance. And some organizations, they start out with fairly high, you know, requests, and then over time they get more volunteers, so they don't necessarily need such a high request. And then other organizations, well, sometimes they're getting started out and they need the money too. So they will put in an application. And yes, we can continue to add more and more to the funding agreement list. However, there is a requisition limit on, as I understand, electoral area grant and aid. And I think it's something like 10 cents per 1,000. So that's what, about $100 per 100,000 in terms of tax requisition. And as we see this year, the overall assessed value has decreased, which means that kind of difference between what we're currently taking and what the cap is gets a little bit narrower. As we add more funding long-term funding agreements, that gap becomes a little bit narrower, and it kind of limits the flexibility of the organization, because we might start getting some requests from organization that need some seed funding, and those requests might be quite large. And my thoughts on financial assistance is, at the beginning, it's great to give extra to help these organizations get on their feet. Sometimes there's new initiatives or new projects, and then as they get supported by the community, they may not need such a large amount anymore. So myself, as just a rule of thumb, I'm actually not a fan of multi-year funding agreements. I prefer a list of, prioritized applicants, if that makes sense. Like, okay, if you got the grant last year and you essentially put in the same form the next year, that it should be at the top of the list to say, hey, this is, and now that we passed the last motion, which is asking for the last 10 years of who we gave money to, it should make it fairly clear to the board, okay, this organization has been getting roughly the same amount for 5 years or 4 years or 6 years. And then we can just deal with those as a block. But I like keeping the board's decision-making ability around grants to be flexible. So myself, I don't like multi-year funding agreements for that regards. I know that it's hard on the nonprofits, but it improves the flexibility of the board to not have these multi-year funding agreements, because it limits what we can do with our service levels when we have an agreement that says we're going to give X amount from one service or another service. And as a result, I find it difficult to support multi-year funding agreements in general for that case. And that doesn't mean I'm not in favor of supporting the nonprofits at the annual request, but I don't like the multi-year funding agreement model, because, we agree, okay, we'll give an organization 3-year grants, and then there's an election and we all get replaced, and the next person comes in and goes, well, why are we giving it to that group? Well, the previous board is kind of handcuffed. But that's how the board is. It's a continuous body. So whatever decision we make has a long-term impact. Thank you.
Good morning, Director Lennox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and appreciate the points the other directors have made here. In my mind, a lot of these organizations really benefit from that kind of surety, and then that helps them with their other funding requests and other objectives they have. So I think we have good oversight on our grants and aid program, and we need to maintain that and be willing to adjust these lists as needed. Just back to the point Director Gisborne made, maybe for Ms. Green, and page 7 of 18, I think in our report does identify the 10 cents per thousand of net taxable value that we're allowed to go up to for financial assistance, and the total that we could ask for is quite large, 743,000 and change. Ms. Greenan, what's the total? I know it's within the report, but without flipping back and forth, where are we at now as far as our financial assistance?
Ms. Greenan, where are we at with these?
Thank you, Chair. Between the 3 pots, you know what? I honestly haven't added them all up, but I think we're approximately $355,000 in 2024, I mean.
Thank you.
And Director Lennox, are you asking about how close are we to the point, the 10 cents per thousand for the local? Is that,
yeah.
Do we know what that is? Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the max right now with the 2024 completed values, we can requisition $710,000 for grants and aid. And I just want to mention too, so right now the social planning is under a separate service establishment bylaw, so that doesn't factor into the grant and aid pot. It would just be grants and aid that aren't under another service establishment bylaw.
Thanks for the details.
Answer your question, Director Lennox?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna, before we go around a second round, I have a comment, and Director Brander hasn't spoken yet, so I'll give him an opportunity if he so wishes. But I'll make a couple comments myself first, and then I see Director Doubt. The benefit of doing this is mostly about certainty. It gives certainty to the groups, and they can do their planning. It gives certainty to our board and our financial discussions, and it makes things more efficient for staff. So less time is spent reviewing things multiple times if we're going to give about the same amount. Now, in terms of the risks, I understand there are risks, of course, and a lot of those risks can be mitigated by how we roll this out. So the motion before us is actually to ask staff to bring forward for consideration multi-year agreements for these organizations. So if there's any organizations we wouldn't want to consider, let's take them out, and we have otherwise the ones in there. How do we mitigate? Well, one is the length of time. So for example, with the outdoor recreation users group, we put in a 3-year agreement. So the first year, so 2 more years, this year and next year. So having a 3-year agreement is very different from a 10-year agreement. And then, discussions about the amount. So one option, and also with outdoor recreation user group, some groups may be willing to, the board may be willing to have a bit of a reduced amount in a multi-year agreement than they might give on an annual. And the group can always add, if they need for a special project. And the third way to avoid the list becoming, too big, well, first of all, groups might come up and they need to go through the discussion again. But I think the groups need to have a certain criteria. The ones on these lists, this list, the reason they're here is because they've been here multiple times. They ask every year for the same thing. If we don't want to do this, then we say we don't give a multi-year agreement. But if we don't give a multi-year agreement, we should be willing to say, well, maybe we don't want to fund them every year. A new group, if we fund them multiple years in a row, and the idea is 2 or 3, at least 3, we see we're doing it, then let's consider this. Then we can have the discussion. Is this a group we want to continually fund? Because they'll keep asking. So the groups might keep asking, I agree, but it's up to us. We might say, you know what, this is an event or an activity or a project. We don't want to do this, and we have to just decide. So it helps us balance all that and just make things a little more efficient. It doesn't mean we have to do it. And if we do these, it doesn't mean we have to renew them. We might find it's not working, or we might find it's a really great thing. So that's why I think I would like to move forward and ask staff to bring forward these ideas for consideration, and then we'll have further debate on this. So I don't, unless Director Brander raises, Director Brander, and then I'll go to Director Dout.
I'm just going to say that I'm in support of the motion. I moved it, and other directors have already stated everything that I would add, so I'm not going to repeat it. And take your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Second round, Director Dout.
Yeah, I'm not going to take too long at this. First, I think we're going to need to have an amendment to the motion if we're going to remove any of the ones that already have an agreement. And the other one is, by setting this, if we have a 3-year agreement for one or more different groups that comes out of the grants, what we are doing is we're setting a floor for taxation. We're setting a minimum level for that 3-year period for taxation for grants. It can never get lower than that because we will have made an agreement to spend that much. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And as far as there being more legal room in the service for taxing people more to provide grants, I haven't heard from a lot of people that are saying they want to pay more taxes to be able to give more grants. And I think, we need to focus on that. We're talking about collecting tax money to give back in grants. And it's not free money. It has an effect on our bottom line. So we're putting a floor on taxation when we agree to these 3-year agreements, and understand the benefit of them, but we should look at the drawbacks too. And the more of them we have, the more the limit changes. So that's my 2 bits worth.
Thank you, Director Dout. Director McCormick.
Thank you. And just to emphasize, this motion is talking about directing staff to bring forward for consideration. This motion is not approving multi-year agreements for these groups. It is enabling staff to bring multi-year agreements for them forward. So we're going to get to consider each and every one of these groups individually and whether they're worthy of a multi-year agreement. So this is just enabling staff to bring this forward, which will save staff time and provide stability. So yeah, I think it's worthy of support.
Thank you. Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. Absolutely agree with Director McCormick that this is not approving any long-term funding agreements. This is just asking staff to come back multi-year funding agreements that we can then consider one by one. Asking staff to come back with multi-year funding agreements takes staff time. It uses staff resources. to then work out these funding agreements also takes staff resources. So it's kind of like a pro and con. Is the juice worth the squeeze to go down the route of having the multi-year funding agreements, or is it more cost effective in terms of time management to have each group put in their application each year? It makes me think about the principle of grant and aid, which is about an annual basis. It's kind of like one-off each year. And if we learned anything from the pandemic, is that one year is not like the next. So you might have a year where we give out grants to organizations for certain events that they're not able to hold because of a pandemic or, you know, whatever happened south of the border. But then there's some years where, hey, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to, you know, these organizations to get back up on their feet, and therefore they need even more money. And I think that the board needs to consider those on an annual basis based on what's changing in the community. And as we're seeing, things are changing faster all the time. Oh, bless you. And as a result, I don't like the multi-year funding agreements. I'm much happier to look at it on an annual basis based on what is going on in the community, what's going on with, you know, mill sites and businesses. And because as we're seeing, we're very fortunate in our region. Coming back from LGLA, it was a huge eye-opener to see how much of the province was impacted by wildfires. I heard from one electoral area, they lost 30 to 40% of their housing just burned up. And that also included 30 to 40% of their assessed value just disappeared, like in a matter of days. And that has a huge impact on what's going to happen with the budget. And if we get into a multi-year funding agreement, and knock on wood, hopefully that never happens here, but there's an old saying, hope for the best, plan for the worst. So I don't support multi-year funding agreements on that principle, because I think that the board should be flexible and take a look each year at the grants. And some years it might have to be less, and some years it might have to be more, because yeah, sometimes organizations are struggling, and that's where we can step up and support them. And then some years, you know, it's the taxpayers that are struggling, and we need to kind of pull back. Because one of the complaints I hear about giving grants and aid from some of my constituents is, well, if I give my money to a nonprofit, I can write it off on my taxes. But when the regional district gives money to a nonprofit, they have to pay the tax, and they don't get to write any of that off on their taxes. So it's kind of it's a tough situation, but that's why I think year to year is the best way forward. So I'm actually not in support of the motion, but I am in support of the nonprofits on the list. So,
so are there any other comments? I have actually two questions for Ms. Green, and if I might, before we move on. One is, so the question came up that Director Gisborne raised is, do multi-year agreements, would that be less overall work for staff in this process? So the work involved in getting a multi-year agreement up, is that less, suppose for a 3-year agreement, is that less than 3 years worth of reviewing applications? Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. I would say initially we'd have to develop the agreements and then get them approved. So there'd be some time up front, but once they're in place, I would think that that would be less work than trying to, you know, bring forward our recommendation for which ones to fund. So I think that initially there's a bit more work, but then in subsequent years it would be less work.
Thank you. That's my intent. And then the other question, which is more looking forward. So if this were to pass, I guess, could you lay out for us what the board can expect in terms of, you know, when we would be considering these relative to the, you know, considering the actual grant and aid applications? And given that we're in budget, I assume this won't be till, you know, in a couple months, but how does this relate to this year's funding? Would they apply, would these groups, would they apply, and then we would consider multi-year agreements at the same time, or is that too soon, or would this be something for next year? Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. I think that all of these groups should apply this year, because we've already put we had to put the advertisement in the paper for the March 31st deadline, just so that groups had time to get their applications in. So I think for this year, they should all apply, and then we could probably combine it And when we bring the applications forward, bring the multi-year agreements at the same time. I think that would work.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just so we're clear on this. So is there any further discussion? We've had a healthy discussion here, debate, I should say. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on this item of asking the staff to bring forward consideration for multi-year funding agreements for a set of organizations, minus the list on the agenda, which was moved without the outdoor recreation users group one. So it's already has that one removed from it. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Director Gisborne, carried. Okay, thank you. And on to item 3 it's item 5.2 sub item 3, which is that the committee recommends to the board to direct staff to amend the grant aid policy for a single grant intake per year. Director Brander, is there a seconder for this? Director Lennox. Okay, so debate. Director Brander.
Just make a few comments that, in my mind, groups hoping to get funding assistance would be wise to apply for the first funding deadline, even if there were 2 intakes, because I would always want to go to the pot when the pot is full. If there are 2 intakes, we never know how many people are going to apply for the second one. We may end up having budget that we do not use because of the fact that we didn't get as many applicants as we expected. So I think having a single intake not only makes sense, because then we can have a clear view as to who is asking for money and whom we can give money to, and it also saves time for staff.
Thank you. So I see a number. So Director Gisborne, Director McCormick, and Director Isaacson on that side. I think we all probably are going to want to. Sorry,
it was actually Isaacson, then McCormick, then me.
Okay, we'll go that way. Director Isaacson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a situation where there are pros and cons to both. I think for our staff, it's much easier to have a single intake. And for nonprofit groups, it really depends on how much they're planning ahead. I think if we change to 1, organizations will reorient themselves as long as the communication goes out to them to give them a heads up. If they're planning for it, having 1 intake per year does provide for a bit more certainty, because they know early on whether or not they have received funding from this source. So I think there's a potential downfall in groups that want to be able to have a little bit more flexibility or aren't as organized in their fundraising, which can be very true for smaller groups that don't have paid staff and are using a working board to carry out their activities. But I think groups can orient around a single intake per year, provides certainty, reduces the administration for staff and costs associated with that. And I think groups will adjust. So I support this motion.
Thank you. Director McCormick, and then Director Gisborne.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do not support this motion, and I will explain why. And it is because community groups are not all organized at the start of the year to know what they're going to need. An example of this would be a couple of years ago, this board granted a grant in aid to the Texada Dragon Boat Club. Now, they had gone into their boat after the winter around April, May, and were refurbishing it, realized it had a structural flaw that could not be repaired. They needed a new boat. Now, they could not have known that prior to March 31st because the boat was still in winter, hibernation. So groups like that, things come up, issues come up where a group needs money that they weren't planning on needing because of some untoward circumstance. Also, events being planned are not all organized by the end of March. Sometimes if an event is going to take place in August or September, you really don't know how it's going to shape up until you get to the organization. That isn't necessarily going to happen by the end of March. So it puts a huge disadvantage to community groups if they only have 1 opportunity to apply for a grant. There's no then way of dealing with untoward expenses or untoward circumstances that come up. And I think that would put a real hardship on our community groups. Yes, it might be less work for staff, but at the end of the day, these grants are there to serve community groups. They're not there to serve us or the organization. It's there to help the community. by limiting the opportunities for applying for these funds, we're limiting the access that community groups have to funds that they may need. So for that reason, I support continuing the current system where we have 2 intakes, March and the end of August. And yes, it is a bit of a gamble. If you don't apply till August, you're dealing with what's left in the kitty, but that's the nature of the beast. So I think that is far preferable than cutting everybody off at the end of March and not allowing for any special or unusual circumstances that could arise. You know, we're all volunteers. Community groups are run by volunteers. They're not paid professionals that can get everything done by March 31st. So I think we should recognize that and support them.
Thank you, Director Gisborne.
Yeah, thank you, Director McCormick. Very helps me kind of formulate my thoughts. Because I was talking to some folks about grant and aid and how they're done in other jurisdictions, and it's interesting. There's 27 regional districts, and it seems like there's 50 ways to do it. So I'm not sure how that math works out. But it got me thinking about the intake. The single grant intake, I don't have a problem with, as long as there's still an option for community groups to still get a grant request in even after the deadline. Because as Director McCormick says, sometimes things pop up. So if we have a single grant intake deadline with another clause in the policy that would say, hey, if something came up that was unforeseen or unexpected, you can still get a grant request in. And if there is still money left over, then the board should consider it. So that's where I like the single grant intake. I don't think that it should be, okay, if you don't get it in by the deadline, like you're cut off, because there's some organizations where, their annual general meeting is in March or February, and it's really hard for them to kind of get organized to get their grant intake for the upcoming year. But one of the reasons I really like a single grant intake is it lets the staff and then the board have an idea on roughly how much requests we're going to be getting in total. So I like the single grant intake, but I don't like the date, because March 31st is when our budget is due. So if the single grant intake was end of January or end of February, and then we pass our budget later, we can then get a bit of an idea to go, okay, we're getting $300,000 worth of requests. And therefore, when we set our budget, we can say 300,000 or 350 or 400,000. And that way we can kind of also have a bit of a cushion, because I think that we should be cognizant of organizations as things come up, because sometimes we get a request or a multi-year funding agreement to say we want to put on this event, and next thing you know, they come back and they say, hey, we found a real structural issue, and unless we get it dealt with like within the next 2 months, we can't hold the event. And that's where we, the board, consider, okay, do we give them more, or do we give them a grant for the first time because maybe they've never applied? So myself, I'm not going to put the amendment forward right now, but I would actually like to see the date changed to earlier. And then that way it can help us with our decision-making process of setting those requisition limits on electoral area grant and aid and general grant and aid. And I guess my next question, for staff is, what if someone does get a grant request in after the deadline? Can we still consider it at a finance committee meeting? If there's still money in the pot, because, if we're doing a good job, we should hopefully be having a little bit of money left over in reserves, just in case.
Ms. Green, so if we did adopt this, would there be any opportunity for grants outside of the main process with the intake? Ms. Green?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, the reason that we have 2 intake deadlines in the policy is so that staff can plan. So what we used to do was every time a grant came in, an application came in, we would consider it at an upcoming meeting. So there's a lot of staff time goes into developing these requests. And the other thing is that the other problem with that is that the board didn't get to see all of the requests as a holistically. And so that's why we made a policy with to intake deadlines. The other reason that so there's a couple of reasons why we put the deadline as March 31st. And one of them is because there's quite a bottleneck of work in the finance department. You know, we have a very busy department where we have a high workload. And so having a January 31st deadline would be very problematic because we're in the middle of budgeting and we're trying to get all of our year end completed. There's a lot of work going on at the end of January. So for them to now second someone to look at grant applications, add them up. And the other thing is I don't know if the board wants like a never ending pot of money. I think that I would recommend that you would set a certain pot. Like right now, I checked and we have $358,000 between the social planning grants and the grants and aid pool. So I would say if the board thinks that there's going to be more, then maybe you put a contingency in, and instead of maybe 358, maybe you bump that up to 400,000 if you want to increase the taxes and add more money to the pool. The other way, the way that you're considering, if you have the January 31st intake, so if you got $500,000 worth of applications, then would you want the $500,000 added into the budget, or would you want to cap it at something? And the other reason for the March 31st intake is that lines up with the City of Paul Rivers intake deadline, so that if organizations are applying to both, then they have a nice firm deadline. But one more thing is that I would recommend too, if you do decide to change it to the one intake per year, that perhaps you make that effective in 2025, so that the organizations that are used to the second intake have some notice. So the long story short is we don't recommend that we bring forward applications as they come in through the year, because it is a lot of work on staff.
Thank you. To your question, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, and my thoughts were, if we get a deadline of January 31st, I wouldn't be wanting to see like the full application and the staff report until, like sometime in April. It would just kind of be like, okay, we get the grant requests, this is the amounts, like that's it. Like, I don't think we need to burden our staff with anything additional. And if we do get requests after the deadline, my thought would be, okay, yeah, you got yours in, but we're not going to deal with it on an ad hoc basis. Like we'll look at it, in August or September or something, after the province gives us the money, because for those that don't know, we set our budget, we, send it out, and the province collects taxes on behalf of the regional district, and they don't give the money to us until sometime in August. So that's why we do these, short-term borrowing things. So yeah, if we had additional intakes, I think it should also be in the policy to just say, look, if you miss the deadline, there might be money, there might not be, but we're not going to burden our staff until, maybe sometime in August or September, unless it's something very, very critical. But if it's, if people keep coming in after the deadline asking for money, it kind of would annoy me, and I would kind of go, well, maybe I don't want to support your last minute funding. But I believe Ms. Greenan is correct that our past practice was, people could just submit anytime, and it was constantly just, oh, we got another one, and then a few weeks later you get another one. And this is where I like having a single intake. I would like it earlier, but I wouldn't want, the full staff report and the delegations and all the stuff that comes with these grant requests until after the budget, where it just kind of would give us a bit of an idea. So yeah, I'm still on both sides of the fence on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Gisborne. So I see Director Doubt, and I'm not sure if Director Lennox wants to speak on this too before I speak, and that'll be round one. Director Doubt.
I want to say generally, I'm in favor of the idea of having one application per year. And I'm thinking about staff time and board time for getting all of the applications together, going through all of the checklists that staff does, which they do a really good job of, but it creates a big report each one of those 2 times. And then the board spends a lot of time discussing those things. It's pretty much a day-long meeting twice a year to do that. And over $350,000 or $360,000. And frankly, we spend a lot less time talking about a lot bigger ticket items on the budget than this. It's worth careful attention when we're giving grants out to try to give them the most bang for their buck, or to get the most bang for the taxpayer's dollar. And I wouldn't want to trim that down very much, but I think having everybody apply once in 1 year and go through the grants at some time after the application date makes sense to me. I hear what staff is saying about a January application date, but we could go the other way and move from March 31st until later in the year, closer to the summertime, because we're kind of averaging it out. We're doing it in the middle instead of right at one end. And I want to, the city is talking about redoing city's grant policy. And that's an idea that's out there floating around right now. Not a lot of action has happened in making a decision, but I don't think the city is going to make a decision on that by the end of March. Time is getting thin for that. And taxes, you know, I'm going to go back to what I said before. The board needs to make a decision on how much money we want to collect from taxpayers, and then how much money we want to distribute back to the local area in grants in aid. And I'll let you know, if you haven't figured it out yet, that I'm not in favor of increasing taxes more than the 36% we're already asking the city to contribute, so we can have a larger grant budget. I think we need to think about what we're actually asking the taxpayers to pay when we're talking about how we're going to give it away. So there we go. I like the idea of one grant intake. Yeah. You know, moving it later, I would rather do it than moving it towards January.
Thank you, Director Dout. And Director Lennox, and then I'll speak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I appreciate the points that have been brought up. And I mean, I can totally see why going to one intake a year be advantageous for us, for staff, and we save some on that end. But, you know, I've been thinking a lot about, you know, people's accessibility to government, the points that other directors have brought up about the little guy. And when these things do come up, a lot of the time it's not a big request, but it's a big request to them. So, you know, it's not a big deal for us to say, oh, good, we're done with that business for the year. But we need to advocate for the little guys who, you know, maybe didn't get organized. A year is a long time in some of these organizations, and they're just looking for sometimes a small improvement that makes a big impact. So even though I had a tendency to vote for this to be expeditious, I'm not going to vote in favor of this. I want to support people for access. Thank you. And as a final comment, I don't think many of us are looking for an increase in this total here, but thank you.
Thank you, Director Isaacson.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, have you spoken on this already? I think you have. I'll speak
yes,
first, and then
yeah.
I'll go. Then I'll open it up for second round. Hopefully, we can get it to a vote. So I have 2 comments to make, and the second one's related to a suggestion to help us bridge this. The rationale for this, you know, I hear the concerns about having a second intake, but that not having a second intake, and that might cause hardships for groups that can't kind of get together. I think having a later intake date could be a good solution, as proposed by Director Dout. But there's another risk of having the 2 intakes, and we've dealt with this regularly, is that when we do our first intake, we don't know how much to leave. And this comes up regularly, and we say, well, we got to leave something for the second intake. And the outcome of that is often what I would call an inefficient allocation of the funds that we've decided. I agree with Director Dout. The right approach is for us to set the amount that we want to give out as grants, and then, you know, divvy that up appropriately. We don't have to spend it all, but to divvy it up. And when we're doing our first intake, which is usually the biggest one, we're not able to do that efficiently because we say, well, we need to leave something. And what has happened regularly is that we leave more than actually shows up. So what I would actually like to propose, and this is a comment, because I agree, there's been a lot of good comments around the table. Ms. Greenan suggested, not starting this if we were to do it until 2025. So what I would actually suggest would be perhaps an amendment, if someone wished to do it, to do two things. One, to add wording to say this wouldn't start until 2025, and that we would review it after the second intake in 2024. So if this came back to us in after we do our second intake this year, and we review it and then decide, because what we could do at that time is we could actually reach out to those groups, find out which groups we're talking about. Maybe we can find ways to accommodate them. For example, some groups from the Skidi often apply in the second time, but I'm quite sure if they got nudged, they're just procrastinating. They could do it in the first time, I'm quite sure. So, and there are some groups that maybe have genuine concerns, and how do we deal with that? So I think, we can actually ask, because the groups that are a bit more savvy, they apply the first round. They know that there's not going to be, maybe there's a risk to the second intake. So that would be maybe one option forward if we wanted to find a balance here, would be to put it in and seek feedback from the groups as we proceed in the second intake. So basically what I'm suggesting is if someone wanted to an amendment to start this in 2025 and have a review after the second intake in which is usually in the autumn of 2024, after the 2024 second intake. Okay, Director Isaacson.
Yeah, what I was going to move was to make an amendment to add at the end of the agenda to begin in 2025. But I won't add your second piece of the amendment, so I'll stop there. I've made the amendment motion.
There's an amendment.
Seconded.
Okay, so we'll deal with these bit at a time. So amendment to add the words in to begin in 2025. Is there a seconder for that amendment, Director Gisborne? Okay, discussion on that amendment. So on the word, adding those words, Director Isaacson.
Nothing to add there. I would only speak to why I didn't choose to add your second piece, but I don't need to since that's not on the floor.
Not on the table. So is there any other discussion on this amendment? Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I figured it was going to apply in 2025, just based on this item was postponed, I think, from in January, and we heard from our manager of financial services then that, if we didn't pass it back in January, it's not going to apply to this year's deadline. So I like the amendment because it makes it align with what I thought was fairly obvious, that this motion would apply in 2025, not 2024. So.
Thank you, Director McCormick.
Yeah, thank you. Just, yeah, basically the same thing. Give people warning that there will be a change coming. Whatever that change is, we don't yet know, but yeah, it gives people a heads up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so on the I don't see any other hands. So on the amendment to add the words to begin in 2025 onto the end of the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? None carried. So we're back to the amended motion, which is as in the agenda with beginning in 2025. Is there further discussion on the Director McCormick?
Thank you. I liked what you suggested, Chair, regarding deciding after we did the second intake this year, regarding having a single intake or not. As it is, I can't support going to a single intake. For all of the reasons I've stated, it is not community friendly. It is putting a hardship on the groups that we are truly trying to help, and having a single intake is not serving the public well. There would be no other option to apply for a grant if we approve this. That's it. You're cut off. So I can't support that. Perhaps if it was later in the year, that would be different. But as it is written now, no, I cannot support it. It's not community friendly.
Okay, thank you, Director McCormick. Director Isaacson on the amended motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to speak to why I still support this motion. I know that timing can be tricky, and a lot of the things that happen in our community happen in the summer. And in order to have clarity about whether they have funding for their festival, their event, their improvements to boats, March 31st is a date that does make sense, because the intake that happens in August really is for things that might happen in the next year or in the winter. And so I think that were this to be approved, I would take a look when it comes to September, or when you review the the fall intakes and look at groups who've consistently applied in the fall over the past few years, how many they are, and you know, send out notice, or even, you know, individual board members connecting with those groups in their areas that have applied consistently in the fall, and give them that nudge that they need so that they don't procrastinate next year. I agree with Dr. McCormack in to an extent that it is it means more planning ahead for some community groups, and in some cases that just isn't possible when emergencies pop up. But when emergencies pop up, having 2 intakes a year sometimes doesn't work. And so it's never going to be great when emergencies pop up. This is just a way for us to, as an organization, and also for community groups to plan ahead and focus on that March 31st deadline. So I would just encourage some outreach in September to those who've consistently applied for fall grant intakes. But I really hear Director Fall's point in that there is that lack of efficiency in decision-making by not knowing what's coming in September and not having a clear division of 2 chunks of money between the 2 intakes. It just makes sense to me to have it all at one.
I have a comment, and I'll question actually for our corporate officer. If this passed as it is, which what it would actually mean is when we do our second intake in 2024, whenever that is, September, October, usually the groups come before us. And when they come before us, we have an opportunity to ask questions, and we can ask them questions at that time. Would they be able to? Would this be a hardship? So if the board gets cold feet at that point about doing this, so addressing Director McCormack's concerns, the question is, if we pass this, would we be able to review it at that time, or do we need to build into this my proposal for being able to review it? So if we just pass it without any additional amendments right now, would it still be a possibility that the board could bring it back for kind of considering a review of that?
Thank you.
Corporate officer?
Thank you through the chair. So you could amend something previously adopted, or amend the policy at that point in time, if that was if the board was wanting to change direction. So there are options to change a decision that has been made by the assembly.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think that amendment I was talking about is needed. I think we can deal with that in the fall, and then the groups, if this passes, the groups coming before us will be able to say, we're going to single intake, and tell us if this doesn't work for you, because we can change if needed. But that's where we're going. And if the groups can, or if we need to have some other special considerations that might be able to deal with emerging issues, we can kind of deal with it at that time. Director Gisborne, and then Director McCormack, and Director Gisborne.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chair. Yeah, because this motion is now that it doesn't take it doesn't come into really effect until the 2025 budget. As we get around in the discussions, maybe this motion would be better considered after we do our first intake consideration, because if we pass the motion, then we direct staff to amend the policy, but then maybe we don't like it, so then we'll pass another motion to amend the policy again. And I'm just worried about staff time. And looking at the main motion and the intake dates, looking around the province and other regional districts, they range from November 1st for the TNRD, Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen for the October 27th. Some are the end of April, some are March and September 1st, like our current policy. So there's a whole bunch of routes to kind of get to a similar destination. And it's something that I think that we should continue to consider. And I would actually be in favor of postponing consideration of this item until after we do our next grant intake, because I'm seeing the division around the table, and whatever decision that we make doesn't actually affect this year's budget. And we have a big agenda with a lot of items on our agenda that do affect this year's budget. So we could go around the table for another 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 40 or however long it takes, and we still might not find common ground. And so sure, we can keep going around, but my thoughts are we got a lot of items on our agenda, and I don't think this
Okay,
one is necessary for the moment, but I'll wait to see what other directors say.
Okay, so I see the CAO had his hand up, and then I turned off my camera because my internet's slow. And then corporate officer, and then Director McCormick, and then Director Doubt. So CAO, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I believe one of the underlying currents here is that staff are trying to, in a way, control what they can control and manage what they can manage, and not worry about the stuff they can't control and not worry about the stuff they can't manage. And this is, in effect, a time management attempt. The manager of financial services pointed out that come January, we're dealing with budgets, we're dealing with year end. She omitted talking about the audit process that they're going to be heavily involved in right now. She didn't bring up the SOFI reports that we have to do. So from January till like May, June, that department is going full steam. By setting deadlines, it enables them to plan their weeks, their days, their months out. And I think that's something that needs to be respected of the staff in that regard. We all live to deadlines. We know when we have to pay our taxes. And now take your comments and wear your shoes. As a QRD, we've got deadlines for provincial and federal grant. But I don't see us sitting at the table demanding advocacy to say to the province or the feds, we want these grant applications moved to these dates, because poor little us creatures of the province, we can't attain those. The other point is, by giving leeway outside of a deadline, that may be helping the small organizations, etc. But what you've done is, for their lack of planning, the foam cushion becomes staff. So what they couldn't achieve, staff now absorbs. And by setting these deadlines, again, after a year, after 2, 3, 4, people now get that deadline ingrained. And yes, there may be the odd time when a hiccup occurs and somebody out there that really needs something will come asking. And that has occurred in the past. So I think based on the ability or the potential to have a deadline that'll help manage staff's time should be considered in the whole grand scheme of things as well. I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CAO. And corporate officer, you had your hand raised, I saw.
I was just wondering if there was a motion on the table to postpone. I was going to make a suggestion, but if there's not, then no.
There isn't
needed
as of yet. So Director McCormick, you had your hand.
Yes, thank you. And I would support a motion to postpone until after, the August 31st intake. However, I would also consider, I've listened to all of the points that have been made regarding the benefits of a single grant intake. And I accept that there are definite benefits in terms of efficient staff time, which is very precious, to all of us. However, I would change the date of March 31st to June 30th. And I think, well, I'm open to one of two things, either postponing it or changing it to the end of June. And I'd be interested to know if from others, which of those you would consider, if at all.
Okay, thank you, Director McCormick. Director Doubt.
Yeah, so I think I've said before, I'm in favor of the amended motion the way it is now. I think approving this now would give us and give all the organizations that might want to apply more than a year's notice that for 2025, there will be one intake for applications. So you got all kinds of time to communicate, all kinds of time to talk to all the organizations that we know and we're involved in it to say, get your application in by March 31st of next year. you know, I hear what the CAO has talked about staff time. It's something I think about too. How much staff time do we want to invest in doing this over and over again every year? I don't agree that it's a good idea to put this off until October or November, because that will give us even less time to communicate to organizations for 2025. I think we should get on with it. Past this, we're talking about details about how we're going to approve grants. And we've spent a long time talking about it today, and a number of other meetings we've spent talking about it. I'd like to make a decision and go on and communicate to people how to do it in the future, so we can get the grant money in the hands of people who need it.
Okay, thank you. And Director Gisborne, I know you've spoken a couple times on this, so please be brief so we can get this decided.
I'll try and be brief. Just to clarify, when I said TNRD had the intake of November 1st, because they have 2 intakes, I missed that they also do May. Hearing from our CAO about the burden on our finance department from essentially January all the way until, you know, mid-June, it makes me think maybe we shouldn't have the intake in the spring at all. I've been involved with a couple of, you know, nonprofit events. We run them, and then when they finish up, we have kind of like a follow-up meeting to say, hey, how did the event go? What did the things cost? We kind of start sorting out our budget. And once we start getting into the fall, a lot of those meetings should have been wrapped up. So that way we kind of know what we're looking at for the upcoming year. So I'm thinking, what if we had a intake in the fall? Like had our one intake in the fall, and maybe it applies to next year's budget, or it's using the previous year's budget. But hearing about the burden on our staff time in relation to our finance department, because, you know, they're doing things like audits. Those are very important for our organization, and I want them to be focused, and I know they're diligent on these items. And I'm trying to, you know, smooth out the strain on our staff. So I'm wondering if, one time intake and maybe do it in November. How's that for an idea? We are moving our budget process earlier into the year. That's something we did a couple of years ago. So how's that for an idea?
Well, I think that, so as Director Doubt said, I think, you know, if we pass this, we have a year to sort it out. We can talk about different times. And then from my point of view, the bigger issue isn't when the intake deadline is. The bigger issue is when staff can get it before us and when we don't crowd up against our other meetings. And that's one of the challenges I see. We got to think about that. You know, how do we've had a lot of discussions about schedules and long meetings, and November and January are long meetings. So whatever we do, we should keep out of those November to December, January meetings. So it take, you know, we don't add on to those our time and our staff time. So we can make changes to that date. We have a year to do it. If we pass it as it is, the March, we can debate it now, but we can also bring it back and change it later. I think that the main issue is that we're going to do this. We're communicating that we would do this, and we would, you know, we can decide on some of the details as we talk to groups and during the intakes that we have this year. So are there any further
amendment?
Okay, Director McCormick.
Yes, that the date be changed from March 31st to June 30th.
Second.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table, so changing from March 31st to June 30th in the motion. Is there discussion on that amendment? Okay, Director McCormick.
Yeah, it's easier on staff. They're not quite as busy by then, and it still gives groups a chance to come forward when they're planning for summer events as taken place. So I think that's the compromise.
Yeah, Director Doubt. Or is that Director Brander? Sorry.
Brander, yeah, sorry. I would just wonder if we could get a comment from staff on this proposed amendment.
Director Fall has
frozen again.
Oh,
yes.
Director, Ms. Green, and maybe you can answer.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. I think that to be honest, we're busy all year round. There just is quite a bottleneck between January and March. So I think as the CAO was saying, it's more about knowing what our work plans are. So the March 31st deadline works very well for us. June 30th, I mean, that would work okay, except by the time we compile them, that would bring it to the end of July. So then the board would have to look at them in August. And sometimes the meetings, you know, we do cut down our meetings in August. That might mean a large meeting in August to consider them. So those are my only comments.
Thank you. Director Isaacson.
Yeah, I don't think I support this motion because if we're looking at the summer schedule, June 30th means you know, staff compilation, finance committee, board meeting, approval not happening until August or September. It doesn't actually address that year's budget for a lot of organizations. So I think earlier in the year helps bridge both those in the sense that staff can still plan their time. And for organizations, maybe not all, but some who are planning for that year's summer events can still make financial plans based on a March 31st intake.
This is to change the March 31st to June 30th. So are there any discussions on that amendment? Seeing none, I'm going to call Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I like June 30th more than I like March 31st, so I would actually support this amendment. I see issues with June 30th because of course the summer schedule. I was actually surprised to find out some regional districts don't even have meetings in August. They take holidays. So I was kind of curious. I like that intake a little later in the year, but it also makes me wonder, you know, because our organizations do come and usually have we have a day of presentations from these nonprofits. And if we're asking them to come in August, well, how many of them are out of town on holiday with the kids, or maybe sometimes they're actually running the event or getting prepared to run the event. And so when we want these organizations to come in, I'm thinking about like, what is the off season for them? That's kind of why I lean a little bit more to the fall, because the spring is usually around AGM, and that's when they're trying to reorganize their boards and come up with a plan. So I don't know. My thoughts is kind of like, when we do get our grant intake and these organizations come in, and I know we're not the province, and we could say to them, okay, this is our deadline and that's it. But maybe when they come in later on this year,
Director Gisborne, we're talking about changing March 31st to June 30th. Could we speak to that?
So I'm thinking, whatever this motion is, when they come in to talk, I'm going to ask them, what deadline would you prefer?
Very good question.
Maybe the answer becomes obvious, or maybe it doesn't. Yeah, but I like this motion more than the previous, so I'm going to vote in favor.
Okay. So any other discussion on changing March 31st to June 30th in the motion? Director Lennox.
Yeah, just quickly on this proposed amendment, I think that a point we should consider is that lining up this particular deadline, if it were to pass, helps organizations align with the city of Powell River. And we've made some questions around organizations. Why not? They haven't applied to the city, and so it just makes it easier for them to line up. So whatever date that's a benefit to sticking with this particular date.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any other discussion on this amendment? So to change March 31st to June 30th, I'm going to call the question on that. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed to the amendment? Does not carry. 5 opposed. So that's Director Lennox, Director Dout, Director Brander, Director Isaacson, and the chair. So we're back to the main motion, and just, you know, I think we can change the date later, and we've heard comments about the city maybe changing dates and other options. We could go around and around about the appropriate date. We can change it later after we hear from groups when we get more information. So if we pass this, we have that option, I think. Okay, so we're on the amended motion. We've had lots of debate around the table. So unless there's something really urgent, Director Gisborne, you've talked multiple times on this. So if it's something new and very brief,
I'm going to move that we postpone this until after we consider the first grant intake.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
No, sorry, thank you.
A corporate officer?
So thank you. A motion, we should not consider a motion to postpone to a certain time past the next session. So maybe a motion to refer.
Yeah, okay, a motion to refer to
Finance Committee for consideration. That's more in line with future goals.
Big thanks to the corporate officer for the clarification of procedure. Motion to refer this motion until after our first grant intake consideration, you know, where we have all the presentations from members of the public.
Is there a seconder on this?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Director McCormick, so are there comments? Hopefully we can be brief. We've been around and around on this. So if there's comments, please put your hand up and we will decide. So seeing no hands, so I'll move the motion to postpone this to after our first intake. All those in favor? Postponing. All those opposed? Does not carry. Director Doubt, Director Brander, Director Isaacson, and the chair are opposed. So we have this motion on the table. Director McCormick?
I'd like to propose another amendment, and that is to change March 31st to May 31st.
Sorry.
Corporate Officer?
I think, okay, yes, so.
She's trying to keep up with.
Amendments. Okay.
Right, so we have the motion as amended on the, just the main motion right now with the words and yeah.
Thank you. I got it now. Sorry.
Okay, but it's very confusing. Hopefully we can bring it around so because we have a long agenda and we can try. So there's another amendment put forward to change March 31st to May 31st. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Director Gisborne. And if we have discussion, we've heard lots of discussion about different options. Is there a debate on this? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on this motion. So on changing March 31st to May 31st, all those in favor? All those opposed? Does not carry. It's Director Lennox, Director Doubt, Brander, Isaacson, and the chair. Okay, we're back to the main motion. And as I've said before, we can change the date as we get more information. So is there anything else before I call the question?
Well,
so I'm going to call the Director Gisborne.
Yeah, then I'm opposed to the motion if we're going to consider changing the date at another meeting, because we're going to tell staff do one intake, change the date, and then let's consider changing the date again at a future meeting. And it's just how much work do we want to put on staff and how much inconsistency do we want to give to the public? So
to clarify my comments, all I meant was that the board is able to change what I heard from the corporate officer. The board is able to make revisions to the policy when it so chooses. So it doesn't mean we're going to change the date. We are able to consider this as we would be able to consider changes if we'd adopted any of the proposed amendments. So, okay, so I'm going to call the question on this. So as amended, so maybe I'll make sure we're clear what we're doing. So it's as it is in the agenda that the committee recommends the board direct staff to amend the policy for a single grant intake for March 31st to begin in 2025. That's the motion. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3 opposed, it carries. So as Director Lennox, Director McCormick, and Director Gisborne. Okay, got through that. And we'll have more to come. So now we're okay. So the next item on the agenda is special orders, and Director, Corporate Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Just when at adoption of the agenda, the group agreed that this would occur. So there will be there's nothing that needs to be done now, but when these times occur, regardless if they interrupt business, that's what happens.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So we will have a recess at 1 p.m. So in 12 minutes, maybe we can get through the correspondence. And I guess if we'll try to do it between items. So we'll see. So I guess, so actually Corporate Officer, if we, with these special orders, if we're in the middle of an item, do we just pause right at 1 p.m.? Is that what that means?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's exactly what that means.
Okay.
And if you wanted to not pause, you would need 2/3 of the majority of the group to agree to continue.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try to be as close as possible, and we'll, if we can move on. So we have our correspondence. We have 3 items of correspondence before us. Does anyone have any business arising from those items of correspondence that they would like to bring? Director McCormick.
I have a question regarding 7.1. So I'd like to move that to 8.1. Okay,
8.1. Is there any other items directors would like to pull? Okay, it's not seeing any hands. So Director McCormick, item 8.1, which is the Texada Library.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question to staff is, will this be built into the library, Powell River Library's budget, or do we have to ask that be added, or how does that request get resolved?
CAO?
Excuse me, through the chair, process related. Are we removing item 7.1 to make an action, Or are we just asking a question regarding the correspondence? Because if there's no action, then I don't think we need to remove it.
Okay, it sounds like a question. Director McCormick, do you need a motion? Or I guess it depends on the answer to the question. So it's a question right now, which is, do we need to do anything? I guess is. So is that?
I'm going to take a stab at this, and I believe the manager of financial services is or will already have incorporated it into the library budget if it hasn't already.
Thank you. Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, I haven't, because we just received this, it wasn't incorporated into draft 3 yet. There is some prior year surplus that hadn't been carried forward at draft 3, so it wouldn't mean a requisition increase, but I think it would be prudent to put a motion forward to include this, the $2,010 that they are looking for into the final draft of the budget.
Okay, so Director McCartney, there's your answer. If you guys see your hand up, you have the floor.
So moved. I would move
So
that.
moved. For second, Director Gisborne. Is there any discussion on this motion, which is on? Oh, sorry, CAO. Thank you.
Chair, I just want clarification from the financial services manager. Is this something that is outside of the regular budget requisition each year?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is. Every year, the Texada Library gives us a request for a certain amount of funding. So that's in addition to the request that comes from the Paul River Library.
Again, clarification, Chair. This is above and beyond the regular requisition or the Texada Library?
Ms. Greenan?
They don't have, the Texada Library doesn't have a standing requisition. Last year, they had a requisition of $1,667. And so that's what we included in the budget. We hadn't included $2,010 in.
CAO and then Director Dout.
Oh, I'm good. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Director Dout?
Yeah, so my question is, money would go from the regional district board, in quotations, to the Texada Library. Where does the money come from?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. That comes through the library service, which is funded by electoral areas A, B, C, and D.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Director Isaacson.
So just to clarify, because previously it was budgeted from last year 1667, and this year they're asking for 2010. It's an increase of like $350, not 2,000. Is that correct?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. We do have, I had 1,667 in the draft 3 as a placeholder because I thought that they would be bringing forward a request in about that range. So this would just replace that $1,667 placeholder.
Thank you. So any other, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, so we've got the library service, and as I understand it, it's areas A, B, C, and D. Most of the funding for that service goes towards the Powell River Library. Texada also has their library, and they get some funding from that sub-regional service. And I guess my question is, the electoral areas are given money for the City of Powell River Library, or that's in city limits, and to the Texada Library. Does the city contribute anything to the Texada Library? Because, you know, if my residents are paying for the Texada Library, well, we got to go through Powell River to get there. So does the city contribute, or is nothing from them?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. That's a separate agreement. We have an agreement with the 4 electoral areas with the library. So it's a separate agreement with the City of Paul River.
Okay, so the answer, I guess, is that the city does not contribute to the Texada Island Library, but areas A, B, and C do contribute to the Texada Island Library. So just for anyone that's curious, the electoral areas are once again working collaboratively for shared education. So I'm actually happy to support the resolution. because I believe the electoral areas do need to stand together on these issues.
Is there any further comments on or seeing none, I'm going to call the question on this item. So all those in favor? Opposed? None carried. Thank you. So moving on, we got, well, maybe 5 more minutes. We'll see how, if we might be in the middle of an item, but we'll try to see what we do. 9 on to reports. Item 9.1 is the proposed updates to policy 3.5 credit card use. What does the board wish to do, Director Isaacson?
I'll move the recommended motions.
Okay, is there a seconder? Director Brander, is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None carried. Okay, 9.2, 2024 revenue anticipation borrowing bylaw, which is actually not the full bylaw, if I understand, Ms. Green, and it's the, I'll ask a question before we go. It's just to add this additional $50,000 credit. Is that correct, Ms. Green?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, this is just an amendment to the revenue anticipation bylaw to add the $50,000 to supply the letter of credit.
Thank you. So what would the board like to do? Would someone like to move the recommendation? Director Brander, Director McCormick, is there any discussion on this item? Director Gisborne?
Yeah, later on in our budget, we've got some motions around the Venanda and Gillies Bay recycling depots. The Texada waste transfer station, that's separate than those depots, is that correct? Okay, I'm seeing a vigorous nod from Director McCormick. So,
Ms. Greenan, we'll get a proper answer.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. Yes, it is. It's separate.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. It carries. So we're about to get into our financial plan draft 3 and we're at 12:56. So what I would suggest is we actually take our pause now, 4 minutes early, give ourselves a bit of time because I have a feeling this will take more than 4 minutes.
Very perceptive, Chair.
To delay things or what?
Yeah,
I don't know. We just
trying to pull here.
yeah. So I will with leave of the board, unless anyone has objection, I will call a recess until we are scheduled to come back at 1:30 p.m. 34 minutes.
Good, Chair.
Well, and without my talking now, we only got 33 minutes.
Sorry.
Oh, we're back in open session. I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We're just waiting for Director McCormick. Is she
Oh, yeah, she's just,
on her way? We can
yes, well, that's
maybe,
a minute or two.
yeah, hopefully not too long, but oh, very good. Director Brander?
Thanks, Chair. I was wondering if the board would entertain the concept of making a motion to, I guess, limit debate by following the path that the city of Powell River does. They allow one time speaking per person unless, I guess if the assembly decides that it merits more conversation, then it can be decided that it could be opened up to a second round of speaking. So.
Okay, so I guess the question is either we can consider that by unanimous consent. If anyone disagrees, we could call a vote on it. It would need, I think, a 2/3 majority if the corporate officer does not correct me. So does anyone object to that suggestion?
Saying we've got like 40 or so items on the agenda, and just in the sense of, expediency, it might be something to consider.
What are we considering?
Yeah, so okay, so if there's a objection, so I'm gonna, so the corporate officer, I believe the motion is to limit debate. Is that the forum?
I think I would frame it as that each question, each member has one time to speak.
Right, and I believe it needs 2/3 majority. Is that
That's correct?
correct? Okay, so that's the motion that's on the table. The Director Doubt?
Yeah. If we're going to talk about this board deciding to limit debate, I'd like to keep it to discussion about what this board does, because I don't want to get into a debate with Director Brander about what the city's policy is about how many times people can speak in a debate. I think it's a little more complex than one round and only one round.
Yeah.
City, so let's talk about what the board wants to do. If the board wants to limit it to one speaker per issue, then that's okay with me.
Okay, thank you. And corporate officer, are we allowed to debate this motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Okay, so hopefully we can have a quick debate on it if directors want, and then we vote. And if those who want to limit debate to one time vote yay, and those who don't vote no, and 2/3 have to carry it. Okay, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, what the city does is up to the city. What the board does is up to the board. We have a board procedure bylaw. It outlines how we engage with each other and with debate. I think a motion to limit debate so that you can only speak one time on items when we're looking at financial draft 3. Yes, there's a lot of items on this agenda. Yes, they're important. And yes, we have to be respectful to the public. My area, which it was last draft, was roughly a 20% tax increase. And for us to limit debate for one speaking turn, I think is entirely disrespectful to the community and the public. So I'm absolutely opposed to this resolution because it's in contrast to our procedure bylaw.
And Director Isaacson?
I think my opinion on this motion would depend in general about how we're going to approach this, because the way that it's been presented, we have potential motions, but we may as a group decide to I'm not sure how you're going to chair this, Director Fall. Like, if you'll look around, anybody want to make motion 1? No. Anybody want to make motion 2? Like, I don't know how it's going to go. So it might not take as much time as we think, but it depends on how you chair it. And that will impact my opinion on this motion.
Okay, maybe
Point of order. I don't know that we have a seconder yet.
Well,
Someone's talking about it, which means it's automatically seconded.
yeah, so I guess it can be withdrawn if anyone wants to as well. So by unanimous consent, if we so felt like it. Director, CAO?
Through the chair, could I just point out that our corporate officer is the parliamentarian, and therefore, if any question on procedures or rules are required, just send them her way. Thank you.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
My apologies. My understanding is if someone is speaking.
Director Gisborne? No.
Point to parliamentary inquiry then.
Okay, you have a question?
Yes, my understanding, and I'm hoping the corporate officer can correct me, is that if a motion has been made and another director starts speaking to the motion in favor or opposed, that they are automatically the seconder. That was my understanding from last term. Is that correct?
Corporate officer?
I think currently, right now, yes. I think through the chair, I think what we would ask the chair to ask the memberships for advice. I think that's what's occurring here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Director Brander.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you. So
no offense or anything like that. I was just trying to figure out a way to maybe speed up the day, but that's okay.
Thank you. So actually I have some comments before we get into it, Director Gisborne. I just haven't even really had a chance to call the meeting back to order. So we're in part 2 of the budget. I'm going to start talking about items. We don't have a motion. So Director Gisborne, I'm having the floor here for a second. Then I'll recognize you as we go forward.
Order, Chair. We have a motion on the floor. It was moved and seconded.
It was withdrawn. Okay. Is there unanimous consent to withdraw the motion?
Question procedure wise, my understanding, and the corporate officer completes ready. Once a motion is moved and seconded, it is owned by the assembly and can't be withdrawn by the mover.
It can be withdrawn by unanimous consent of the assembly. And the corporate officer can correct me. Is that correct, corporate officer? You're the right one, so not me.
With regards to procedure, I'm not entirely certain that the chair has put the question or stated the question yet, so not sure that it's with the assembly yet. I do realize that debate has occurred, so a first and seconded would be assumed. However, I just, if you give me a second to look at that, but to withdraw it, once the chair states the question, then it would be by unanimous consent. Up until that point,
so I'd offer that, are we okay to withdraw it and move on? Because we're talking about procedure and I'd like to spend our time. We're at 1:38, we're 8 minutes into our second session and we got 1 hour and 45 minutes and less. So by unanimous consent, can we just agree just to get going? Thank you. Thumbs up, that's good, not hands up. So I have a couple comments related to, how I think we should proceed. I'd first like to thank Linda and staff for their significant efforts and for including the expense details to address what is otherwise an open-ended, non-specific direction. I mean, this was a tough direction to follow, and I think staff did a very thorough job of it. There are no easy cuts here. No, cuts to costs mean cuts to service. That's basically the bottom line. So those are political decisions. We can do that. I appreciate the options presented before us. These items 1 to 39 are options. They're not recommendations. They're options put forward by staff. I would say the recommendations are in the budget. But draft 3 is the recommendation. It's up to the board to choose where those cuts may be applied and why those service levels are chosen for that reduction. For terms of the process, what I would like to do is allow one round. So I guess Ms. Greenan may have a presentation. So first I'll ask Ms. Greenan to do a presentation. Then I'll allow one round for each question to ask questions, and no motions, just questions of the budget like we've done in previous sessions. Please refrain from making motions in that section. Then I would suggest we go through the list of 40 options assembled, so the 39 options, one at a time. And what I'll do is read each one. And if you don't want to take it out, don't say anything. If you want to take it out, make a motion, either the one in the agenda or not. And if it's seconded, then we'll talk about it. Otherwise, if you agree with leaving it in, saying nothing means you're okay with the budget as it is. The only difference to that is I would like to defer sub-items 6 on the general grants and aid and 29 on the local grants and aid to be handled together after item 39, as they are affected by how we choose to allocate the social planning grants, which is also in our package without a recommendation, just some options. And then at 3:15, we'll have another break if we're not through it by then. So does that seem, Director Doubt?
Yeah, I have a question. And I hear your explanation that you'd like to go through, see if we have a report from our financial staff, ask whatever questions we have of the general plan so far, financial plan so far, and then go through and discuss the 39 options that are put forward in front of us. And I appreciate the staff has gone to great lengths to look at all the things that could possibly be cut. But what I didn't hear was an opportunity to go through each of these 39. And if anybody has a question about one of the items, that they'd be able to ask that question so that we understand the impact of the decision before we decide not to do anything or to do something.
Okay, yes. So yes, so to clarify, you're right.
I think the
when we,
process should include an opportunity to ask questions. There are many on the list that I would have questions about before I would be capable of making a decision. Would like to do that. I think it's, we've got a long agenda. There's a lot of things to think about, but they deserve our careful consideration. And as long as we get to go through like 1 to 39 in whatever order we want to do it and ask questions about that before we make a decision what we're going to do with it.
yes, so I'll give an opportunity to ask questions on each item. So I'll read it, ask questions. If a motion's made, we'll deal with it. Otherwise, we'll go on. And at the end, if after we deal with all of them and the grants and aid, then I'll open it. There'll be any other motions that we might want to make to change the draft 3, because this is, full open meeting. Yeah, so that opportunity will be given, Director Dowd. Hopefully, I wasn't clear on that. So I guess first up, then we'll hand it over to Ms. Greenan and see if what comments she might have to guide us through draft 3 and the changes.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I just thought it would, give an overview, because this draft is drastically different than the other drafts that you've seen. Excuse me. So I just wanted to sort of go through, what we've prepared, and and then after that, the board can, or during that, board can ask questions, or and then you can go through the budget savings options. So, excuse me, in draft 3, I started with the first change was that this draft is based on the 2024 completed roll values, whereas the other drafts that you saw were all based on the 2023 revised roll values. So the first part of the discussion is around the changes to the from the revised 2023 roll to the 2024 completed roll. And so the overall there's an overall decrease in the assessed values of 4.23% overall. And then the details of those changes are shown in Appendix A, which starts on page 31. So the biggest decrease was in the City of Paul River. They had a decrease of $203,175,936 in their assessments. And then other than that, there's just changes throughout the electoral areas. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about too was the a question that always comes up is the makeup of the tax base. And it, for example, there's often a question about why electoral area A seems to pay for a bigger chunk of the shared services. The city pays about 52%, and then electoral area A pays approximately 25%. And the reason for that is because of the assessed values. And the other reason is that their Toba Montrose is within, the bulk of Toba Montrose is within electoral area A, and their facility is assessed as utility. So that means that they pay 3.5 times the residential tax rate for towards the taxes. So that's often why it looks like there is a bigger chunk that comes from electoral area A compared to the other electoral areas. And but just so you know that the actual residential tax rate is the same. So one service like general administration, everyone within the City of Paul River electoral area A, B, C, D, and E pays exactly the same tax rate per $100,000. So if a person had a home worth $400,000 in electoral area E, they would pay the same tax for general administration as a $400,000 home within the City of Paul River, for example. The next portion that I wanted to bring to your attention was changes to draft 2. So the board had given staff some motions at the last meeting, and those have been incorporated into draft 2. And then there was also a few other things that were changed in this draft. And one of them is the salary and wage allocations were based on the 2023 time and motion study, whereas in the last draft, they were based on the 2022 time and motion study. So that changed some of the salaries allocations between services. And the other thing we found out too was the actual CPI for BC was 3.9%. And so we have a number of contracts that are based on an increase to the CPI. And so those have all been adjusted to the 3.9%, whereas we were projecting 5%. So all of those changes, and the other thing we did was staff went through and there was a few things that they had, revised estimates on, new information. So overall, the total changes add up to a decrease of $59,878. And those changes can be seen in Appendix B. And the next thing is we went through on page, on page 8, you'll see there's a graph that shows how the services have changed over time. And so on that graph, that shows the 2024 requisition changes. So the blue line is basically the 2023 requisition level. And then the yellow line is inflationary increases. So basically just cost increases and inflation just to keep the, to keep the wheels turning and the operation going as is. And then the red portion of the bar is where there's been an increase to the service that's above just regular inflation, like just regular business. So there's and so that means that there's probably a new initiative that's happening in that service, like a great or a service level increase, or just something that's extraordinarily higher than you would expect with just inflation. And then when you go to page 9, that just isolates the services that have had an increase greater than inflation. And as you can see, the bulk of the services are just inflationary increases, business as usual. It's just these few services that have had an increase greater than inflation. Then if you go down to the bottom of page 9, that shows the requisition tax changes. So basically, wherever there's an increase that's greater than inflation, I've tried to explain it here. So, so the first one that you see is general administration. That there's an increase of $131,455 above just general inflation. And the biggest driver for that is that we borrowed to purchase office space at 201-4675 Marine Avenue. And that we'll be able to build a new boardroom and then make sure that that's an accessible room and will be in compliance with the BC Accessibility Act. And the other one was the motion from the last board meeting that asked to implement some priority actions with the accessibility plan. And that was at the January 2024 meeting. And that was an increase of $64,045. So this just goes through what the changes, what's driving those changes that are over and above inflation. And then the next part will be the makeup of city property tax bills. So if you look on page 13, what we've done is we've taken, looked at the property tax estimator tool on the City of Fall River's website. And that shows you the makeup of typical property value taxes. So, for example, you can see in there that, for example, 49% of the bill to a average property owner within the City of Fall River is for the municipal general levy. 18% of it is for the school district tax, and then 10% is for the municipal utility fee. 9% for the municipal sewer parcel tax, and then 8%, 7.64% actually is for that regional district services. And then 3% for municipal garbage, and 2% is for the regional hospital district. And then there's a flat tax, municipal flat tax of 1%, and just a small amount for BC assessment, and then municipal finance authority. So I just wanted to put that in there just to talk about this 36% tax increase. We've heard a lot since draft 2 that, 36% tax increase. And I just wondered if people thought that meant I'm going to get my bill will be 36% higher. Well, because the regional district's portion of the tax bill is actually only 7.64% of the total tax bill, it actually works out to it's an increase of 2.78% for the regional district services. And if you are a property owner within the city of Fall River, that's about $127 per 100,000, or sorry, $127 per average household for the year. So that's what we're looking at, is we're looking at a $127 increase for an average household within the city of Fall River. So starting on page 15, I've tried to show people what their tax bills, how their tax bills might change with the budget that we're proposing. So all of these changes are based on BC Assessment's average home values. So what we did was we took the BC Assessment average home values within the city and then divided them by the occurrences for each year. And that's how we got the average home values. And then we did that for each area. So the first graphic shows what your tax bill typically looks like. And then with the regional district's budget, this is how much it would increase by. So in the city, it is projected to increase by about $126 per year. And that's about a 2.46% increase overall. And then below that, it just expands those services. So you can see the services that are increasing and how much additional tax we need to requisition for those various services. And then we've done that for each electoral area. So that I'm hoping that will give taxpayers a better sense of how this budget impacts their tax bill. And then if we go past that, so that shows all of the tax notices. And then the next one is Appendix C, which shows the tax to a single family dwelling based on the average value in 2024 at draft 3 compared to an average valued home in 2023. So the difference, so Appendix C is basically just the regional district services. It's not the whole tax bill with all of the other taxing authorities. It's just the regional district services. So people can look at what they paid in 2023 for a particular service, and then what they can project to pay in 2024 for a particular service. And again, those are based on an average valued home within the different areas. And then the next is Appendix D, and that shows the the tax rates per $100,000 from 2014 through 2024. And that was a request of the board that we update that table. So that gives you a good idea of how things have changed and how our services have changed over time. Appendix E shows the requisition proposed at draft 3 compared to the requisition to the 2023 budget, just so you can see exactly what we're looking at for this budget compared to 2023. Appendix F shows the capital plan, 5-year capital plan for each service. Just wanted to let you know that there is a change with the capital plan, just because we have, there's a few cost actuals for 2023. We got closer to the actuals, so we adjusted the 2024 budget based on the 2023 actuals. So you will see a few minor changes in there. Appendix G shows the community works funds, and that summarizes the community works funds that are available from 2024 through 2028 projected based on the funding allocations that we're aware of. And then projects that have been allocated funding from 2007 through 2022. So it's basically from the inception of the agreement through 2022. And the only reason we don't have 2023 in there is that we wanted to get the actual 2023 spending before we added it onto that table. So we will have that shortly once our year end is completed. And then Appendix H shows the details of each of the financial plans for each service. And then after that, we have a number of cost saving options. And as Chair Fall explained, the board can go through each of those options, and then staff are here to answer questions if you have questions about how that will impact services and any other questions that you might have around, you know, potentially making any of those changes. And then after that, and those are outlined as recommendations, but they're also outlined in a bit more detail in Appendix I. And then after that, there is an opportunity to look at the social planning function and well, the grants that are included in the social planning function. And I've provided 3 options for how the board might want to redistribute those funds. You know, if they want to send them, if they want to redistribute them to general grants and aid or to electoral area grants and aid. And then a third option would be to do a half and half to general grants and aid and half to the electoral area grants and aid. And the other thing to remember too is that these are just budgets. So what the board actually decides to fund and where they decide to fund it from, that's another question that will come before the board when you see the grant applications. And then finally on page 27, I just wanted to let you know that the Save Island Fire Protection Service is currently over the requisition limit by $40,008 based on the draft 3 financial plan. So there are 3 recommendations for budget reductions in that service, and those ones will actually have to be approved in order to bring this budget within the requisition limit. And then finally there's further input required. There's a few external organizations that we're still waiting for information from. But since I wrote this report, we did get a request from the Muscogee Island Community Society for their budget requests, and that would come from the community recreation from electoral area E taxpayers. So and so that's basically my presentation of the draft. And so now I and the other staff members are here if the board has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Green. And so I think that the next step, what I would like to offer the board is one round of questions. In the past, we've had 2, but we're going to have a lot of other bits, and ideally ask whatever questions you want when you have the floor, but ideally not on the items of the options, because we'll, as discussed earlier, there will be opportunity to ask about those items as they come up. So I see Director Gisborne.
Yep, thank you, Chair. At the January board meeting, the board passed a motion direct staff to update the tax rate summary for 2009 to 2024, and the board directs staff to produce a similar document that contains the total contributions. Taking a look at the staff report, I see on page 41 of 166, there is a tax estimates per 100,000 from 2014 to 2024. I think that is kind of the first bit of the motion that was passed, but I'm wondering, maybe I just can't find the results of the second motion that was passed back in January, asking for the total amounts. And that document that was in reference from that motion was actually a 4-page document. It actually went into a bit more detail. So I'm wondering, is there still more to come, or is this it?
Thank you, Chair. I honestly didn't realize that there was missing part apart from that report. I thought we were just asked to update that table. So I apologize. No, I did not realize that there was parts missing from it.
Okay. Well, thank you. And hopefully the rest of those documents can come forward at a future time. Also, big thanks to staff for all the work that's gone into creating these financial plans. It's a lot of work. It's very enlightening to see the financial contributions from all the different industries that are in Area A, for example, and that's where we tend to run into some issues. Also makes me think that, Area B doesn't have any of these major projects. So I guess my question is, since there seems to be a number of changes with this draft and the previous draft, and there's still a bit of information that I would still like to see. Would there also be a time available to have another financial planning meeting in March to go over the rest of these changes with all the information requested?
Is that maybe for a corporate officer to address?
Well, thank you through the chair. I think that would be the finance chair. We could look to see if there's a space when we could do it. I know that there is not time between now and the end of February, but there's potentially the potential early March.
Okay, I would then just like to suggest the dates of either the 12th or the 14th, and I'd like to hear the rest of the discussion from other directors. Thank you, Chair.
And I guess if we needed, we have possibility of a finance committee meeting in March. Okay, so any other, so on the round of questions, Director Dout?
Yeah, I've got first thanks for the extensive report and the on page 15 there's another debate going on about the fact that all these changes in taxation on the city. And first question I've got is on page 15, you've got a number in there for municipal general tax levy with a total of 47.42% of the budget, I guess. And I wonder where you got that number from, because the regional district is actually ahead of the city in financial planning right now. And,
Ms. Greenan?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes, what I did was I actually took the tax notice from 2023, and that's why I don't have any numbers in the 2024 for the city. I'm not trying to project what their budget might be. This is strictly a tax notice that's already been issued for 2023. And so those numbers were based on an average home value of 632,522.
Okay, I see that.
You have any other questions, Director Dout?
No.
Great, not for now, I should say. Is there anyone else who wants to ask questions in this round? Director McCormick, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. First of all, what is the difference between the converted value versus the next net taxable value?
I will let Ms. Greenan tackle that one.
I'm struggling to figure out the difference.
Thank you. That's always an interesting question. So BC Assessment assesses each property with a value. They place a value on each property. And then, so that's actually the assessed value. And then, like I said, each different class gets charged tax at a different rate. So what they do is you convert those all to a residential rate so that you can look at what the tax rates are on a residential value. So instead of, saying the residential tax rate is X and then the industrial tax or the utilities tax rate is that times 3.5, we just convert it all down to so it's just a way to get a common denominator to make everything a denominator so that you're looking at apples to apples.
Right. Okay. So on which is the tax rate for 2024 based? Is it the net taxable value or the converted value?
It's the net taxable value. Yeah. Okay. So your tax is all based on the net taxable value, and then multiplied by the provincial multiple if you're a class that's not like if you're different than residential class.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple more questions. I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Okay. My next question concerns the tax rate for Area D. On page 41, it says that it's $213.37, but on page 28, it says that it's $214.41. So I'm just wondering which is correct.
Ms. Greenan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So on page 41,
page 41 is the summary of residential tax estimates.
1337.
So is that just a rough estimate, and 214 is the revised or refined number? Is that? I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
Okay, sorry, thank you, Chair. Through the chair, this is, the tax rates that you're looking at on page 41 are tax rates per $100,000. And I've tried to translate everything else into tax rates per an average home, because that seemed to be the question I was getting, and people seem to think that's more meaningful, is to see it as an average home. So they're two different rates.
Okay, because I'm seeing tax rate per 100,000 on page 28 as 214.41, and the tax rate per 100,000 on page 41 is 213.37. So,
right, do you see that, Ms. Venus, on page 28? It has that table 214.41 per 100. It's expressed per 100,000 as well. It's just slightly different.
So then it's the one on page 28 that is the actual one. Is that right?
The one, sorry, thank you. It is the one on page 28. That's the actual one. We probably made a couple of small tweaks after this one was prepared.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think I understand that now. I had a question about emergency preparedness in the plan, which is on page 78 of the plan. And what caught my eye was the contractor wages went from 99,000 in 2023 to 460,000 in 2024. And I'm just wondering what that increase is for.
Mr. Toms, I believe that maybe in your wheelhouse.
Yes, if I could, through the chair, to answer that question, the vast majority of that is the grant-funded projects that are supporting the Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan consultant contractors, as well as extreme temperature risk planning project that's just getting underway now.
Okay, so those aren't actually budget items. They just show up in our budget as financial items, but they're covered through grants. Is that correct?
Mr. Toms?
Yes, through the chair, you should see the grant supporting all of that, but we do need to show it in the budget.
So the revenue shows 456.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have one more question.
Okay.
And it relates to page 232 and 233. And this is perhaps a question of Mr. Devereaux. We agreed to $20,000 increase for the Rec Commission for the evaluation of 2 buildings on Texada. And I see it listed for both the community hall is 20,000 and for the old school is 20,000 for a total of 40,000. But I'm just wondering, is it kind of listed twice, or am I reading that wrong? Because it looks like it's 40,000 instead of the 20 that we agreed to.
Mr. Devereaux?
Yes, Chair, through the chair. My understanding is it's a one-time fee. It's 20,000 split between the 2 properties.
Okay, then it should be 10,000 in each, not 20. Is that right?
I haven't got to that page, Chair.
Okay,
Okay,
so 148 and 149. And I see both, I see the 20,000 down twice, and I'm just thinking that's maybe it should be 10,000 for each building for a total of 20, because right now it looks like a total of 40.
Right, so page 148
and
out of 149 and 149, and it says yeah.
Right.
So one for Billy's Bay and
Yeah, this is for the Texada Rec Commission. And because we agreed to a $20,000 increase for the study, but it looks like $40,000 is on the books.
Right. So the Gillies Bay Community Hall has studies and professional fees of 20,000, and the Gillies Bay Old School has the same line.
Yeah.
So is that the same item, or is it Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. What I have in my notes is that there's half the cost of the old school replacement upgrade assessment, and then there's also another 10,000 for a building inspection. So I'd have to ask Mr. Devereaux if those are two different things, or if that's an error and one of them should be taken out.
Mr. Devereaux?
Yes, Chair. I think that's an error. It's a $20,000 for a total. That's what was agreed to at the Turk meeting. That's what I put in the budget.
Okay, so this is a mistake. So it should be $10,000 for each line item, then not 20?
Mr. Devereaux, is that?
That's my understanding, Chair.
Okay, so when we get the final version, then that will be corrected in that.
Yeah, I don't believe a motion's needed, but good job finding something for Texada.
Nice
And I
catch
just
there.
want to say thank you to staff for putting in the average home value for each area rather than calculating it all based on the home value in Powell River. It makes a big difference to each area, knowing what our average home value is. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and for answering questions on the spot. So is that all your questions for this round, Director McCormick?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak on this round of questions, Director Isaacson?
Yeah, a question regarding, well, first of all, thank you to staff, as I feel lucky that I happen to be stepping in for this meeting because there's just so much juicy information here. And I'm not saying that as a joke, like I seriously learned so much through this document. On page 83, let me find it, 83-166, which is the waste management budget. So given that this is the first year that it will become open, I figured, the public education piece is going to be crucial to its success. And I just noticed that, I mean, there's an increase in the communications budget, but quite a substantial decrease in the public education component or public information component. And I'm wondering if that's, I don't know where public education on how Resource Recovery Center will operate fits into those two line items, and does it make sense to have such a decrease in public information given that we're moving towards opening? So I wanted to understand those numbers.
Mr. Cohenhoven, I think that's for you.
Thank you, through the chair. I think what you're seeing here is that a lot of this public education is going from being contracted out to being done by QRD staff. So just a shift from a contractor expense to a staff wage expense. Those education programs still need to happen, and this is not indicating that they are going to stop or slow down.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other questions from those who haven't spoken yet? Seeing none, I guess we can move on to the next phase of this process, which is to look at those items one at a time. I'm just going to bring up my agenda here. So as we discussed, I'll read it out, and then we can, if there's any questions, if someone wants to make a motion, you can make a motion or you can ask a question. But if a motion is not made, then we'll just move on to the next item. And if a motion's made and seconded, we will see where that goes. Okay, so for the first one is about board photographs, a potential to save $2,500 by removing that. Director Doubt.
I'll make the motion that the committee recommend to the board that the board directs staff to remove $2,500 for photographs from the 2024 general administration budget. If there's a seconder, I'll speak briefly on it.
Seconded. Okay, so Director Doubt, go ahead.
And I think this is what I would call low-hanging fruit. I think our pictures are available in a lot of different places around town right now. I don't see any particular need to update it for this year. And it's a small savings, but I think it's one we could easily make, and look forward to fresh new pictures in 2025, when we might have different municipal directors to take pictures of.
Okay, thank you. Director Isaacson?
Yeah, question for staff. It talks about photographs. Is it photos of the board or is it photos for other marketing purposes? What photos are we talking about?
Ms. Termende?
Thank you. That would include both promotional materials as well as board photographs. However, with the change in the policy, we actually wouldn't be doing board photographs again until the end of term.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? So I just have a question just to be, Director McCormick, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, okay, this is a reduction of 2,500. The next one is 1,500, and they're small amounts. And what impact do these small amounts have in the overall scope of reducing taxes.
Small, but I'll pass that over to Ms. Greenan to answer.
It's obvious, but I just want to hear from the authority here.
Yep, Ms. Greenan.
You're muted.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Greenan? Oh, yeah,
I
there you go.
apologize.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I just want to find that page. Whoops. It is in the Appendix I. Appendix I shows all of the tax rates per $100,000.
Okay.
Changes. So.
What page was that again?
So
It's not a page.
165. 165 of 166.
Page 160. It's on page 165 of your agenda. And so basically what that means is that removing the board photographs is a change of 17 cents per $100,000. And then 10 cents for reduction of the resident satisfaction survey, and another 17 cents for the celebrations and commemoration, etc. So it shows all of the tax rates per 100,000 in that table.
A quick point of information, Chair.
Yes.
You mentioned per 100,000. I think the table says per average home. I just want to make sure.
I apologize. Okay. It is per average home, and I did use average home based on the areas that participate in the service. So, for example, with general administration, I just did an average of all of the home values, and so that is a tax rate per average home.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Director McCormick?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Is there any further discussion on this item? And I guess I have one question for staff. How does this line up with our policy? Because we did we not adopt a policy to only have photographs once a term? So does this just bring that budget in line with that, or is it somehow impacting our normal practice that's planned? Ms. Tremend?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, so there was an initiative that was brought forward to increase the amount of promotional photos that we had in our repertoire for use. In relation to this budget, that was what that was initially proposed for. We did also have that budget that was there for board photographs. However, with the new policy only doing it once per term, we would be offering board photographs again, obviously when your term ends and the new term begins. However, the budget wouldn't be reflected. It was always there, and that was always the amount.
Okay. Very good. So we all understand what it is, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I had to run to the washroom. My nose was leaking. So maybe this question was already answered. I saw a recent post that, the regional district had a, photo contest. So if this gets scrapped, I presume that there won't be any more photo contests.
Mr. Tremend?
Thank you through the chair. We'll do our best to find creative ways to build up our photography repertoire regardless.
Wonderful. I love creativity. So.
Okay, so we debated this one. So I'm going to call the question on reducing 2,500 from the board photographs. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Director Grant Brander. It carries. Okay, so that's item 1 out of 39. Good. So the second one is about $1,500 in the resident satisfaction survey from general administration.
So moved.
Director Gisborne's moving. Director Lennox. So discussion on this item. Director Isaacson.
Yeah, as someone who hasn't experienced reading the results of the satisfaction survey, is that something that the board uses to act on or staff uses to act on? How are the results of that survey acted on and useful to the organization?
Mr. Wind?
Yes, thank you through the chair. So the resident satisfaction survey provides a baseline to give us an indication of the public's perception and understanding of regional district services, as well as their agreement with or desire for any sort of changes. The resident satisfaction survey also was intended to provide a review of the quality of life in the that regional district, which is also the baseline of what our strategic plan focuses on. We did indicate at that time that we wanted to do a resident satisfaction survey approximately every 3 years, which was the standard. And the item itself was referred to strategic planning, the last strategic planning session to direct our service delivery in future. So there is a possibility for us to not do it this year and push to 2025 should the board wish.
Okay, Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I moved this motion because when the last resident satisfaction survey occurred, I actually had a few residents come up to me and say that they'd seen the survey and that they weren't happy with a number of things. And I said, well, did you fill out the survey? And they said, no, I did not, because I wasn't happy with the questions. And they said, well, if we're unhappy with something, then that's why we reached out to you, our elected official. So, you know, use that as it is for your decision-making process. So I'm fine with removing the $1,500. Yes, it kind of takes away the ability for staff to see the resident satisfaction. But then again, there is also the whole issue around what's referred to in math as survivorship bias. So you really only see the results of the people that actually fill out the survey. And so I'm happy with this motion.
Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. I believe Ms. Greenan said this was about 10 cents on the 100,000
Total home value.
Or total home value. And I see it as another opportunity for the public to give us feedback on how we are doing. And I would hate to see it be removed for such a small amount.
Okay, so is there any other debate on this item? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And one in favor, all those opposed? 5 opposed, Director Lennox, Doubt, Brander, Isaacson, McCormick, and the chair. It does not carry. Okay, so the third item is $2,500 in the budget for annual celebration and commemorations. Is there any questions, or does someone want to consider that? Director Gisborne and then Director McCormick. Yeah, both have your hand at the same time. Director McCormick, go ahead.
I just wanted to know what the celebrations and commemorations would be in 24.
Ms. Trend?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the celebrations and commemorations budget is typically for items such as Local Government Awareness Week, Anti-Bullying Week, and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So this budget was established as part of a strategic priority from 2019 to improve public education and awareness. So without this funding, we would be reliant on external sources of funding or potentially grants, and the onus would be on external organizations to help support those.
Thank you.
Yeah, Director Gisborne, you had your hand?
Yeah, I was going to move the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, seeing no seconder, it's not seconded, and we are keeping that piece in. Okay, on to the next one. Item 4 is 2,000 for the road shows. And maybe before we move this, I'll ask before I open it up for other questions, I'll ask for clarification from Ms. Trement. Does that mean we would not do a road show this year?
Thank you, through the chair. So our thought was that if we were going to reduce the service budget for the road shows, that we could potentially roll a road show into each time we do a board on the road meeting. So again, for clarification, board on the road is when we go to an electoral area and host a board meeting in that electoral area, which is recommended as part of the regional district toolkit. So our thought was potentially if we were going to reduce, we do one with the electoral area each year. So say, for example, if we're going to Texada this year, we would host an open roadshow session through like a barbecue before the board meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are there questions or appetite for this, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I love the road show. I love it when the boards get out to the electoral areas and we engage some of the less engaged portions of our community. Though now with the virtual participation option, I'm wondering, you know, does it really, should it still cost $2,000 for us to provide this kind of engagement? Because I was actually scratching my head on this going, well, what if every couple of months I went and rented the Myrtle Pond Golf Course Hall and said, hey, sure, the board meeting's still happening here, but I'll set my laptop up in a little screen and Area B residents come on out, and the same thing could be done in Lund. And it doesn't mean that the whole board goes to that area, but maybe that's a different way to skin the cat, as they say. So I think a lot of these items are something to consider as individuals, but also at the same time, we need to also be considering a lot of these items as a whole, because maybe we say, okay, well, we don't want to allocate $2,000 for the road show, but maybe we want to allocate some funding so that electoral area directors, for example, Laskeety, I know I didn't get to make it down, but when it's at the community center, folks can still attend the meeting in a different fashion. So I'm just wondering if there's different ways to achieve what we want.
Ms. Tremend?
Yes, thank you through the chair. Just a point of clarification. The board on the road are the on the road meetings that we do typically in August. The regional district roadshows were an initiative that was brought forward through the recommendations in the communication strategy, and they're more intended to provide an overview of regional district services through an open forum with each community.
So it's different. Ms. Jones, you had your hand?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Tremende addressed it. It was just the difference between Board on the Road and the Regional District Roadshow. The Roadshow is a staff, it was intended for staff to go to various communities to provide information on regional district services and initiatives happening.
Thank you. So I'll point out, so I'm not sure if I saw Director Brander or just Director Doubt. I saw Director Doubt. I'll pass it, but just as a reminder of our process, we don't have a motion. I mean, ideally, we would have discussion here, just ask questions on these items to clarify whether or not we want to make a motion, and then we make a motion. So don't make speeches on the item, either move it or ask a question. And if you want to move it, we move it and debate it and either do it or not. But I think it doesn't help us to talk generally. So thank you, Director Doubt. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question. So I find the board going to different electoral areas to have a board meeting a valuable thing. I actually kind of questioned that when I went to Laskeety this time, whether it was worth the all-day trip to take the water taxi to Laskeety and come back at the end of the day and go there. And I found it valuable to be there and look at the ground and look at the realities of the space, seeing the water transportation that's there, going from the dock up to the community center and seeing what's going on at that community hub there. I found that really valuable. But that's not what we're talking about. I think what all of us are struggling here is the difference between the board on the road meetings, where the board goes and meets with people, and the roadshow concept, which the corporate officer has just explained as board staff going and having a barbecue and talking to people about board services. So those are two very different things. And I'm on the fence about whether that's worth $2,000 or not. But I kind of like the idea of consultation with people. But if we're going to have consultation, I kind of like the consultation to happen when the board's actually there, so the board can find out. So I'm actually talked myself around to being in favor of removing this $2,000, because I think it would be better to have that consultation happening when board members were present on the road meeting, and we could invite people down to the Laskeety Community Center, or I think who's next? I think it's at Texada Community Center. We can invite people to go there when the board's having a meeting in 2024.
So you're moving the motion?
Yes.
And I'll second.
So, yeah. Okay, moved and seconded. So Director Brander?
Thanks, Chair. I think anytime there's an opportunity to get out there and educate the public on what the QRD does, it's worthwhile. And for $2,000, I think it's a very small amount.
Okay, thank you. So we've had some discussion. Director Gisborne, second time on this item. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the motion's just been moved, so I thought it was my first.
Well, I know, but the first time was a bit of a speech, so go ahead. We're fine.
I was trying to figure out what was going on, and as a result of my little speech, my question was answered as to what is this item. So now I actually know what we're talking about. I didn't when I first started speaking. Yeah, I have to disagree with the previous point that anytime we get out and engage with the public and inform them about what the regional district is doing, yes, there is benefit to the community, but it also has cost. And our taxpayers are wanting cost-effective service delivery. And it is up to the board to decide whether or not we feel that we are getting cost-effective service delivery or whether we want that level of service. And I know we're only talking about $2,000, but what we're doing right now is kind of setting the tone for moving forward and how our organization wants to spend. And myself, I want us to get our spending in order. I want to trim some fat. So I'm actually, when I was looking through all these items, and this is one of them, going, okay, let's make the cuts and then ask staff, what else you got? Because there's some big increases, and also at the same time, I want us to consider the bigger picture of all of our service delivery. And for this item, because it's not the board on the road, it's the the road show for the staff to get out and engage with the public. And I still don't really know what that is because I don't know if I've ever gone to one of those things. But we do have public engagement initiatives based on board resolution, like, oh, we're going to update the OCP, or we're going to, talk about water. And we, as a board, decide to do the public engagement through resolution, and the board members show up and participate. And of course, the public, you pass a motion to do engagement about water, and people that show up, 70% of the discussions about water and 30% is miscellaneous. But that's part of the whole process. So I'm in favor of removing the $2,000. And if we do want to do engagement, then I would expect or hope that we do that by resolution so that the members of the board know what's going on. We can help communicate that to the public, and we can also attend and hear some of the feedback. And sometimes it's very enlightening for the directors to attend these engagement meetings and learn more about the regional district, because I'm learning every day. So I'm in support of this motion. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion, Director McCormick?
Thank you. Typically, I'm in favor of anything to do with community engagement. And I thought I was opposed to this, but in fact, I'm now kind of in favor of this motion. I see a possible backlash from going out to the electoral areas, cooking hot dogs and talking and so on. I think it's the fact that we're doing something like that in a year when there's been significant tax increases. I don't think that would sit well with a lot of people. Especially the cooking hot dogs part. My taxes had to go up to pay for these hot dogs. I can see a backlash coming. And so while I'm in principle in favor of doing this kind of thing, I think this year would be a good year to minimize that and build it into the board on the road.
Thank you. So is there any other debate on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question on removing 2,000 from the road show, not on board on the road, but the road show. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, 5 in favor. All those opposed? 2 opposed, Director Brander, Director Isaacson, so that passes. Okay, so we're on to item 5, which is $500 for the Canva for Teams. And maybe I can first ask Ms. Twinde to describe us what Canva for Teams is.
Yes, thank you through the chair. We developed a small pilot to test out the Canva software, just the free version, to help with integrating our new brand style guide throughout the organization and creating an easier channel for ads to be developed along the same framework. This was to prevent a bottleneck in the communications workload. We are still using the free version, and it was suggested that we could potentially expand to include the larger paid for version for teams if we found it successful. And we have received positive feedback from staff on utilizing the system, but we are still happy to utilize the free version at this time.
Okay, so does anyone want to take an action on this one? Or ask a question, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, sure, I'll move the motion.
Okay, the motion's been moved. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Okay, Director Lennox, it's a discussion. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, it's only $500, so it's not going to make much difference. It is, the staff can still work with the free version. I don't really know too much about getting into operations and stuff like that, but I'm in favor of this motion for essentially setting the overall tone of the board wants to try and find ways to get into a more cost-effective service delivery kind of model, because I think that was the motion that was done last month, which got this list before us. And I think that if we were to, we pass that motion saying, hey, where can we make some cuts? And then we get the list before us, and then we say, okay, well, we don't want to cut. It kind of sends the wrong image. So I think, yep, 500 it's almost too small to talk about, but I think it kind of sets a tone for a number of items. So that's why I'm moving the motion.
Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call it. Oh, Director Isaacson.
Sorry, yeah, being a bit familiar with Canva, it's such a fantastic tool for graphic design and infographics without having to rely on a graphic designer. So $500 is nothing compared to the cost that would go into staff time to there's a whole level up that you can access with a paid version, and $500 is nothing for the convenience of, like, this is just helping with staff workflow and the ability of more staff to be able to produce like graphics and the visuals that are needed in the day-to-day work. And so I appreciate staff saying we're willing to work with the free version. But given that you've tried it out and it's been successful, I think the $500 is worth it in terms of what could be produced and the time that can be saved to get some excellent graphic materials designed.
Thank you. I agree with those comments. Is there any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of reducing $500 for the Canva? All the Director Gisborne, all those opposed? Opposed, 5 opposed, or 6 opposed. Director Lennox, Doubt, Brander, Isaacson, McCormick, and the chair. Okay, that's item 6. I'm going to skip over because we'll deal with that at the end. Item 7 is so the next several items are all about recycling depots. I'll read them and we can talk about these are starting to get tough nuts to talk about. So first one is about if we want to remove the Black Point recycling depot and save $30,000. And we have Mr. Cohenhover on the line there if you need. So Director Doubt.
I think you're missing one, if I didn't miss the committee recommending that the board direct staff to remove $66,000 for a grant search and rescue.
Forgive me, I explained that at the beginning and tried a moment ago. Item 6 and item 29, I will consider together at the end, and I have a proposal because they're related to the amount, the level of grant and aid general, which relates to our social planning, which relates to our local grant and aid. So I'm going to put forward a proposal for that. The corporate officer has that, so I think they're better put together.
Okay, should have remembered that.
It's okay. So we're okay. Is that okay? So if and we'll see if the board doesn't like my proposal, well, something else will happen. So this is about Black Point Recycling Depot. Director McCormick.
I'm not moving the recommendation. In fact, I would like to skip items 7 through 11, which are all about recycling depots. I don't think we should be closing them. I think that's totally the wrong message. That's not where we're at. So I would like to skip over those items and move on to item 12.
Okay, so maybe we'll just deal with all of those at once. Does anyone else want to speak on any of the items 7 to 11? Director Doubt.
Yeah, I just have a general question. on all of them, as part of all of the ones that Director McCormick's talking about, is all of them include a recommendation that the board directs staff to provide the contractor with notice of contractor termination. Could we have some details about what those contract terminations would cost? Because I assume that there is contractual language about what we would have to do to cancel the contract and how much it would save or not save.
I'm not sure, is that for Mr. Cohenhoven, I suppose, or Ms. Green? And Mr. Cohenhoven, you can give it a shot if you want.
Schwab.
And the CAO's there, yeah.
Yes,
No,
thank
Chair, please direct that question to Mr. Schwab.
Oh, Mr. Schwab. Okay, sorry, I didn't see. I don't always see everyone on the screen. Let me pull it over. There we are. Mr. Schwab. That's
Thank
for
you,
you.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
My apologies for that.
No problem. Through the chair, that would depend, in answer to the question, it would depend on the contract. Typically, if we're in a contract like that, there may be a termination clause. You know, it could be anywhere from 30 to 90 days on mutual consent, but there is a fairly high possibility that if we wanted to terminate those contracts, we would probably pay something up to and including the full cost of whatever is remaining.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Lennox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with Director McCormick's comments, but number 11, the Lund Depot, I just noticed your note that says this depot supports collection from Lasqueti Island. It seems a little incongruous that we'd be supporting it from the most distant depot from Lasqueti. Maybe you can educate me.
Yeah, I think I know why, but Mr. Cohenhoven has his hand up, so thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. The Lasqueti Island Depot is supported by the Lund Depot. We have a barge operator with a landing in Lund, and the materials coming from Lasqueti, which is considered a satellite depot, need to be transported to a primary depot to count towards the Recycle BC program, and that's been designated as the Lund Community Recycling Depot.
Well, thanks for the education. We're always willing to be a terminus for the region. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for being our transport hub, Lund. So are there any, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I went through the list of recycling depots: Black Point, Bonanda, Gillies Bay, Tla'amin, and Lund. Adding them all up worked out to around, what was it, $12.15 per household. I also took a look at the potential increase in tipping fees, and doing a little bit of napkin math, it worked out to roughly $28 increase in tipping fees would cause us to break even. So whether we keep the recycling depots open or not has me, well, what are we doing with our tipping fees? So I wouldn't want to just say, okay, we're not going to consider the recycling depots, but I would actually like to see us consider the tipping fee increase question first. And then kind of based on how that discussion goes would then kind of help me wrap my head around the various recycling depots. Because looking at the list, well, Area B doesn't have one. So that's me putting my Area B hat on. And the other one is number 10, the Tla'amin Recycling Depot. As I understand it, Tla'amin is not part of the Solid Waste Management Service. Is that correct?
CEO?
Through the chair, that is correct. This is just a site.
Okay, well, then I would think that since the Tla'amin are not part of our service, then we close, we should close the one in Tla'amin. Area B doesn't have one and we participate in the service, so why not close the one in Tla'amin?
CEO?
Through the chair, technically Area B gets one for free because Augusta Recycling has one.
There's Area B coming in with a cost-effective service delivery once again. So I would actually request that maybe we take a look at the tipping fees and then circle back to the question of recycling depots.
Okay, well, we can go, if we go through the process, when we get to the tipping fees, we can see what happens to that, and, either make a motion on, consider a motion on depots if someone would like to. Okay, is there any other questions or motions that might arise, Director Lennox?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick on Director Gisborne's point regarding Plum, and is there anybody staff-wise or anybody that knows if Plum has recycling plans for the future? Maybe they have a facility that they're considering that might be relevant to this discussion. I know Northside residents who don't want to come to Lund probably stop at the one that's in Plum quite regularly, but just a question for the future.
Mr. Schwab, is that in your purview?
Through the chair. Yeah, I'm not trying to defer the question. I think it's maybe a little bit more complex than a matter of having one or not. They are undergoing massive changes in how they are going to handle solid waste. And I think maybe to make that decision right now might be a bit premature until they finish out rolling their own solid waste programs and their trucks. And there is still, I think, negotiation and talks that have to go on before we look at that whole area from a solid waste perspective.
Okay, very good, thank you. So is there anyone want to make a motion related to these before we move on to the tipping fees? Seeing no appetite for that. Pardon me?
Oh, I might, but not right now. I'll wait until after we do our tipping fees.
Thank you. So okay, item 12. So we're jumping forward. Is an item 12 and 13 we should deal with together because they're both the same except for the number, and it's really whether or not we want to increase. This is about revenue. Whether or not we want to increase tipping fee revenue and by what amount we would want to do that. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I was thinking about the tipping fees. I took a look at some of the historical numbers. Tipping fees used to make up a much more significant portion of our budget in terms of revenue as a percentage. It has kind of fallen behind, in my opinion. We now also run into the other issue of we have a solid waste management service that City of Powell River and the electoral areas participate in and pay through property taxes. There's also waste generation that occurs in Tla'amin Nation, and the waste that comes out of there is only covered by tipping fees. So I'm looking at the potential increases of tipping fees of $5 and $23, and I think we should be bold, and I would actually put forward an increase of $50. I would actually like $100, but I thought 50 might actually be a little bit more palatable for the board. And if I get a seconder.
Is there a seconder for $50?
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Lennox. Okay, so seconded, Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. I think I already said most of it. The cost of producing waste is being borne by everyone in the region. And I think that we need to increase our tipping fees in order to accurately reflect when people are producing waste and they take it to do their tipping fees, that if you're producing the waste, you should pay a higher fee. I know there's the concern around people dumping waste in the woods. I hear there's concerns around all the stuff that's happened in the past. We have a conservation office here locally. We have, rules and regulations in our community and society about illegal dumping. And I think we can all be vigilant, but once people actually start seeing the actual cost of the waste they produce, they will really start taking seriously recycling options, home composting, all of that. And that way we can start to have, the people that are producing the waste start paying their fair share. So I'm in favor of 50.
Okay, Director Lennox.
Thank you, Chair. I just, obviously waste management's one of the reasons we're having to go through this large list is the consideration. So I think Director Gisborne has made some good points about, I don't like to pay when I go to the dump, but there is a cost and it's increasing as we go. Just a question for staff, where are we, and I know there's been reports where I could probably find it, but where are we in the grand spectrum of comparability with these tipping fees? For a similar type of, Mr. Schwab, he knew this question was coming.
Yeah, Mr. Schwab.
Through the chair, we are probably on the higher end of where most municipalities are, but I will refer to a term that our CAO uses quite often, and it's something to do with the Powell River effect. We are definitely a more isolated area. We can't necessarily compare our tipping fees to somewhere like Vancouver or, you know, Capital Regional District or anything like that. We are not the highest, but we are probably in the higher end of that charge spectrum.
Director Isaacson.
A related question is the costs associated with illegal dumping. And so obviously that would be probably my main concern. I seem to remember in reviewing budget documents, the illegal dumping related fees were something like, or in our expense line item was something like $11,000. I forget what that number is and where I could even find it in the moment. But I'm wondering, I don't know if you can predict the impact of illegal dumping and what fees might be associated with dealing with illegal dumping.
Mr. Schwab.
Through the chair, I think the cost you're looking for is probably item 15, the annual trash bash. That was typically a time where groups would go out into the woods and try to find anything that was dumped illegally and brought back and sort of given a reprieve on disposing of it at that time. It's hard for us to say what those actual charges are for illegal dumping, but that is the budget line item we had dedicated to that information.
Answer your question, Director.
Well, I think so. So I'm looking at page 83, which is the waste management line by line budget. And there's the illegal dumping line item. And so you're saying that 11,000, right? In this year's budget, it'd be 10,000 is specifically for trash bash.
Through the chair, yeah, that's where that 11,000 would have come from.
So the regional district is not engaged in any other, like, dealing with stuff that's dumped outside of that annual event.
Sure.
Through the chair, typically any that sort of thing like illegal dumping would have come through bylaw enforcement in most municipalities, or it would come from some type of enforcement along with waste management bylaws. As we don't have an active bylaw officer patrolling those types of things, we aren't typically fining people for illegal dumping or charging that bylaw officer's time towards that type of enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Director Doubt and then Director McCormick.
Yeah, and I share Director Isaacson's concern about illegal dumping, because right now the process in the city where we have, collection for garbage and recycling and pretty soon organics as well. There's a truck that drives around in the neighborhood, picks up your garbage and takes it to the Resource Recovery Center. And when the new one's open, we're gonna pay a tipping fee. The city is gonna pay a tipping fee there to do that. In other areas where there isn't an organized collection, the increase of tipping fees is going to discourage people from taking their garbage to the recycling Resource Recovery Center. And they are some of them are going to decide to throw it in the ditch, throw it in a ravine somewhere in the regional district where there is no bylaw enforcement. And it is going to pollute the environment and do all kinds of nasty stuff to the views and everything that people like that. But, and what we're really talking about, though, to get to the meat of the issue, is do we want to pay for the Resource Recovery Center through taxation or the user fee, which is the tipping fees? And, I've identified that question before. We've got two choices on the package here. One of them is going to save the average homeowner about $1 a year. And the other one would save the average homeowner $5 a year. And with the increase of tipping fees, which are not charged to the average homeowner, the tipping fee is paid for by the city of Powell River. I'd actually like to see a little more detailed about the balance of how many dollars is going to be brought in tipping fees and how many dollars is that going to cost the municipality over a period of time so we can make a decision, because the cost is going to be paid for one way or the other, either in taxation or in tipping fees. But in choosing whether we want to increase the tipping fees by $50, I'd like to know exactly the impact it's going to have on people who are paying the tipping fees in the city. And that's not a direct correlation between the individual taxpayers' tax savings, if that makes any sense.
It's that question. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Schwab or Ms. Greenan who might help us with that. Either of you, Ms. Greenan?
Oh, so I'll let Mr. Cowenhoven take that question.
Oh, Mr. Cowenhoven. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you, through the chair. We don't currently have statistics on the amount of volume that the city tips into the MSW program, so I cannot give you accurate impact there. We could look into that. What we are looking at here is just trying to cover the cost. So in 2023, our total revenue was 1.6 million off of these tipping fees, and it did not cover the cost of the MSW. I wanted to point that out just because the way that we're supposed to set the fees under the Local Government Act is just to cover our costs. We should not be generating a profit off of this. So I just wanted to point out that increasing our fee beyond our direct expenses, we would have to look into that. We know based on our contracts what our costs should be in 2024, and that's why we have the specific numbers that we have in those recommendations.
Oh.
Yeah, Director Doat.
Yeah, so I'm just going to suggest that I think there are people in the city who would know how much the city pays for tipping fees and could provide that information. So I'm going to make a motion to refer this to our next Finance Committee meeting when we might have more information on its impact on taxpayers in the city and the other electoral areas.
Is there a second to that, Director Gisborne? Okay, discussion on referring this to the next Finance Committee meeting. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm happy to refer this because one of my requests earlier was having a second Finance Committee meeting, preferably in March, because February seems pretty full. So if we're going to have that secondary meeting, then I'm happy to have this item referred to the next Finance Committee meeting. And I would just like to throw the dates out of either March 12th or March 14th. That's my thoughts, so I'm happy to support this motion.
Okay, so it's the motion to postpone. I'll just want to confirm, and it would be useful if we do pass this, that the information, that it would come back with a little bit of information from staff related to some of what Mr. Cowenhoven just mentioned about why the 23, so these limits of what we're allowed and so on. So whether, what our maximum is related to the 50, 23, and then the impacts, in terms of percentage. I had questions about, if our base is 2250, is that what it was last year? What is the increase that's already built in, and so on? So I think a bit of information to help us resolve this could be useful. Is there any other discussion, Director McCormick?
Thank you. Yes, I'm in favor of referring it. And one piece of information I would appreciate having when we discuss this next is the second recommendation says increase the tipping fees by $23 rather. And is that what would typically cover our costs? Is that why that number, I guess I want to know why staff have proposed that particular number, if that is what the break-even point is.
Mr. Cowenhoven?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is the break-even point. We have contracts for the waste collection, transportation, and disposal in Washington that clearly define the rates per ton, and that is how we came up with the $273.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Director Gisborne on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, just one question. So we're talking about getting that information at the next meeting for like the upper limit. Can that upper limit also include like the cost of the waste transfer station where all of this waste is coming and dropped off, or is it only essentially like once it's on the barge heading out of the community? Because I like other communities have their own landfills, so I would think that the cost of having the landfill would be part of it. So I'm just wondering, because we've got all these big infrastructure costs to handle the waste, like this new building for handling waste transfer station. I'm just wondering if the cost of that infrastructure can also be added to these costs, because we're seeing big costs for infrastructure, and it's to deal with the waste that gets dropped off, whether it's from the municipality or what's the private one, green waste, or a private resident. And if there's any illegal dumping outside city limits, call the RAP line. Let the province sort it out.
So I have a question actually maybe for the corporate officer to explain that. If we pass this motion to postpone, it comes back in March, will that include a report, or do we have to actually ask for additional information from staff on these various pieces that have been raised?
You through the chair, I might ask the CAO what he would expect, because from a corporate procedure perspective, we would refer the motion moved at this table to unfinished business or to a special order if it was requested on the March 6th meeting.
Right, thank you. So CAO, do we need, if there is a desire to have other information from staff on this, do we need to make a motion or an amendment to this motion?
Through the chair, I would recommend a separate motion after you pass this one.
Okay, very good.
So their direction.
Yeah, I think that would be good, because it's quite right. A postponement normally should just show up as it is, and we're just deferring that. Corporate officer.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I do have this is as a motion to refer, and so you could provide additional instructions when you refer or commit a motion. So you could do it separately as the CAO suggested, but this is a motion to refer, not postpone.
Okay. So either way, so I think we want to keep it simple. We can just carry on with this and do another motion in a moment. So the motion to postpone to the next meeting. So this would be pushed forward. Director Doubt.
It is a motion to refer.
Yeah, to refer, yes.
And asking for particular information.
Okay. Yeah, motion to refer, right. Okay. So are we good on this? Is there any other discussion on the motion to refer to our next finance committee meeting in March? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. So that's carried. Does anyone want to put a motion to Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm hoping the corporate officer can help me. I would like to also request staff that they provide the upper limits and the criteria for tipping fees.
Criteria for be presented at the next finance committee meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't speak good all the time, so.
I'll take it out, but
okay. Give a bit of direction. Is there a seconder for that motion to add? Get a bit of, okay, Director Isaacson. Is there any discussion on that, Director Isaacson?
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, we're kind of in the process of, there's a bunch of information requested and the motion addresses one. My amendment would be to add implications for the city contribution to this amount. So I don't know how to word that, but
Impact.
yeah.
Not sure.
That was in the first resolution.
The committee referred, this would be a motion to staff. Okay.
So now there's an amendment.
I don't know if there's anything else that we were talking about.
So corporate officer, I'm just waiting for the corporate officer to catch up with us.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure that entirely would be an amendment, because we're referring to staff. So it is up to the chair to ensure that all the details that are needed when you refer to staff are all together. So we can just.
Yeah.
They made a separate motion to direct staff to do things.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it would have been maybe better to have a more general motion, but there's a motion and there's an amendment being proposed to the motion by Director Isaacson to include some wording to the effect of including municipal tipping revenue, or I don't know.
I feel like the intent is clear. I just need help with words. And I don't think my amendment's been seconded yet. So if anybody wants to help, if there's any other information that people want to be added in my amendment motion, let me know now and I can slip it in for you.
I'll second for discussion.
It's been seconded, but we don't even have wording yet. So let's get wording before us, because so the amendment is to add in from, I mean, I agree, the intent's clear. I mean, we're trying to get staff to request staff to provide a bit more information. So on I think corporate office,
the amendment's intent.
Do you need more guidance on the wording, or are you working out with your magical touch?
I think we're good, Chair.
Okay, we're good. So can we discuss on the amendment? Are we good to discuss the amendment? Because we can make progress if we, okay, I'll vote. I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Oh, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the amendment.
Okay, speak on the amendment. It's yours.
Yeah, I'm very happy to ask our staff for information on regional district services. The city's curbside collection program is not a regional district service. I think if the city has concerns and there needs to be some information on how much waste is dropped off by the city, I think that is a city service that the municipality can dig into and provide to the regional district. Because out in the electoral areas, there's folks that use, green waste collection. And if we pass this motion and ask our staff to be, finding out what's going on with the municipal service, I'm going to get residents going, well, hey, what is this going to cost our cost as, we're getting a bin collection out in the electoral area. How does this affect our collection? And I think we have to be very careful at the regional district level about the siloing of services, where we do solid waste management. We don't do the municipality's curbside collection. So when we make these decisions of regional solid waste management, we need to look at the whole area. So if we are going to pass this motion of asking what's the city's curbside volumes, then I think we should also reach out and ask green waste what their volumes are. And we should ask Tla'amin Nation what their volumes are, because I think those are the three major collection folks in the area. I might be wrong. That's very likely. But I think that asking our staff to figure out the city volumes is, I'm going to have a challenge with my residents when they say, well, why am I paying for staff to study the city's volume, to see whether or not an initiative or a motion where we're saying, hey, let's get the folks that are producing the waste to, cough up their fair share. Yeah, so I'm actually not in favor of the amendment. Though I do like the intent of it, I do have an issue with how it works with regional district structure.
Okay, so we have the amendment before us. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? I'm going to call the question. Oh, Director Dout.
Yeah. So I have a feeling we're going around in ever increasing circles here. My original motion to refer was to bring this back to the next Finance Committee meeting with more information on the impact of an increase in tipping fees on the city and the city taxpayers and each of the electoral area taxpayer base. It's not complicated. It doesn't ask for anybody to go and re-engineer the Area C or Area B or the Lasqueti Island trash collection process. It simply asks for a number on how much they pay. It doesn't talk about re-engineering the city's program. It's a simple question to the city that staff could ask. How much do you spend on tipping fees in a typical year? Maybe for the last 3 years. And we would have some facts to go by. Then we would be able to figure out where to go next. So I don't think we have to re-engineer all of the services. All we have to do is ask some simple questions, put them on a table, and we can actually talk about the issue.
Thank you. So is there any other debate on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hands. All those opposed to the amendment? One opposed, Director Brander, it carries. Okay, or two. Who else was opposed?
I thought there were two opposed, but maybe I missed.
I saw one. And then now we're on the main motion, which is the combined request for information. So is there any debate on the amended motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of the amended motion and all those opposed? None opposed, carried unanimously. Okay, we're on to item 14, which is related. So I would suggest that maybe this gets postponed or referred to it's about the minimum tipping fee. So is there any questions or motions related to this one? Okay, I don't see anything. So we'll just step over and go to number 15, which is the annual trash bash, the 11,000 that was brought up a moment ago. Does anyone have a question or a motion they'd like to make related to the trash bash? Seems to be supported. Okay, invasive species, number 16. Does anyone want to ask a question, Director Isaacson?
Yeah, one question. I think if I remember correctly, when I was looking at the actuals spent this year, it was in the range of a few $100s. And so I'm wondering why, and so therefore is this needed this year if so little was spent last year?
Right. So I don't know if who that question's for is Mr. Devereaux. Is that in his wheelhouse? I think so. Is he on the call?
Yes, Chair.
Devereaux? Yes, you are. Okay. Can you maybe answer that? Whether we need the 16,000?
16,000 in its current form is maximum value we did. We found some efficiencies in the collection last year. So we've managed to get a really good deal at Sunshine Disposal and their bin rental and their collection. We tied it in with the organic collection, same days, same area, that kind of thing. So with those synergies, we reduced the budget. So their costs actually came down. So 16,000 for the month of May drop off is probably a maximum value there for sure. Any other expansion of that service though would require some more money.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or debate on this item? Invasive species are really important to deal with. Okay, so I'm going to note that. Oh, Director Isaacson, yes.
I don't think my question was answered. The actual for 2023 was only $360, and so like were that many efficiencies found, or is that number incorrect?
Mr. Devereaux?
That doesn't sound quite right. I'd have to do some investigations there to find out where all the costs went, because there would be bin rentals, trucking fees, and staff labor from the contractor. So that doesn't sound quite right.
Thank you.
Right, that's what's in our. Okay, thank you, Mr. Devereaux. So do we want to take any steps on this? And noting that it's 3:14, I'm going to say we should go on our recess until 3:30. We're going to stick to our standing orders. So
you said it.
I said it. I need to start moving. We reconvene at 3:30.
Nobody made any. Nobody made any motions.
There's no motions of the 6.
Oh, yeah.
actually not a point of order. Yeah. Website? Well, there's two websites. One of them says it's the official website, but it isn't. And we're trying to get it shut down, but every time we contact them, it's like, oh, we're ready to get it done.
We're good to go?
We're
Okay.
back in session.
Thank you, corporate officer. So we are back after a break, and I will just, I thought we'd finished item 16, but I'll give one more opportunity. So item 16 on our list of options to reduce the budget is the invasive species roundup. So I'll give one more chance for anyone who wants to move that if they so choose. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm saying that it doesn't cost 16 grand, but at the same time, invasive species, as I'm sure Chair Fall is understanding of his role in invasive species committee, is these things, if they're not dealt with, can become very expensive very quickly. So I'm actually hesitant to pull the invasive species roundup from the solid waste management budget. And hopefully, I think it's end of May is when it's done. If we hear that it only costs $2,000, then maybe we can adjust the budget at that time. But because it's all part of solid waste management, so.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on this item before we move on? Or motion? Seeing none. Okay, item 17 is the option to remove 15,000 from the wood smoke from the wood smoke reduction budget from waste management. Does anyone want to talk? Okay, Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just maybe for folks who are watching about the comment about cost savings are net of the grant, maybe just a quick explanation of so we understand what we're talking about here.
Is that Mr. Cohenhoven?
Thank you, through the chair. So the regional district has been working with the Ministry of Environment and BC Lung Foundation. We received about a $14,000 grant each year to help with these wood smoke reduction rebates. We also contribute. The regional district puts in about $14,000 as well. So there is $14,000 of this program that is funded by a grant, and the remainder of the program is funded through the waste management taxation.
Thank you. So is anyone, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm wondering, because this has been a program that we've been doing for quite some time. And I know a number of folks have, switched over to, heat pumps or natural gas or things like that to, reduce the amount of particulates going in the air. But after so many years, I'm kind of wondering, like, how many are left? What is the current impact? Because sometimes I hear someone's going like, oh, I want to get one of the, like a wood stove that's got kind of like the special burning or something, and that then therefore applies. And it goes, well, in order for you to transition from your old stove to your new stove, you got to have an old stove to kind of drop off. So they'll, go to a scrap yard and find something and go like, yeah, here's my stove, and drop it off. And it's like, I'm just wondering, is the juice worth the squeeze anymore on this program? Is it actually meeting the desire of our board? And is it becoming something that's, I don't know.
So that's a rhetorical question. I'd prefer people have questions for staff, ask, and if you want to move the removal, move it, and we'll just see the appetite. So a rhetorical question can be put to the board, and the board can ask. So.
Well, we usually get a staff report in the past when we do it, and I'm just kind of wondering.
I believe we had a staff report, but I'll pass. I think Mr. Cohenhoven can explain was that what we just had a month ago, maybe.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. There was a recent report. I believe it is on the board agenda for tomorrow as well. It has the statistics of the 2023 program, and we are seeing sort of an average uptake, about 20 appliance exchanges per year that do qualify. So I guess to answer the question about the trend, we are still seeing interest, and as the rebates rise, we think that it will lower some of those financial barriers and keep that interest alive. The stoves do have to meet the eligibility criteria. So yes, you need an old stove, and the program is designed to ensure that those exchanges are happening properly.
Thank you. Director Doubt.
I'm content to leave this here. It's a, it's an environmental initiative that's hopefully going to clean the air up in the area and the regional area. And I'm happy that we only have to pay approximately 50% of the cost, and there is a benefit to it. So I'm quite happy to leave it here, as the report that we've recently seen suggests.
Thank you. I concur. Is there any appetite to make a motion here? Seeing none, we can move on because we still got a number of items. So 18 is the option to remove 6,000 from the Reduce Oceans Plastics program from the waste management budget. Any questions or motions? Okay. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, if we eliminate this, would there still be an opportunity for us to collect the plastic that's coming out of the ocean? Because one of the concerns I've always had with the ocean plastics program is the ocean is federal jurisdiction, and I really think the feds should be giving us the $6,000 to pay for this, or be paying the full amount, because it's their responsibility. Seen issues around fish farms and other aspects where these sources of plastic pollution are coming from. And it's not like this plastic is being generated locally as part of our regional solid waste management service. It's the garbage that's floating up on our shores. And really that is federal jurisdiction, because there's other regional districts that don't have an ocean front that we got to clean up. And it makes me concerned about other regional districts like Central Coast that have no municipality. They've got very little taxation.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to encourage the member speaking to make a motion or ask a question to encourage us to move along.
Thank you, sustained. So either, if we haven't got a motion on the table, then I'm going to be a little more strict now. Please either ask a question of staff to clarify what the impacts are, or make a motion, and speeches are not in order right now.
Okay, how much does the feds contribute to this program?
Okay, so that's Mr. Cohenhoven.
Thank you, through the chair. There's no federal contribution to this program. I do want to note that this is an agreement with the Ocean Legacy Foundation, and they do participate in a big portion of costs. Our contribution is a relatively small amount that's just meant to move some of those residential collections of materials from Powell River to the processing facility. These plastics, they're not eligible in our other recycling streams. So this is garbage otherwise, if this program is not operating.
Thank you.
Then I would like to forward or refer this item to the next finance committee, because I see that it can relate to potential tipping fees. And I would like to know the relative volumes of plastic that is showing up. Because
first, before you speak to it, Director Gisborne, your motion is to refer it. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seeing none, we don't have a motion. Okay, is there a motion to make Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'll move that we exit.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? None. Okay, so we're moving on. We're keeping it. Number 19 is the, I think that's the next one we're at. Yeah, is the Parks Acquisition Reserve, $183,000.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a seconder for that? Director Lennox, is there discussion on this item? Director Gisborne.
Yep. If we're serious about acquiring a park, we can use the Municipal Finance Authority, we borrow the money and purchase whatever park we choose. The parkland acquisition is nice in theory. However, I know this year is a little odd. The property values have gone down a bit, but usually the price of land goes up faster than the interest rates that we receive on the money that we have sitting in the bank. And I think one of the concerns that I have is, as this parkland acquisition reserve gets bigger and bigger and bigger, different electoral areas might start thinking, well, that money is for our electoral area. And another director goes, well, no, I think it's for something on, say, Texada or Lasqueti. And really, I think the best way to deal with parkland acquisition is we as a board take a look at land that's available and we bite the bullet and we buy the land. And then that way the community can start receiving an immediate benefit from any parkland that we wish to purchase. But as it is right now, I don't see us considering any parkland to buy. We're just taxing money and putting it in a bank account.
Director Dowd.
Yeah, thanks. And I've proposed this before and I'm in favor of it now. It's one of the areas that has least immediate impact on any of the people in the area. We have a fund that's been growing for a few years now. Hopefully we can continue to have that grow in the future, but right now it's a significant tax impact and I'm in favor of suspending it for this year.
Thank you, Director McCormick, and then Director Brander.
I think Director Brander was ahead of me, but.
Oh, okay, Director Brander, then Director McCormick.
Okay, thanks. This has come before us on a number of occasions and the concept has always failed. I see parkland as being a very important thing. It's one of the few things that we can do to pass down to future generations. Even at the LGLA this past week, Frank Leonard spoke, and one of the things he said is investing in parkland is always a good thing. 20 years down the road, you're never going to remember the money you put into it, but you're always going to appreciate the parks. Now, having the money set aside there, we can get, should the opportunity arise, we can get other organizations to join in on us if we've got the money. I think it would be just the wrong message to send on an item that is very popular amongst the public. So I would hate to see it pulled from this budget.
Thank you. Director McCormick.
Thank you. And I would concur, you know, we're so caught up in the budget process and having to balance the budget. Every year we're required to do that. And it's a good thing. I mean, I'm glad we don't carry deficits and things like that. But we're so caught up in the here and now, we don't have a chance to think much about the future. And I believe, as Director Brander said, this is our gift to the future. Part of what we do is balance the budget for today, but part of what we do has to ensure that we're going to have a livable community in the future. And if we start borrowing money to buy land for parks, there's interest charges and all kinds of other costs associated with that. I think what we're doing now is incrementally building up a park acquisition fund. And I think that's the right way to go. I believe that the public strongly supports this and that it should not be axed as part of our budget cuts.
Thank you. Director Isaacson.
Yeah, I concur with Directors McCormick and Brander. Reserve funds are the easiest to cut in difficult times, and they're the things that I try to defend the hardest because the savings for this year results in cost for the future, whether that's 3 years down the road or 20 years down the road. And so parkland is one of the major reasons that people can thrive in this region, that people move to this region, that people recreate, spend time together, gain mental health. And although I don't think that those that want to eliminate it this year don't agree with all of that, they're looking for savings in this year, which I absolutely appreciate, but there are costs associated with that to future taxpayers, and I don't support this motion.
Thank you. Director Lennox.
Thank you, Chair. One question, where are we at with this fund currently?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just have to take 1 minute here, please. And
sorry for the impromptu, but just trying to figure out where we are now. We're at 0. It's a little bit different for me than if we're, plus.
So through the chair, we have $740,000 in that fund at the end of the
Thank you for that. Thanks for making you dig there. I'm, you know, I love parks. I think we're blessed with some really cool parks and some stuff you don't see elsewhere, and totally support the acquisition of parks. You know, thinking long term. also thinking long-term of our taxpayers. So again, everything seems to be about balance, which is smart. And I think we have a lever here that can, you know, it's not 10 cents. You know, it's $12.71. Is that a lot of money? Well, every $12.71 adds up. And this isn't to say that we're not going to target parks and we're not going to save for parks going into the future. But this year, for me, I'm willing to remove this so that we can take action on things that our constituents want, and we still have a fund there that will build. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add my comment, which is we already voted on a motion just like this in December, and it was defeated to remove it from the budget, and we voted to keep it in. So we're voting on this again, and I'm in favor of keeping it in, concur with the previous comments made. So Director Gisborne?
Yeah, absolutely. Parkland is about the future generations of our community. And it makes me sad about how many people I grew up with, and young people in this community that have moved out of town because they can't afford to live here anymore for whatever reason it is. So I'm absolutely in favor of Parkland, but what we've got before us is not about buying a park. It's not about acquiring Parkland. It's about taking money from the taxpayers and leaving it in a bank account. We have purchased Parkland in the past. Haywire Bay is a great example, incredible park. We have the money at our disposal through the Municipal Finance Authority, and where we can identify a park and we can buy it. I'm not in favor of taxing the residents to have it sitting in a bank account when we still haven't taken the strong political will to actually start buying Parkland. It's about 12 something, but when I look at it through the cost to the community, $183,000 works out to over $9 a person. That's every man, woman, and child in the entire community. For some, that's not a lot. For others, it's a little bit more on the camel's back. And I look forward to the day when we get to look at a piece of land that we can buy for this community, but that's not what we're doing today. We're talking about whether or not we charge the taxpayers to put money in a bank account.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other debate? We've all spoken on this, so I think I will call the question. All those in favor of removing this item from the 3 in favor, and all those opposed? 4 opposed. It does not carry. That's Director Brander, Isaacson, McCormick, and Paul. Okay, moving on. Item number 20, and the next few are about Haywire and Shelter Point parks, so hopefully we can address them efficiently. Number 20 is to remove the 3,873 regarding the Shelter Point concession. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm confused. I seem to recall us having conversations around Shelter Point concession and the fairly high cost it was to have that concession operating, you know, into the, what is it, getting close to $100,000. I'm off of memory right now, so please correct me. But now I'm seeing, you know, $3,873. And if that's the cost to have the Shelter Point concession stand for the year, it seems like pennies. And it contrasts in my brain as to what I remember and what's in front of me right now. So maybe I can get some help.
Ms. Greenan has her hand. She will help you. Thank you. Ms. Greenan?
Thank you through the chair. Those are just the direct costs. So that's what it costs us in direct maintenance, repair costs every year. But there's also all of the indirect costs that don't get allocated to that, directly to that account. So there are costs for staff time to maintain the building that don't get allocated straight to there. And there are costs to replace the equipment and amortization on the equipment that is already there. So we were just reporting on the direct costs. We haven't calculated all the indirect costs. So the indirect costs are much greater.
Okay. So then I guess my follow-up question would be, if we were to make the decision to cut the Shelter Point concession, what is the dollar value estimate that we're looking at here, or is that too preliminary?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Well, cutting it would save us the $38.73 if we just cut it for the 1 year. If we were to, the other question, the other conversation we had was actually taking that concession and revamping it into something else. And so that's a different question, because now you're not going to be replacing that equipment as it becomes old, and you will also be able to sell off the equipment that you have. So that's a different conversation. This is just considering, you know, if you want to close it this 1 year.
Thank you, Director McCormick.
Thank you. We just did a survey a couple of months ago and asked the public what they thought of the Shelter Point concession. And there was 660 some odd responses, many of which were from the city of Powell River or from elsewhere on the mainland. And the results were 91% in favor of keeping the concession open. That is a really loud statement from the public. They have said very clearly that they support this, whether they live on Texada or they live in Lund. People come and they use the concession in that park. 91% support is not something that I can justify turning my back on. You know, that was a pretty loud statement from the public. And I think if we're going to, I guess, value the principles that we have in our strategic plan, such as engaging with the public and listening to the public and so on, then I think we would be going clearly against that by turning our back on the results of that survey. This board already considered the results of the survey and passed a motion asking for staff to bring back a motion, or rather recommendations to keep the concession open. That is the position that the board has taken. I think it's a good position, and I do not believe it's in anyone's best interest to go back on that position and turn our back on public opinion. So I do not support this recommendation going forward.
Okay, thank you. And it's not a recommendation; it's an option, and no one's moved it yet. So I take it you're not going to move it. Is there any appetite for other questions, or does someone want to move that, or do we move on? Looks like we'll move on. Thank you. Item number 21, which is related to Shelter Point Haywire Bay camping fees. So increase, an option to increase the camping fees. So does anyone have a question for staff or move the motion? If you're in favor of keeping the camping fees where they are, you don't need to say it because that's the default if we don't do anything. Director Isaacson.
Can I be reminded what the current fees are and what the proposed increase might be?
Mr. Devereaux, I believe that's for you.
Yeah, so in the high season it's $25 a night per camping unit.
Does that help? Does anyone have another question or want to move camping fee changes? Director McCormick?
When was the last time that camping fee was changed? Has it been 25 for a number of years, or did we just increase it last year? Or
Mr. Devereaux?
Yes, through the chair. The fees, the last increase we had, I think would have been around 2019. So just before COVID.
Mm-hmm. Director McCormick?
Yeah, so what would, there's no dollar amount in here that says what we would increase it by. Is there a staff given thought to what might be an appropriate increase? If that was
Ms. Greenan.
Thank you, Chair. Staff hasn't investigated that. Generally, when there wasn't time between when we were asked to produce these cost savings and now, because generally what we do when we look at camping fees, you always want to look at what your neighbors are charging, and we need to do some surveys. So there's quite a bit of work that goes into recommending what the right rate is. And that work hasn't been done. So no, we don't have we haven't considered a rate.
Thank you.
Yeah, Director Doak.
Yeah, to move things along, I'm going to make the motion for number 21 that the committee recommend to the board that the board direct staff to increase the Shelter Point and Haywire Bay camping fees and per unit charges in an effort to increase the revenues of the 2024 Shelter Point and Haywire Bay budget. And there is a note that this would require further analysis. So I expect that means before we actually do that, we would get a report from staff on comparative prices and when the last increase was made, which I hear is 2019. I think it's responsible to look at that now, and in favor of doing that. Hope somebody seconds it.
Okay, Director Isaacson, you're seconding it? Yep. So is there any discussion on this? We don't know what the impact would be, so presumably it would come back and we would see what that is and can revise if we so feel like it. So is there any discussion on that, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, could we, what's the timeline for getting this information back from staff? Could we get some preliminary information for our next finance committee meeting? Would that require a motion beyond what's before us?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. No, it would not be possible before the next finance committee meeting. I would recommend that we put some funding in the budget for a potential increase, and then staff take some time to prepare to do the surveys and prepare the analysis.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm fine with this motion as it is. I presume that those potential increases to the budget would come forward at our next finance committee meeting. And I'm kind of on the fence about increasing Haywire Bay's rates. And one of the reasons for it is in this community, there's a lot of folks that they don't have a lot of money to go traveling to Disneyland or Florida or things like that. So they go traveling locally. And I'm not sure who's aware of the history of Haywire Bay, but our community used to have a lot of problems with people camping up around the water intake for the city, you know, with their sunscreen and stuff going into the water intake. So there became an initiative to have Haywire Bay as a cost-effective way for residents that don't have a lot of money to go camping in the summer. And so that it was an attraction to get people away from the city's water intake. So that's where I'm always kind of a little on the fence about, you know, do we increase Haywire Bay so that it, you know, can become a bit more, you know, cost neutral or help pay the fees of it. But also then at the same time, if we increase it too much, we might then start seeing residents camping out closer to the water intake. And while that's not a regional district issue for our friends and neighbors in the city of Powell River, I do think they appreciate not having folks swimming next to the water intake. So I look forward to seeing what comes from this staff report and the proposed increase. And I think we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So I'm okay with the motion as it is.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor of this? Opposed? I'm actually opposed, but anyways.
You're allowed to say it.
But that's you know, with no effect. So it carries. The next item, number 22, is and number 23 are both similar, so we might maybe deal with both of those at the same time. They're related to closing Shelter Point Park off season and closing Haywire Park after Labor Day. Director McCormick.
There's no dollar figure associated with either 22 or 23, so I'm just wondering what kind of savings staff would anticipate if these were approved.
Mr. Devereaux, what kind of savings or what kind of costs are associated with keeping the parks open in the winter?
So right now we have contract, sorry, Chair, through the chair. We have right now we have contract for a caretaker at Shelter Point, and that contract is set to expire on March 31st. So with that, we negotiated a new contract. If we closed say Shelter Point for 6 months, then that would represent around off the top of my head around $40,000. So it's their contract is it's because it's they get paid a lot more in the high season than they do through the winter. It's kind of spread out. So I don't have that contract in front of me, but I think it's around a value of about $120,000 a year, of which about 70% of that is between May and like late May to October type thing.
Okay, thank you, Director McCormick. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you. And there's some benefits of not doing of not closing it in the off season. The main one being the park is very busy in September and October. All the people who wait till the kids go back to school before they go out camping. And so the park is really quite busy with a lot of seniors in the fall. It also gets busy once the seniors have gone back for hunting season. And hunting season goes through till January. And so there's a lot of hunters who stay at the park. Some do camp out in the bush, that's true, but a lot of them do camp in the park. And, you know, that's basically money that is free money as far as I'm concerned, because the concession would be closed and services would be closed, but the park would still be open. And so I don't see any benefit to closing it, to be honest.
Okay, Director Gisborne, we don't have a motion to do that as of yet, but Director Gisborne?
Oh, I wasn't originally planning on speaking,
Oh,
but
I thought I saw your hand. If you don't want to speak, you don't have to.
well, I would, yeah, because one of the things about, you know, a lot of the other items, 1 through 21, have some potential cost savings, like per average home, and 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all question marks. And since we're going to be having another finance committee, I would like, you know, these items that they're essentially question marks to, you know, say, send it back to staff, go, hey, can you give us a little bit more information on these? Because it's like, okay, do we close Shelter Point Park and, you know, save $1 from the whole service and inconvenience a bunch of people? Or are we talking about big money being saved? And this is where I just would like a little more information to help me with my ignorance.
Mrs. Greenan?
If we do an estimate of $40,000, then that is $2.78 savings. But because we're already partway through the year, it would only be half of that. So you're looking at about, you know, potentially about $1.39 per average household.
Okay, yeah, because that's where on the list on page 65 of 66, it has potential 2024 savings and then a chart of projected annual savings. So, you know, there's some things where you look at it and it says, you know, this year's savings 15,000, another year annual saving is 30,000. So whatever decision that we do make on these budget items, it has a limited ability and a limited impact for this year's budget, but then it could have a long-term impact for future year's budget. And that's where I would like to kind of know a bit more information, because, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of saying, okay, we're going to shut down the park early this year and then open it next year full term around. It's kind of like, okay, are we taking a long-term approach or are we just being reactive with what's right in front of us? So that's where I kind of want to know a bit more information on some of these items.
Okay, so we've had 2 speeches that were not questions. We're actually ideally ask questions and make a motion. And if you're in favor of taking these, closing the parks and getting more information, then a motion would be in order. Otherwise, if we don't do anything, the parks stay open. So anyone else have?
Fine, I'll make a motion that these items come back at the next finance committee meeting with the rest of the information in the chart.
Okay, so these items, you mean items 22 and 23? Is that what you mean by these items? Okay, so there's a motion made. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seeing none, the motion does not stand. So do we have any other actions or questions on these items? Seeing none, I guess we'll leave our parks open, which I think seems good. Number 24 is also, as Director Gisborne pointed out, doesn't have a number, but it's the next 2 are actually about renegotiating. So they seem to be even more uncertain in terms of dollars. But it's about, number 24 is directing staff to renegotiate the contribution to the animal shelter. Is there any questions or appetite on this one? Director Lennox?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just for details with question marks, they're renegotiating with whom? Is it a yearly term? Like, there's no detail here. It is very hard to make a decision on whether to pull it or not, or to take action when there's, you know, don't know much. And one of the questions I had was 25 heritage conservation. I don't really know what we do there, and I don't think a lot of people do.
Okay, so we're on that. We'll get to that one in a moment. First, let Ms. Greenan answer the animal shelter renegotiation and maybe renegotiation in general. Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. So we negotiated a contract with the SPCA for the animal shelter on up at the top of Duncan Street. And so we pay them a contribution towards operating that shelter. And so the agreement is that every year our contribution goes up by the BC cost of living increase. And so it's a contract that goes in perpetuity until it's canceled.
Thank you. To help Director Lennox, when was that last negotiated?
Oh,
do we know? Or
forever ago.
And maybe just for those listening, how much have we been contributing?
Right. Well, that should be in our budget.
Yeah, I know.
But we find it here somewhere.
So I'm just trying to find the contract.
Thanks.
Sorry for the on-the-spot question.
You could probably find it faster than me.
That contract was negotiated in 2012. And the budget, the contribution right now is
Director Lennox, if you look at page 98 of 166,
Thank you.
while we wait for Ms. Greenan, she'll come up with the number for us.
Thank you.
Heritage is the next one after that.
$95,640.
Yeah, that's what we paid last year. So $95,640 is what the budget says.
Oh, for the animal. Okay, yeah. So
sorry, Ms. Green.
So the
yeah,
animal,
we'll try to do one at a time. Yes, for the animal shelter. We're
yeah,
looking
the budget is 97,811 in 2024.
Right. Yeah. Does that help, Director Lennox?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Greenan. And we'll maybe have another question on the heritage for a moment, but let's just try to dispense with animal shelter. Do we like the animal shelter? Do we want to try to renegotiate something that we negotiated 10 years ago? Director Gisborne?
Yeah, what is the cost benefit to the regional district? Because memory is, we used to support SPCA through grant and aid, and this was kind of like a way of doing a multi-year funding agreement in perpetuity. So I'm just curious. I know they do great work, but I'm just, service delivery. Do they align with our bylaws? Do we send dangerous dogs to them? Like, how does that work?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. In the agreement, so basically what they do is they operate the shelter in a safe and sanitary condition in accordance with SPCA policies and procedures. They accept and board all abandoned and abused dogs and cats brought to the shelter for temporary accommodation. And then they provide adequate shelter, food, water, exercise, veterinary care for all animals while they're at the shelter. And they hire at least 2 employees. There's a full-time facility manager and then 2 part-time animal care attendants. So basically we contribute towards the costs of that service. And it's through an agreement rather than an annual grants and aid.
Quick follow-up question. My understanding is that this is a electoral area service, or is this a region-wide service?
Ms. Greenan?
This is a regional service. Gonna double check.
Ah, yes.
It's a regional service.
Sorry, I got confused with the heritage. So yeah, the regional service, awesome. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I have one small question, which since you already found the contract, Ms. Greenan, does it have a term to the contract? Like when would it normally come up naturally for renegotiation, or is it just open-ended?
It's just open. It's open-ended. We decide to renegotiate or cancel it.
Okay. So there we understand more about what that is, which is I think helpful for us. Do we want to keep doing that, or do we want to try to renegotiate a lower amount? And seeing no appetite for that, we will continue to support them, which is I think good. The number 25 is the Heritage Conservation Service, and Director Lennox asked a question, so maybe I'll give it the floor to him, and he can ask his question again, so we can.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And not to take up too much time, just a quick kind of review. What does Heritage Conservation do for us and our taxpayers?
Ms. Green?
Page 100. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So the Heritage Conservation, that is operation of the museum of Willingdon Street and the Armory, and the Forestry Museum. So they take care of all of the archives, all of the historical documents, and then operate that facility. It's run by a society.
Thanks. That was my follow-up. Who do we negotiate with?
Thank you. So Director Gisborne?
Yeah, what was their requisition amount this year for the service?
We have
Ms. Greenan?
200 and something?
244.5.
244.5. Ms. Greenan can confirm that.
We haven't actually received their budget yet for this year, but last year it was $243,000. So we would expect it to be in that range.
Yeah. I'm actually going to move this motion, and if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it, to why.
Okay, it's been moved as a seconder.
Okay, I'm going to second it.
Okay, Director Lennox.
Yeah,
Director Gisborne.
Yeah, the historical, importance of our community, I think, is very valuable. Museum is absolutely incredible. Love the services they do. What I do find concerning, though, is we created the sub-regional heritage service, to provide like consistent funding to their organization. And if you take a look at a previous motion or previous report on our agenda, way up in, where is it? 5.2, which talked about the financial assistance policy options, and it talked about the history of various organizations that we gave grants to. You'll notice that there's the Power River Historical Museum that we had been giving funding to from general grant and aid, which was from the whole region. And it was started at 35,000, 37, 38, 39, 51. And now we have a sub-regional service that is last year, $244,000 from just the electoral areas alone. And I'm sure there's other things that have been amalgamated into it, but to go from, $50,000, under $100,000 from the whole region to now a significant chunk from the electoral areas has me concerned.
I think the CAO can clarify what happened with that increase, I believe.
Okay, let's
so I think I might, just to help before you carry on, I think we get some clarity on why it went.
Through the chair, this sub-regional service is funded by electoral areas A, B, and C. D is out because they have their own heritage and museum. E is out for other obvious reasons. And the city is also a partner in this service. The other thing is that when the service was created, and I'm going by memory now, there used to be two grant pots, one from the QRD and one from the city. And when the city agreed to join in the sub-regional service, that then brought their pot over here into ours. So that's why you see the discrepancy, because those old historic numbers don't reference what the city was giving from their end independently of what the RD was. So it's a sub-regional service, including ABC and the city.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for the apology, Director Gisborne, you can carry on.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And thank you to our CAO for that historical context in relation to the historical service. But I still do have concerns because as I've been hearing, their budgets, they're getting professional staff to help out. And, just because you're a society or a nonprofit doesn't mean you know, you're not allowed to have staff and have, you know, to go down that route. And just makes me wonder, you know, do societies transition from volunteers more towards staff because there's a declining in volunteering in the community? And the motion before us is not to cut them off. The motion before us is to renegotiate and to try and say like, hey, we do want to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck here in relation to service. And, you know, if this motion passes, you know, our staff might come back with a list of options, and one might be, okay, we don't change the service contribution agreement, or maybe it goes down to a reduction, or maybe what comes back is maybe we contribute more for better service delivery. But the motion before us is, let's ask staff to go and renegotiate, because I am getting concerned, because it's $240,000 from areas A, B, and C. That's only 3 of the electoral. Oh, and the city.
And
yeah,
the city,
thank you.
yeah.
So that means it's not too bad now, because the city is a big taxpayer. So that's the motion before us, is just kind of saying, hey, let's direct staff to renegotiate. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of hung on this one.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Anyone else want to speak on the motion? There is a motion moved and seconded to pass item 25 to ask staff to renegotiate. Director Doubt.
I just want to point out that, you know, your Director Gisborne paraphrasing the motion, but the last sentence is to the Heritage Conservation Service to reduce the 2024 Heritage Conservation budget. It's quite specific on a reduction, not a possible increase. That's why I'm going to be opposed to it, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments on this one? Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of asking staff to renegotiate the service that with the Heritage Conservation to reduce the 2024 budget? Okay, all those in favor of that? All those opposed? I'm opposed unanimously. Against, I don't think I need to list everyone, I hope.
Fair enough.
Okay, very good. So item 26 is the Green Shores training. Is there any appetite or questions related to this item? $5,000 budget from planning. Director Lennox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Probably to staff, Ms. Rodden, I know you're most familiar with this, and I participated in level 1. I guess my question really is, do we think we can provide, you know, we learned a lot of good material. There is material available. I think you know where I'm going with this. Do we need to continue to spend money on training either our staff or ourselves? Or do you think that we can take this on ourselves? Because I think I could at least facilitate people down the right path.
Ms. Rudden?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, I don't think staff could facilitate the level of training that's being delivered through this program. This is, you know, UVic certified training, and it's the Stewardship Center for BC and UVic that partner on delivering that training. And every year it's held in a different electoral area. It's been very well received every time. Yes, staff have done the training. However, the advantage of running this certified training is it's residents and people that work in the construction industry, people that, you know, are building. It's raising awareness of best practices for working in coastal areas.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I see you continue to see demand as well from all of those groups for the next training session.
Ms. Rodden?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
You see a future demand.
Oh, through the Chair. Yes, we have yet to deliver the training in electoral area C or electoral area E, and this year we were intending to have it hosted in electoral area C.
Great, thank you.
Director Isaacson?
Yeah, question. Would this option to reduce mean it wasn't delivered altogether, or just wouldn't be available, for example, for a staff and board of the regional district, but it would still be available to residents? So is it what level of cut would this result in?
Ms. Rudden?
Through the chair, the program just wouldn't happen in our region.
Thank you.
Thanks. So is there any other discussion on this item? Okay, actually, there hasn't been a motion. So is there anyone wishing to ask questions or make a motion? And I don't see any active hands, so.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Motion not seconded, so we're gonna move on. Okay, item 27 is also another planning issue. It's the option to ask staff to remove $9,333 to extend the replacement of ortho photos from every 3 years to every 5 years. And before I ask the question, I'll ask the question to Ms. Okay, well, let me ask the question first for Ms. Ron, what the implications are of going from 3 to 5, and then I'll let the motion be moved. Ms. Rodden?
Yes, through the chair. For the last 10 plus years, we've been doing a 5-year replacement cycle on the ortho imagery or the aerial photos that the public can view in our online mapping and that staff can use internally for landscape analysis. And this year we introduced a change that we would update those every 3 years. And so that would provide an enhanced level of service. And so by reducing this amount from the budget, we would just stay with the 5-year replacement schedule.
Thank you for the clarification. So moved by Director Gisborne and seconded by Director Isaacson.
Oh,
are you seconding the motion?
No, I had a question.
I wanted to, okay, but I'll first, Director Gisborne tried to move this. So I'll let him move it and see if there's a seconder first. Is there a seconder? Director Lennox. Okay, Director Gisborne has the first opportunity to speak, and then I'll hand it over to Director Isaacson.
Yeah,
if he wants.
Trying to find ways to save money. I'd love to hear what Director Isaacson has to say.
Okay, Director Isaacson.
I don't have an opinion. I was looking for some more information. So you described that this would maintain level of services, Ms. Rodden, but I'm wondering, why would it be important to move to 3 years? What couldn't be done that keeping it at 5 years can't do for, isn't doing for us? Who benefits every 3 years if we shift to that?
Ms. Rodden?
Through the chair, staff benefit. Every time we receive a land use application and we do a landscape analysis, a context review to support processing that application, aerial photography is a key piece of data that we use. And what we find is with the 5-year replacement, it's so out of date that there's been all kinds of building activity or land clearing that we can't see from that aerial imagery anymore. So it would provide an enhanced level of service for us to be able to do our job and prepare reports for the board on impacts of different land use applications.
So in response to that, I guess I would share, probably don't support this motion given the influx of residents and just changes to buildings and clearing. I feel like we're seeing more activity than we have in the past. And so this makes sense for staff to be able to have this increased access to maps, updated photos, sorry.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? So this item is to reduce the time frame to update ortho photos from every 3 years to every 5 years and save $93.33 from the planning budget, which is paid for by areas A to D. Okay, I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor?
Chair.
Oh yeah. Oh, Director Gisborne, are you trying to?
Yeah, I'm not.
I wasn't sure if you were just stretching your wrists or something. Okay, Director Gisborne, yes.
Yeah, it is helpful to get the ortho photos 3 years rather than 5 years. With that being said, with the budget for the planning department, yes, after 5 years, a lot of things become out of date. But we got a bunch of OCPs that are older than 5 years old. As I understand, the province wants us to update OCPs to reflect 20 years of housing needs now. And I'm looking for what we can save money on in relation to the planning budget, because I would much rather see planning department budget increase so that we can get to work on the OCPs, not just Savory, but also Area B and Area C, because I see those as probably the most important tool in the toolbox for our residents. So I'm very happy to support this motion to reduce the budget for orthophotos to go to what is currently the standard, which is 5 years. You know, Google Earth has been pretty good with updating their maps, and they're getting more detailed. Yeah, Google Earth recently, I could see my pig from space. So I'm in favor of this motion. And I would actually even be in favor of an increase to the planning department budget for working on a variety of OCPs. Because if we aren't having growth, then we don't need it. But if we are having growth, then I think we got a lot of work to do. And that's also one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of regional growth strategies, which we don't have one. So I'm in favor of this motion.
Okay. Anyone else? Are we ready for the vote on this? Seeing no other hands. All those in favor of the reduction, please raise your hands. I'll be in favor as well. And all those opposed? Director Stout, Isaacson, and Director McCormick appears to be in favor. She didn't raise her hand. Carries. Okay, so on to number 28. And I know, I think I'll try to keep with our pattern of every hour and 45 minutes having a 15-minute break. So at 4:45 thereabouts, I will call another recess for 15 minutes so we can collect our thoughts. So number 28, item 28 is the option to reduce the transit routes within the BC Transit for to save some unspecified amount in the 2024 rural paratransit budget. Is there any discussion, questions, appetite for this one? Seeing not a lot, I think we like our rural paratransit. Number 29, as I mentioned at the beginning, we'll pop down to the bottom and deal with that. So we're actually into number 30, which is feeling like there's a bit of light at the end of the tunnel here. So the next three relate to Texada recreation. So number 30 is if there's appetite to remove 10,000 from the budget for tennis court resurfacing from the 2024 Texada recreation budget, which is paid for entirely by Texada residents. And if no motion is made, Director McCormick?
I'm not making a motion.
Okay, the default is support. So if we don't say anything, it just means we support leaving it as it is. And so seeing nothing, I will go on to the next one. It's option to save $22,000 in the budget for Emily Lake Trail resurfacing. Is there any hands going up on this one? I don't see any, so we like to keep that one in, which is probably popular. And the third one is to option to save $20,000 for building assessments. Remove that item, and I don't see Director McCormick in particular jumping up at that one. So we'll call those left in the budget and move on to the airport. So another Texada one, item 33 is the option to increase revenues. So this isn't about reducing costs, but increase revenues by approximately $4,000 by increasing lease and parking fees at the airport. Seeing nothing, I will just leave it there. It sounds like we can hear in our silence, we can hear Director McCormick saying, yes, leave it alone. The next two actually are for about Savory Island. And we heard at the beginning that we actually have to do something because the budget.
34 is Mosquito.
Should I jump over one?
Jump over yourself now.
I jumped over myself. Okay, so 34 LIVFD, and my lips are mum. Does anyone want to say anything about the fire LIVFD budget? I said a lot during, and we did some movements around, and so I'm not going to say anything on this. I like it the way it is. Okay, yes, thanks for that. Number 35 and 36 are about Savory Island, and Director Lennox.
Yeah, I think I'd like to hear from Ms. Greenan on. I think we have to do one of these to get back in line with our requisition. I believe.
I believe we need a bit both, maybe. But Ms. Greenan, please explain.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, yes, we need to move actually both of these motions in order to bring Savory Island's requisition into its requisition limit.
All right.
So Ms. Green. So moved. Well, actually, I have a question before. Well, just to clarify that a bit. At the beginning, I understood and I wrote down something like $40,000 that we need to make up for, and these two add up to less than that. So, could I just ask, how do we, will this be enough? These two that are on the before us here.
Thank you,
Ms. Greenan.
So these add up to $37,412, and the 40,088 is based on the 2024 completed roll values. So it depends what happens with the revised roll values. If the revised roll values change, then we might be okay, but we might just be a little bit, we might end up a little bit over the requisition limit. And so what we would do is we would just, that would be the budget, but then we would have to figure out some other cuts during the year to keep it within that requisition limit.
Okay, thank you. So it's like, this is, it doesn't even quite bridge the gap, but it's, you know, gets most of the way. So Director Lennox, you wanted to move
Yes.
one, if I understood. And is there a seconder for that? Director Gisborne, is there any discussion on this? Director Isaacson and then Director Dowd. Director Isaacson?
Just clarity, did you move 35 and 36 or just one of them?
If I'm able to.
You can move both. I believe that would be in order. We'll put an and in between them. So 25,000, reduce the budget by $25,000 and to move 12,400 from the reserves. Is that what that is? To bring, yeah. Surplus, from the surplus, to use that from the surplus. Okay, so that's the motion. That would make up 37,412. So any discussion on that? As the Director Dowd had his hand.
Well, my question was the same as Councilor or Director Isaacson's. I wanted clarity because there was a lot of back and forth, and the clarity is that the motion is to do both, and for a total of $37,412.
Yeah, thank you for that. We could have done it either way, but it makes as much sense to do both. Is there any further discussion on this to help bring Savory Island Volunteer Fire Department below the line? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. It carries unanimously. That's good. The next three are about north. Next three are about north side, or next four? No, next three. Okay, so we'll deal with them. So the 37 is 13,144 to reduce budget levels. Is there any appetite for that? Particularly looking at Director Lennox, Director Lennox, and then Director Dowd.
We've got a question.
Yeah.
Still doing that.
We are, yes.
Is it the comment in number 37 is that this change of removing $13,144 will result in a reduction in service levels? I'd like a description of what that reduction is.
Mr. Toms can probably provide that.
Yeah, if I can, through the chair, similar to when this topic came up last committee meeting, service levels in the sense of some maintenance trimmings, some other tightenings, deferring some of the training that was reasonably ambitious into 2025. So not changing the overall fire department service level of, you know, interior fire attack to anything less. So really probably nothing that the public would see at the service level end.
Thank you. Is there any other motion? Director Lennox?
Yeah, I was going to move this to be removed from the budget.
To be removed. Okay, so there's a motion made by Director Lennox to move this item. Does someone want to second that? Director McCormick? Okay, is any Director Lennox?
Yeah, obviously, you know, our fire departments are our biggest asset and they're one of our biggest costs. And, you know, many folks that I've talked to that are calling and contacting me particularly is identifying the fire department. We're also having some increased pressures here with the loss of revenue from Flaman, who've taken over their territory and are providing service to the area. So, you know, I wouldn't want to see this year over year, but I'm looking for any opportunities. As you can see, the average increase this year is, I think it's did I write it down? It's over $300 for sure increase for Area A. So I'm willing to do this in the effort to bring that cost down a bit. Pressure on our citizens.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will then call the question on item 37. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed, carried unanimously. So number 38 is the option to direct staff to move 33,000 from the surplus in Northside Volunteer Fire Department to the budget. Director Lennox?
I'm going to move this as well.
Okay, Director Gisborne, second. Is there any discussion on this? Director Lennox.
Yeah, I'm not going to belabor the point. And, you know, as we've learned, asset management is incredibly important, and I actually value our efforts at that. But I do think, again, as far as the impact to my folks, it's significant, and I'm willing to move the surplus in an effort to kind of smooth things out until next year. We'll have another look.
Thank you. And that's similar to the motion that we considered and adopted regarding LIVFD to try to use surplus to help reduce the tax requisition. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried unanimously. So number 39, also north side, is the option to reduce the budget by reducing the contribution to reserves by 47,000. Director Lennox.
Before I make a motion, a question for staff, again, to the asset management point, and you alliterated even a little more, widens that gap. Maybe Mr. Schwab can, you know, where are we with the gap? What does that mean to us? And by, you know, I have a proposal after your answer, depending on your answer, I suppose.
So is that for Mr. Schwab or Mr. Toms?
Well, whomever.
Oh, whoever. Mr. Schwab, I see both your mics are off. I don't know who's most appropriate to answer. If you rephrase your question.
Through the chair, perhaps I'll let Mr. Toms start it and I could fill in.
Okay, very good. Mr. Toms?
Yeah, if I could, through the chair, I think we recognize the unanticipated loss of the revenue from the lease lands and the nation rightly taking on its own fire protection. And this is an extraordinary event. We can recommend this based on the significant reserve contributions that the board has been putting into these services over the last 3 years. That's enabled us to build new fire halls, to purchase an engine just recently that will be coming in the next year and a half. And the department's in a good place. I made this recommendation working with our financial services manager based on the assumption that we would reinsert this reserve contribution back to its normalcy next year, if possible. But we will have to revisit that in the coming year. But I appreciate your comments earlier. The capital reserve contributions that the board has done over the last 3 years is what's allowed us to really build this department to the place that it needs to be. And I wouldn't want to see us always go to that.
Thank you, Mr. Toms. Mr. Schwab?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I think, you know, to echo Mr. Tom's statements, with Northside, it has enabled purchase of new equipment and other things that, you know, we were fortunate to have set money aside for. This is not something I would normally recommend. I think Northside has been in a good position, and other fire departments, I think, are not that fortunate. I think it was, you know, one of the early ones that we were sort of on top of and were able to put money away for quickly. But again, you know, I don't think we're at the same place with some of the other services. So you know, we are recommending in this case, but not as a common practice.
Thank you for that. And I just, sorry, Director McCoy, I just wanted to express my appreciation for that, you know, honest assessment. I know as professionals, you would not recommend something like this unless it was a sort of a one-off. And, you know, my intuition tells me the same thing with Northside. There's been a lot of hard work by staff and the board to put that department in a very good position as far as assets, and we do have to manage them long-term. So I'm willing to support this being removed from the budget for this year with the significant impact that it makes for Area A residents if you add up the numbers. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw Director McCormick.
Yeah, thank you. Just a cautionary thought though, because the loss of services to Tla'amin Nation is an ongoing thing. That's not something that's a 1 year, it's a permanent loss of service. And this is a 1 year reduction in you know, the contribution to reserves. So there's still going to be that ongoing shortfall. So there's certainly pressure on, you know, the fire department and staff to work at kind of resolving that difference so that we're not faced with a continual, you know, not being able to contribute to reserves. In order to keep the budget balanced, we've got to at some point contribute to reserves. So it's just a thought to kind of square that equation so that things will balance out in the future with this ongoing loss of income.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will, CAO.
We clarify who seconded that motion.
Director Gisborne. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so about to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. It carries. So we actually made it through all 39 items except for the two that got deferred, which is good. So unless anyone objects, I would like to introduce my proposal for the grants and aid. And if we may need to take a break partway through, we'll see how the discussion goes. And then we'll get, we still need to deal with item 40 and 41, which is, and any other motions that we might want to entertain. So we're not quite through yet. I've provided the corporate officer with some wording, and so basically I'll read it out. So this is related to the budget for the general grants and aid and the redistribution of social planning grants, and as well as the level of social planning grants. So the motion has two parts. The first relates to social planning grants, that the committee recommend the board redistribute 86,000 of the grant budget from social planning service to each of the EA grants and aid services proportionally based on the assessed values, the completed roll values, and that's the language Ms. Greenan suggested, and that the board set the 2024 general grant and aid budget to $96,000, which is the amount from last year. So if someone would second that, or if anyone's interested in seconding that, I will explain it.
Sure.
Director Brander, thank you. Let me, oops, I can't quite see my notes here. Let's bring that up here. Okay, so the rationale here is that, we've had a lot of discussion about these three items, and we need to actually address the amounts and the redistribution. So essentially the rationale is that this motion, if adopted, would result in no tax increase to the city. It would be the same level as last year for the grant contribution to regional district grants. It would maintain our financial assistance support at the same level as last year as well for all grant sources. So last year we spent the full $96,000 from general grants, and $85,900, as we saw in the email from Ms. Greenan yesterday, that we spent $85,900 from social planning by that information. So that would this would allow us to continue to fund groups at the same level. It's essentially a no drop, but it additionally accounts for the fact that if by moving the social planning grants to the local grants and aid, it accounts for the inability to transfer the 2023 surplus. We spent $86,000, we budgeted $115,000. If the social planning grants had remained, that difference would have been surplus that would have been used to offset tax requisitions. So this accounts for that effectively by reducing the amount of the budget, and it provides a practical, simple solution for this year. The board in the future can adjust amounts within and between grants in future years based on the other changes in the policy and the 10-year summaries we'll be getting and so on. In essence, this simply dissolves the social planning grant function back to the electoral areas that were contributing, with no shifting to the city and accounting for the prior year surplus. It would leave our total grant funding, all sources combined, at about $328,000, or $329 maybe, I think. I got my numbers right. 96,000 in general grants and 232 from local grants that were set up proportionally. So that's the proposal, and I will open it up for other discussion if anyone has any comments. Director Isaacson?
Just one question of clarification. So you had moved two of the motions that we were going to potentially look at in the list of 39. And so, for example, the search and rescue item isn't really addressed in this here, and I don't think that's your intention. I just want to make sure that that's not your intention to include. Yeah,
so the search and rescue item is a bit of I wouldn't quite say a red herring. It's a bit of a funny thing, because what happened, and this is for board members who weren't here a few years ago on the board, we used to have a budget of around $30,000, and Powell River Search and Rescue came to us 2 years ago and said, could you support us to replace our jackets? And so we said yes, and we put a special item in there of $66,000. So our budget that year went up to $96,000 in the general grants and aid. But then the next year, last year, 2023, we left it at 96,000 without any discussion. And I think it was a bit of inadvertent. We just never discussed why does it stay that level when really in principle it could have gone back down. That said, we fully used it. So last year we fully used it. We have a demand for that funding. So in a sense, this, what I guess in relation to those two items, it's basically saying don't take item 6, leave that $66,000 in general grant and aid so we can collectively fund projects and groups that we'd like to fund. And then for 29, it's basically saying don't reduce those local grants and aid, just leave them where they are. The only reduction is to account for the surplus in social planning grant funding that we never used. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I'm kind of jumping around in my agenda. I'm looking at financial assistance policy options, and it has electoral areas, grants, funding by participant, economic development funding by participant, area B for funding by participant for social planning. And I'm kind of looking at the numbers, but they go to 2022. And it looks like 16,000 for area B, electoral area grant and aid. And then we got a $21,000 contribution in 2022 to social planning for those grants. And I'm just wondering, what would area B's electoral area grant and aid be if this motion passes?
Ms. Greenan, is that possible to calculate on the fly?
Yeah. You're muted.
Ms. Greenan, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Through the chair, it will just take me a few minutes. So yeah, basically you're looking at allocating this $86,000 to the 5 electoral areas.
Yeah, because, and I'll speak while Ms. Greenan does the calculations. I like the intention of this motion, which is to allocate the social planning service towards the electoral area grants and aid. And what that means is what we spent last year and what we spent this year, there would be no difference. It's essentially, whether it comes out of someone's pocket and goes through the electoral area grant and aid channel or comes out of those taxpayers' pockets and goes through social planning, it's the same amount of money. So that's why I like the motion in front of us. At the same time, we as a board and electoral area directors need to think about how much we want to put in those different pools of money. Last year, we had a big, discussion and kind of issues around funding that was coming out of social planning. I think LIFT was one of those. And there was concern that, well, it's providing a community benefit for the whole region. There's not enough money in general grant and aid, so let's take it from social planning. So that's where I'm actually glad the direction that we're going in, because it makes it very clear when we pass a motion of who's paying and who's benefiting rather than, the name of the service. So I like that amount, but at the same time, I'm also want us to be cognizant of the size of the pots of money that we will be left over with. So when we look at general grants and aids, for example, after we get through all these motions, we still could have motions to say, well, let's adjust general grants and aid, or let's adjust individual electoral area grants and aids for a variety of reasons. So this is mainly just a reallocation of social planning, but I don't think it really handcuffs us in putting forward motions about adjusting our individual electoral area grants and aid, if that understanding is correct.
Yeah, no handcuffs. Okay, is there any other discussion on this item? And I'll just note that this is the social planning redistribution piece is option 2, and I should have mentioned it at the beginning. It's effectively option 2 in Ms. Greenan's report, in our agenda on page. Well, it doesn't matter which page. Option 2, Director Doubt.
Yeah. So I see this as a practical alternative to the other more complicated discussions we've had about social planning service and grant allocation in general. I was concerned that our original discussion, it was going to be transferring costs from electoral areas to the city, and I don't see that as happening here. So, you know, I'm in favor of this motion as far as it goes. I want to make sure I understand that this has actually got nothing to do with item number 6 on our agenda, that's a separate issue to be discussed later. And of course, you know, to Director Gisborne's point, the whole question about the grant money is how much do we want to give away and how much are we going to collect from which taxpayers? But I think this is a pretty good place to kind of change the logic of how the grant applications are separated.
Okay, very good. Is there any other discussion? Oh, I see a hand.
Yeah, Chair.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking. Sorry, Ms. Green. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to just respond to the question. So you were asking how much that would increase electoral area B's grant and aid?
Yeah, like what would the new grant and aid amount be for this year?
Yeah, so right now, so that would increase it by $13,199. And right now that grant and aid is at.
I just want to know how much money I can throw at projects.
Chair, point of order, perhaps we could get this information sent to us.
Yes, okay. Unless Ms. Green,
all of the areas.
that would be useful because we're going to have another finance committee meeting anyway, so maybe this comes back. A corporate officer.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be clear that this would be setting the 2024 general grant and aid budget at $96,000. So it does dispense with item number 6, because then you'd want to amend this. If you adopted this, then you would want to amend it to remove that. So that this would dispense with that. That's my understanding.
Thank you, corporate officer. And item 29 as well, which was about the local grant and aid budget levels. Whereas if we're setting these, I guess you could amend those, the areas the portions that are not related to social planning separately. Okay, did Ms. Green, did I see your hand come up there?
Oh, thank you, Chair. No, I was just going to respond with the amount. So for example, in area B that would bring that grant and aid budget to $32,199. But I could provide, that list will be provided at the next finance committee meeting.
Okay, so thank you. That's very good. So is there any other discussion on this item before us? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none opposed, it carries unanimously. Thank you. And I think 4:52, I think maybe we should have a 15-minute break and reconvene about 5:10 for our last stretch.
Chair, can I just ask a quick question then?
Oh.
What happens to number 6? Is that disappear off the list?
So, well, because item 6 was about reducing the grant and aid budget, right?
Item 6 is about the grant to search and rescue.
Well, no. Well, it's like I said, it's a bit of a red herring. Like, forget search and rescue. That's the reason it went. The reason our grant and aid budget went up. Our general grant and aid went from 30,000 to 96 2 years ago was because of Powell River Search and Rescue. We funded them in 2022.
Yeah, so
in
we're
2020
not funding them anymore.
In 2023, our budget remained at 96,000. It had nothing to do with Powell River Search and Rescue, other than the fact that we just chose to not change it on purpose or inadvertently. And then now, I guess that item 6 is sort of saying, well, that was sort of in there. Why don't we, an option to take it out? And the motion that we just passed is to keep it the same.
We haven't had any such requests from.
Yeah. Director Doubt, we're actually not even in meeting, so this is, we should.
I have an issue with suggesting that we pass a motion that says one thing and then agreeing later that it means that since we've passed that, it influences another item that was on the agenda. And we will know that, and we will all remember it when we're 64. But the public won't see this on our agenda. They won't know that decision about search and rescue has been made because there's nothing written in the minutes that says it has. So
Fair enough. So
just
so
want to caution on saying after we've had a vote that, oh, well, that was included.
I don't remember yesterday.
yeah, no, you're right, Director Doubt. So maybe what I'll do, we're on break right now, is I'm gonna bring, now that we've passed
Yeah.
ones,
Okay, we're on break.
yeah, I'm gonna bring back those two before the assembly and see if they want to do anything.
Everybody out here because I'm.
Oh, it's good to stretch.
Go stretch. Use your time wisely, and we'll be back in a moment.
Well, in that case, I would donate one of my hot tubs. No, one of them heats the greenhouse. And it's connected to my wood boiler.
Whether 6 was included in the last one.
Yeah.
Cold, but you didn't have oxygen before, so it was like.
Well, I think we're getting close to the end. I'd love to get oxygen.
Challenging stuff.
He eats a banana. That'd be like me.
Sorry, challenging
I
stuff
have a
to drink it
treadmill.
down.
I brought a treadmill.
I've got them on here.
What a great idea.
I know sometimes. I just said challenging.
Handy sometimes, you know, you find a snack in.
It's handy. That's why our line goes off like every 2 hours.
Oh,
Dogs.
Danielle? Oh, not, you don't have to go fast.
I turned it off for me.
Reminds me of that mental health session we had.
You have it under the
Get
desk.
up and move.
I have it at my desk, yeah, and then I just flip it over.
We're back.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to get back on. Hopefully we'll get through this big financial plan item. We got a couple more pieces and one more option. So because I punted the items 6 and 29, I want to go back to them, and because there's been a request for some comments or opportunity. So on item 6, in their agenda, the option was to ask staff to remove $66,000 from the general grants and aid. And before I open it to the floor, I want to ask the corporate officer for comments on what that would mean in terms of process in relation to the preceding motion that we just adopted. Ms. Jones?
Thank you, through the chair. So the committee did just adopt a motion that set the 2024 general grant and aid budget to $96,000. So item 6, I think, is contemplating the removal of $66,000. And I think if you were going to do that, you might want to do a motion to reconsider the previous motion, or yeah, or we could talk about process, but maybe it's just a conversation to gain some understanding of what.
Okay, so now I'll open up to the board for questions before and any motions. Director Doak.
Well, a long time to remember back to before we had our break, but I believe we set the general grant in aid number at 89,000.
You can share it.
96.
Corporate officer, 96,000.
So my question is, does that include $66,000 for search and rescue, or does it not include 66,000?
So the search and rescue, I tried to give an explanation, not very clearly, so I see Ms. Green and I'll let her explain why that's mentioned. Ms. Green?
Thank you, Chair. The why it's mentioned was we used to have the grants and aid general was always set at $30,000. And then as Chair Fall explained, that one year the search and rescue group came and they asked for support to buy jackets. And so the board agreed to give them a grant of 66,000. So in that year, the grants and aid general was set at 96,000. And it didn't go down the next year. It just stayed at 96,000. So the question here was, do you want to now reduce it from 96,000 to 36,000? However, the board has been using that funding, the 96,000. Last year they used the 96,000 for different grants, not for search and rescue.
That answer your question, Director Doak? Yeah, I see Director Isaacson.
It goes part way. I'm trying to determine, on page 34 of 166, if this motion passes the way it is the general grants in aid allocation for the city going to be for 2024 89,000, 96,000, or 49,700?
So the general grants and aid that we just passed, and I'll let Ms. Greenan add to this, was 96 in the last motion. And that's what it was in the draft 2 of the draft 3. That's what it is in the current draft of the financial plan. It's the same as last year. We did not support the search and rescue last year. We supported them in 2022. So this is just an increase because of our support for them in 2022 that we left in the general grants and aid. So the general grants and aid budget as it is right now is at 96,000. Based on the previous motion, we just adopted a recommendation to set it at 96, which is exactly the same as last year. And search and rescue is not in there. We didn't support them last year, and unless they apply, they won't, it won't have anything to do with our budget going forward. And if they do, we'll decide. Ms. Greenan, maybe you had some more.
Thank you. I think Director Dow, sorry, were you looking at page 34, did you say?
Page 34 of 166.
Okay.
So yeah, annual requisition comparison. And the place we started at today had the 2023 amount for grants and aid general being 50,885, and the 2024 amount being 49,774.
So
Ms. Greenan?
So that would remain the same, Director Dow, because it sorry, through the chair. That would remain the same. So 49,774 would be the city's contribution toward the 96,000.
Thank you.
That won't change.
So same as last year, or a little bit less even. Ms. Director Isaacson.
Yeah, just to help this solidify in me, the red herring you mentioned is that line which represented a one-time grant. So we're not talking about a grant to search and rescue anymore.
Right.
That's where it came from, but search and rescue is not on the table. We made a motion to set it at 96. If we were to adopt this motion, it would be like reconsidering our previous motion. So this motion's kind of moot. So like, I'm solid. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so is there any other discussion on item 6 that we would like? Seeing none, let's go to item 29, which is a little bit different because I really it isn't exactly what we just passed. This, of course, our local grants and aid, this motion here is talking about reductions to the local EA grants and aid. They can be done independently from each other, except now they're a little codependent because of our movement of social planning. If we want to support social planning, the organizations we supported through social planning and economic development, well, there's some connections here. But that said, the services themselves can be set at whatever we want them to be. These numbers do not include the amounts for the social planning because that wasn't on the agenda. So the option here, and really the general discussion item, is do we want to touch or reduce our local area ADE grant and aid budgets? Director Gisborne, is that one hand or two?
Thank you, Chair. This is actually one of the reasons why earlier I had asked, if the previous motion, several motions ago, had passed, what would be Area B's grant and aid for electoral area, like just as is? Because when we sit and consider what are the size of pools of money that we have looked at general grant and aid, decided 96,000. When it comes to the electoral areas, I want to try and hammer those issues out. I want to know what they are for Area B. I want to know what they'll be up for Area A and Area C and Area D and Area E. The way this motion before us is kind of worded is it's talking about, like reducing funding and adjusting by certain amounts. And I think that can kind of get us into a rabbit hole where, myself, I would like to wrap my head around it and then just put forward a number that says, Area B's grant and aid will be $30,000 or something like that. So that's kind of where my mind would get to. But we have heard from staff about, we will get that information about what our electoral area grant and aid will be based on, the previous motions that were passed. So finalizing what the electoral area grant and aids will be, I think would be best handled at our next finance committee meeting, because we've already kicked a few items over there. And then that way our staff can get the information to us of what the electoral area grant and aid is based on the motions that we've already passed today. And then we can have a good consideration of, what what the final number can be. That's kind of my thoughts on it, because otherwise we're going to be asking for numbers from our staff and they're going to keep typing away because we just passed a bunch of motions that affect those figures. So
Director McCormick.
Thank you. I guess in order to consider how much should be in the area grant and aid budgets, I have to think of what will be the demands. Like if there's no more social planning service, does that mean that all of the social planning requests would then be funded out of the area grant and aid? So in order to know how much should be in there, I sort of would like to know what it's going to be expected to fund that it didn't have to fund before. You see what I do? Did that
Yeah,
make
well, perhaps Director McCormick, maybe I'll if I can ask Ms. Green, and will the information, ideally the information that comes to our next meeting would include, for example, for area D, where did that number come from? Is it the social planning piece of it that we just passed? Is it the economic development piece of it? Or is it that we also adopted a couple of meetings ago? Or is it the amount that was the base amount from previous years? So understanding that would help us know what we're actually, how to assess what we might do when grants and aid come in and how much is available for the pieces. Does that get at what you're asking, Director McCormick?
Well, no, I'm actually thinking more into the future because we're discontinuing social planning grants. Therefore, requests that would come in that would typically be social planning, do those now go to area grant and aid, and does the area grant and aid then have to allow funding for those things?
Yes, the answer is yes.
CAO nodding, yeah.
CAO, you may, yeah.
Through the chair, if I'm not mistaken, that is what motions today and past motions reflect. What is not going to be paid out of the social planning grants, those monies typically paid out of there have been redistributed evenly based on assessment into your electoral area grants, which is no different than how you contributed to the service in the first place.
Why did you do it by assessment rather than population?
Because you have to do it by assessment, that's the law.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So in essence, we won't have topic-based grants and aid pots. We'll have these two options. We'll either fund groups from general, which would be the EAs plus the city, which makes sense in certain circumstances, or we'll fund them from one or more local areas. Now that will become difficult, and that's where this information that we already recommended to get will help us. But I don't think it'll become necessarily easy, but we'll talk about how we do that. And then, the multi-year grants, the multi-year agreements will help with that. We might have a big debate when we set them up, but that'll help take some of those out of that fray. And then we say, when it's an area from Texada asking for something, it might be easy, and there might be some that are difficult, and some that are obviously everybody, and some that are not so obvious. So it's not going to be simple, but it never has been. I mean, this doesn't take away that debate, which we've always had. Nothing can solve that because we're politicians, and nor can we can't fetter that. So I don't know what we want to do with this. If either we move on or we consider a motion to refer this or postpone it to Finance Committee. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I'd like to refer this to the next Finance Committee meeting. I got a seconder. I'll be very brief as to why.
Okay, Director Lennox.
Yeah, we made a bunch of changes based on social planning and funding amounts. I'd asked the Chief Financial Officer for, what is Area B's new amount? I got a number, but I'm sure all the other electoral area directors want to know. And then I kind of want to think about, okay, how does this work in terms of overall taxation? And I want to kind of digest these numbers a little more. So I'm very happy to postpone this to the next Finance Committee meeting where we can get a bit more information, digest it with a good amount of lead time, and really dig into it. So.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the idea to the motion to postpone this?
Refer
to refer it to the next Finance Committee meeting.
If that is the correct motion, to our corporate officer.
Corporate officer, is that?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So are we ready for the question, everyone? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of referring? Opposed? None opposed. It carries. Okay, so now we've gotten through our 39 plus items, which is great. Now I'll open up the floor. If there's any other motions anyone would make before we consider the final ones, which is to actually, kind of close this. Is there any other motions anyone? Director Gisborne?
Yeah, the social planning service. The only thing that's really left, I think, is what the $29,000 or $28,000 towards salary for administration of various projects that fit within the social context. And I'm wondering if I should be putting forward a motion that those costs be reallocated to either electoral area administration, which would make no difference in relation to taxation, or if they should also be broken up towards, say, the planning service, because sometimes we're getting something done and it impacts, housing needs, but Lasqueti doesn't pay into our planning service. So it's kind of like, I don't see the need to have the administration going through social planning.
Corporate officer, Ms. Wiener, maybe you can help us with understanding what's left of the social planning service.
That is correct, that there is just the, the potential wage for social planner. But the other thing with the social planning service is we have agreed that we will accept the MRDT funding, and the MRDT funding has to go through a social planning service. We can't accept that money and then we wouldn't have a service to do anything with that money if we didn't have a social planning service. So
I guess my follow-up question is, how do regional districts that don't have a social planning service deal with the MRDT?
Ms. Wiener, the CAO.
Through the chair, I really don't care how they deal with it, because that's how they want to interpret the LGA. How we interpret the LGA and get it done is what we concern ourselves with. And what we have is a standalone service that you guys control how much funding goes in there. The MRDT is an in and out. If you want zero money in there, zero money's in there, no effect on the taxation of the residents.
I'd just like to add to that our item on the table, the general item, is the financial plan draft 3, not whether we review or do anything to the social planning service. We've decided on amounts. If we want to increase or decrease amounts, that's fine. But the motions that come forward here should be about the financial plan.
And that's what I'm referring to about reducing the amount of the social planning service in relation to administration, changing the amount in our financial plan, Chair.
Okay, do you have a motion for that?
Yes, I would like to reduce the amount for administration in the social planning service, and that it be transferred to electoral area administration.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Director Lennox. A discussion on this item? Director Gisborne?
It's if we transfer the administration and staff cost from social planning to electoral area administration, there should be no cost essentially to the taxpayers because it's the same pool of money. I'm still wrapping my head around what is the benefits to the social planning service. I'm finding out other regional districts have all different ways to make these things happen. And I myself have not felt very satisfied with how the social planning service is kind of being worked out. It's not the fault of any staff. It's kind of the nature of the beast of what we have before us. I know I was at the board 5 years ago when we signed on to the social planning service, and maybe it's the decline in the relationship between the municipality and the electoral areas of the regional district and the potential for shared staff position. But I'm also trying to figure out, are there other ways that we can still deliver good services without having to have additional services, if that makes sense? Because the more services we have, more administration and the more challenges that we have between which pool of money does it go into? And when I took a look at the social planning service establishment bylaw, it kind of allows the regional district to do anything and everything. And that has me concerning, for example, of how our grant and aid was being used through the social planning service to essentially increase electoral area B and other electoral area grant and aid. So this motion before us is essentially saying, yep, the priorities are still there of what the social planning service has been doing, but it will be going into administration because it is a salary, is what is currently in there, is for staff salary. And I think that's appropriate for electoral area administration. And maybe there is something that actually should be moved over to the planning service, so Lasqueti doesn't have to pay, but that would then mean my residents have to pay more, so.
Thank you. Are there any other, Director Brander? And then
Thanks,
Director
Chair.
Doubt.
From what I understand, the money is being kept there because there's certain things that, even though there is no social planner at the present time, that our staff has to pick up and do. And no decisions have been made, as far as I know, at the municipality, whether a social planner is going to happen. So I think, at least for the time being, it's wise to keep some money in there just in case. And we're not talking a huge sum of money, so I have no problem keeping it where it is.
Thank you, Director Doubt.
Yeah, so, I guess, I could have maybe raised a point of order. What I want to discuss is we're getting in, it's been a long day already. Started at 11:15, it's 5:28. We're not at the end of our agenda. The items that we've spent time thinking about. If we're just going to get into a free range discussion about anything we can think of, we might want to change about the regional district's business, we're going to be here for a really, really long time. I think, what Director Gisborne's trying to get at, we know that staff is going to be coming back with a report on the grants in aid, how those will affect the city and each of the individual electoral areas. Will be getting a dollar amount at the next meeting. We'll be able to have discussions outside of the financial discussions about what happens to social planning. And I'd like to leave those discussions to when that comes. We've got a couple of more motions we have to do on the financial plan, and then some more things on the agenda. And I'd like to also take the time between meetings so that anybody who has more ideas about what they'd like to change before we get into the final draft have time to put their thoughts together and write them down so we all can spend some time thinking about what we're going to do rather than have things come up and try to respond to them in a couple of minutes after what's already been a long day of thinking, which I've been trying to do, and I think everybody else is working really hard at it.
Is there any other comment on the, so we have a motion. It actually probably should have come as new business because this is on the fly, but it's okay. We have it on the motion. You've already I haven't spoken yet. Is there anyone else who wants to speak who has not yet spoken?
Can you please review what the motion is?
Corporate officer?
Have that the committee recommend to the board that the board reduce the amount for administration from cost from the social planning service and move the amount to the electoral area administration service, or electoral area administration service. Yeah.
So I'm gonna speak on this, and I'm gonna speak against it and say this is something that's just off the, coming out of the blue as far as I'm concerned. There may be some rationale for it, there may be some reason for it, but I don't see it. I don't have anything written. I don't know, the administration in there, what the implications are. We made a motion to keep money in the social planning service. I think there may be some merits to doing something with this service and thinking about it, but I think now is not the time to be, I'm not prepared to make a motion on something that I don't really understand what it means. I understand the intent is to move money around, but I don't really know what that means in terms of what the services are and how that impacts our plans. It wouldn't change our budget, which is where I think we need to be getting to. So those are some of my reasons that I will be not voting in favor of this. Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe it's my ignorance or confusion. It's been a long day. My understanding is when we discuss the financial plan, whichever draft it is, and we get the item before us, that is then the electoral or all directors' opportunity to make motions and suggestions about changes to the financial plan. Yes, it's been a long day. We dealt with 39 items that were recommended or suggested changes to the financial plan that were recommended by
Okay,
our
Director
staff.
Gisborne, please speak to the motion. The motion is actually to move the money as from social planning.
So the reason why this is coming before the assembly is because I find it appropriate that when the motion is to look at what's going on with our financial plan, that directors can then start making suggestions and motions to how to change that plan.
Director Gisborne, on the motion, which is to whether we adopt the merits of the motion or whether or not we should.
I'm rebuttaling you because you said that it wasn't
Director Gisborne,
I'm saying it is appropriate.
Director Gisborne, please come to order. You will not argue over the chair. The comments you're making about the process we're using, I've allowed the motion. So the motion is on the table. You do not need to argue against that. The motion is there. We're going to vote for it, hopefully very soon. And you have the floor, and I'll return it to you, but you can speak to the merits of the motion, whether or not we should, why we should, and whether we should reduce the amount as proposed in the motion.
Okay.
Carry on.
Now that I have the floor, the chair said why he didn't support this motion. I am responding in relation to process, rebuttaling the chair's reasoning for voting against it. I'm saying that it is appropriate because when we get into our financial plan, it is up to the board to put forward motions.
Director Gisborne, on the merits of the motion, please.
Yes.
Which is whether or not we should adopt this motion, not how we got here. We can go back. It's whether or not we should be supporting the motion as you put forward, which I've allowed. So please speak to those comments. Those comments germane to that.
Okay, well, have I changed your mind that it is okay for us to be putting forward?
Director Gisborne, you got one more chance.
I'm trying to convince you,
Director Gisborne, please stop. I'm going to rule those comments out of order. You off topic. You need to talk to the motion, and if you do not have comments related to the motion, to the merits of the motion, then I will call your speaking opportunity extinguished. So please, you have one more opportunity to speak to the motion.
Okay.
Carry on.
I have repeated myself multiple times that I am unhappy with how the social planning service is being operated at this point, and that's not a thing about staff. That's just from the political perspective. I don't feel comfortable with how we're going forward on this. We have the ability to make sure these initiatives are being done through our own staff, through electoral area administration. So I'm happy with that. If the city gets a social planner, the electoral areas, as I understand, can give a grant from electoral area grant and aid to the city to meet that need of their staff. Apparently other regional district electoral area directors can do that. So that's my interpretation. I'm looking at the social planning service as social planning is something that should permeate the entire organization. That's coming from someone who is adamantly supporting social procurement, but it affects all of our organization, not just social planning. So that's why I'm in favor of this motion, because I don't see the need to silo something, an initiative that really is for the whole organization.
Thank you. And I see the corporate officer has something to add here.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for some clarity, is the intent of this motion to address the previously adopted motion to set aside 29,000?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so are we clear, Director McCormick?
So is this then the balance of the money that would have gone to the social planner's salary that we're talking about?
Maybe we need to see what the motion is, because I'm not entirely clear.
Administration into.
And this is why, we're spending a lot of time talking about something we do not understand, but we can get the wording.
Okay.
The corporate officer's trying, and maybe we need to get wording up on the screen, and then hopefully we can bring debate to a close here.
I can't read that.
So that the committee recommend to the board that the board reduce the amount for administration from the social planning service and move the amount to electoral area administration. Is that the motion that was made and moved and seconded, Director Gisborne and Director Lennox?
I think so.
Okay.
One sec there. We want to make sure our corporate officer and CAO are
Okay, so is there any further debate on that motion? Okay, Director McCormick.
The question then, the money that we're talking about moving from social planning admin to electoral area admin, is that money that was already in the pot to pay the social planner's salary? Or where does that money come from?
Well, if it's talking about administration, the budget has $1,500 for administration, so that's what we're actually talking about right now. That's what the motion moves.
$1,500?
Yes, that's what we're talking about. $1,500. So do we have any other comments on the movement of $1,500 from CAO?
Higher than that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think I just need some clarity because about what we're addressing here. What is the intent of the motion? Like, what is the administration amount?
The administration amount was, I believe it was discussed last month, for the money that we've put aside for staff to make sure that the objectives that we wanted done in the organization were getting done. And the motion is to have it moved from social planning to electoral area administration. And I hope that makes sense.
Corporate officer?
Thank you. Okay, so then what you're trying to do is change something that has been previously adopted by the board. Is that the intent of the motion?
Maybe, I guess.
Yes, so we adopted. Yeah.
So motion is not in order if it goes against the motion that has already been decided. So we will need, we would need to provide notice. So a good thing to do if you're going to do that is to provide notice at the assembly in which it was adopted. And then, but without notice, it can still be addressed with 2/3 majority. So there is an ability to do that, but I don't know entirely if the motion we're currently considering is in order. Because you would want to amend something previously adopted.
Okay, yeah, because I guess my confusion came from, you know, the list of all these things that we discussed earlier, like parkland acquisition. That was something that we had voted on multiple times, and then it just came back before the assembly again. So I figured that it was all on the table. So forgive my ignorance. I guess some things are allowed and some things aren't, and I don't know the difference.
Okay, so if your intent, so I mean, when I'm looking at the social planning service, when you take the grants out, we're left with City of Powell River contribution, contingency, and administration. So the wording of the motion, as I would read it, you have to read the motion as the words are. Administration means administration, which is $1,500. That's what the motion says, and it doesn't relate to the 29,000. As soon as you go up to the City of Powell River contribution, then you're talking about the motion that we already adopted, and maybe it's out of order. So if we proceed with the motion, unless it's withdrawn, the motion as stated, I would say must mean administration of 1,500. Director Doubt.
I just have a point of order, Chair. I think as we talked about before, we have our parliamentarian here, our corporate officer. The corporate officer has said that in her opinion, the motion that was made by Director Gisborne is out of order.
Yeah, thank you.
I think
sustained.
We should probably respect that and go on to the next item.
Yeah, sustained. So do we have any other motions to make? The next item, if not, would be item 40 in the list, which is that the Finance Committee accept as draft 3 and as guiding principles the proposed 2024 to 2028 financial plan as presented to the February 6, 2024 Finance Committee meeting. Does anyone want to move that? Director Doubt, Director Brander, I should say, so seconder. I'll second it. Director Isaacson seconds it. So is there any discussion on that item? It's item 40 in our list. Seeing no discussion, I will move the question. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, none opposed, carried. And then number 41, which is that any direction provided by motion at this meeting be incorporated into the final 2024 to 2028 financial plan. And I'll ask, and that the 2024 financial plan be incorporated into a budget bylaw to be presented to the February 28th meeting. I'm going to ask the corporate officer if we should just step over that since we appear to be needing to have a finance committee meeting in March. Would that be the appropriate action here?
Thank you for the chair. I don't think you need to ask the corporate officer. You got the answer.
We got the answer. We know that. So I'm going to just ignore that, and we saved one. So congratulations. We got through that, and we've got. And well, thanks to staff for all their on-the-spot questions. I mean, it's pretty impressive to be able to take, on-the-fly questions and come up with numbers to help us through this. Okay, on to the next item, which is 9.4 Powell River Recreation Complex funding. And then there's a motion here which needs to be filled in. So Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. I'll fill in those X's with 313,255.
313,255. Is there a seconder for that? 313.
The end I'm a little bit confused about
For 2024.
For 2024, sorry.
So is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, Director McCormick. I do have a question for the corporate officer on the format of this. It ends with the words "to provide ... Are those?
I think that's outlined in the staff report, and if I understand it, it would be, we're looking at item number 3. So I think it would then provide 313,255 as the contribution amount in 2024 to the city of Powell River towards operation of the recreation complex.
Okay, thank you.
That is outlined on page 260
right.
For the report.
Okay, just so we're clear on that. So the motion gets filled in with the rest of that. Director Brander?
Well, I'll just speak to it. If we remember back 5 years, well, 6 years ago, I guess, probably when they did their referendum, no, 5 years ago, there was a lot of support for the recreation complex in electoral areas A, B, and C. And I believe that support still exists. Now, if we have this increase, which is the maximum that is allowed under the current rules, Area C will actually see the biggest increase of $32.03 for an average household. And the rec center is an asset appreciated by the residents of areas A, B, and C to a great extent. And at different points in a person's life, they use different services that are provided. And even though my kids don't use it a whole lot these days, one lives out of the country, but there are a lot of young families in our community that do utilize it. And I think it's a really important asset that we have in the community. I really see the value in supporting it. I have no problem supporting it. And I think it makes our community a better place to live. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Thank you. Are there any other comments to be made? Director Gisborne?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. At the November 14th, 2023 City of Powell River Committee of the Whole meeting, following motion was carried. This is in our agenda. Moved and seconded that council direct staff to request the QRD increase the 2024 contribution to be the maximum amount that does not require Inspector of Municipalities approval. Currently requesting a status quo approach with condemnation for 2024 while negotiating revised contribution levels beginning in 2025. I was at that meeting. I was sitting in the gallery. The discussion amongst council table was the rural areas aren't paying their fair share. We're not paying towards capital. That, there's a whole issue of relationship challenges between the city and the electoral areas. And that whole time I was kind of expecting that, maybe someone would say, oh, hey, what do you think about this, Mark? Because I'm sitting in the gallery. Didn't happen. After the meeting, some councillors asked, hey, when are you guys going to take over the complex, or how do you fund even more? I took a look at the city staff report. The figures being used, I felt were not accurate. They weren't respectful for the electoral areas. The figure being proposed in today's motion, I think, is just giving to the maximum. And it's not based on the figure that was agreed upon that caused the referendum to go forward. And that amount was based on the floor area ratio of the rec center. I know I talk about floor area ratio, but that's usually housing. So now I'm talking about rec complex. A population percentage factor also being allocated, and the municipality's operational budget for the rec center, not capital. After that November meeting, I put forward a motion at the December Finance Committee meeting. And that number was $233,000 for a 5-year agreement. That takes into account rate of inflation. That takes into account the cost of the service and the population figure changes that have come out in the latest census. That motion was not seconded. Now, what we have before us is the city of Powell River has asked their staff to ask our staff to then ask the board for a requisition increase. And it's at the 11th hour, and we're being told that, hey, if we don't do it, it'll set back the relations by 15 years. And I don't buy that. I see the city of Powell River as my friends and my neighbors, and hey, will you contribute to the pool? And my attitude is, if you want the money of my residents, I'll be happy to discuss it with you. The city of Powell River, come and ask me. Send a letter from the mayor. Council, come and ask me. We're not having our C3 meetings. The motion that the council passed was that the electoral areas pay the maximum amount, and Tla'amin Nation, they don't have any change. No, they still pay the same. So there is an issue with the intergovernmental relations between the city and the electoral areas. And the recreation complex is one of them. In the staff report, it says that for 42 years or more, the concept never entered either local government's mind. I'd just like to point out that as I understand it, back when the regional district and the city first looked at the construction of the recreation complex, the regional district of the day offered to the city, why don't we make it a regional service? City declined. And it's been an issue ever since. I want the relationship to get better between the city and the electoral areas of the regional district. And that starts by talking to each other face to face, having those tough conversations. I see what's going on over at the city with the current controversy of what, Jim Palm putting his foot in his mouth. And I think having these tough conversations with all parties, City of Powell River, electoral areas, and Tla'amin Nation, is how we move forward. So as it currently stands, I cannot support this motion because I cannot support giving funding from my electoral area towards the city when they can't even come and talk to me about it. I'm filling out the paperwork for a service review, and if we don't get some collaboration going on here, then that's how it's going to be. I'm really happy that we're planning to have another finance committee meeting in March, because our deadline for our budget is March 28th. I would support $233,000 in our budget, but giving the funding, in my opinion, would be conditional on the regional district electoral areas sitting down face to face with the City of Powell River leadership and having those tough conversations. But to just go to the max because the city has asked their staff to talk to our staff, I see that as a good way to increase administration costs on all sides. When really, I think the elected leaders can step up, do their jobs, have the tough conversations. And the rec complex is a tough conversations of elected officials. It was a conversation I heard growing up in my household as a child. And it's a conversation that carries on to this day. And I think the elected leaders need to put on their political hats. Because otherwise we're putting our staff into an awkward position where we're wanting them to kind of go, okay, what's the amount that will make your council happy? We all need to sit down as elected leaders and hash it out. So I'm actually not in favor of this motion. I would be comfortable with $233,000 because that's based on the figure that we came up with, based on that framework that is based on the studies that was done in 2016. And I think that's a good starting point. But we need to have those sit-down face-to-face conversations between the regional district and the City Council of Powell River, face-to-face. That's my stance.
Thank you, Director Gisborne. Is there any other directors wishing to speak on this motion? Seeing Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Appreciate this report actually, because really the report explains sort of the relevance to me about some of the history and where we're headed. I do think that just asking for the max doesn't really define, for me, the user, user base, the true operations costs. This is a pretty complicated topic that I think, the report actually spells it out quite well that, this needs to be a diligent, constructive conversation, et cetera, to get this right, because it's a huge ticket item and it is a value for our whole community. The points are valid, the surveys are in, people do value the complex. I'm prepared, to support option 2, if you will, the 210, 247. Why? Because it's something that people can kind of are used to. They can expect that. It's been a normal kind of business process with predictable CPI, although CPI hasn't been predictable every time, but predictable increases in CPI. And I think we need to work on this a bit more. We can get to a solution, but I think to just snap our fingers, ask for the max, does that actually represent the use of our folks? I'm not so sure. So I'm not prepared to support the motion that's in front of us, but I am prepared to support option 2. Thanks.
Yeah, Director Isaacson. And then Director
Just got a point of, I guess, parliamentary information. This vote right now, my understanding is that we all vote on it. When it comes to the board, would it just be A, B, and C voting on it? Okay, thank you. So to me, this is an intergovernmental relations issue, as Director Gisborne mentioned. I think it truly is, eventually up to areas A, B, and C to determine the value that they see from the rec complex and what they are willing to tax their residents to be able to honor the service that the city manages. I do feel that the work of this negotiation is in the stealth realm. There are complex levels of financial details that I, as a councillor, or I, as a municipal director, alternative municipal director, do not have at my hands. But having said that, I think that those negotiations and the likelihood for them to be able to pass do come from us being able to meet and be able to put things on the table in general, in principle, but then to rely on staff to hash out details and come back to each party with recommendations. So I want to honor Director Gisborne's, I think, intent, but also do really rely on staff to come forward with options and recommendations based on financial analyses and an overview of the history. And this is an example of a situation where we may be going back and forth between where the recommendations here and the votes at a final board meeting might differ. And I'm witnessing the challenges of regional district governance and process as an alternative director. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCormick.
Thank you. And I guess my thoughts are purely kind of while I'm sitting on the fence because Area D is not involved in this. I guess there are some principles that just are ringing alarm bells in my head. One is that the only number that we really understand where it came from is the number in option 3, the 313, which is the maximum, amount that could be contributed. But I don't know, sort of where the 210 comes from. What would happen if we funded the 178 versus the 210 versus the 313? What are the options that the rec center or that city council is considering for the rec center? If that, if it was a partial funding rather than the whole amount, I'd like a bit more information on how that money would be used to benefit the people. And I say that not being involved as a participant in the service, but I guess it's just a principle that there's some information that's missing in this equation. So I'd like to know why the 313 is justified, yeah, I just think that we need to know that before we make the decision. Those are my thoughts, Chair.
Okay, thank you, CAO, and then Director Dout.
Director
Oh.
Dout was ahead of me.
Director Dout, yeah, thank you.
Okay, my intention at the start of this debate was not to enter into the debate. I've been invited to, so I'm a city councilor. I was at the meeting where the city council approved this request. I voted in favor of it, so there's no secret or surprise behind that. I think the report that we have in front of us, I think it's important to realize that the words in that report are the words of the regional district staff reporting to you what their point of view is on what's happened. It's not all quotes from city council. It's regional district staff talking about regional district staff's idea. I like the suggestion that it's actually up to the people who are going to be paying the freight to make the decision. Area A, B, and C. It's extremely transparent what the city is asking for. The city is asking for the maximum allowable contribution allowed by the ministry without having to go to the ministry for permission to change the service. That's what that's for. And if you want to know what the city has been talking about as far as what the impacts on the city are going to be about its revenue, you can see the reports in the Peak if you'd like to read them, or you can go and look at the recent meeting we had where the city council went through at least 152. I think it was closer to 248, 40 issues about finances and where we might cut money, cut services, and do all those other things. And this request for more funding or more revenue from the regional district was part of that. I'm not going to predict what will happen if you decide to provide less revenue or whatever you decide, because I don't know what council is going to say. I think it's a decision for the people that are going to pay the freight to make a decision on what the recreation service that they get from the recreation center is worth what's being suggested for. So I'm going to leave it at that. I don't think actually Councillor Isaacson and myself are in a conflict of interest, but I would prefer not to try to convince anybody at this table of anything. If I need to convince everybody at this table of something different, I'll do that from my chair at City Council.
Thank you, Director Dout. And I'm going to speak, and then I'll open it for one more round. And I'm CAO.
Thank you, Chair. I want to emphasize to everybody that this is not the final, okay? You guys have given me license to be speaking to my counterparts at the city. During a busy week last week, because I was attending the Directors Forum, the LJ leadership with you folks, I took a noon flight out of Richmond or Vancouver and met with city staff at 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon. This is before you because time is of the essence on our part more than anything else. And as a representative of the QRD, I can't agree to their ask. In one meeting at 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon, and then summarizing all of that over the weekend to get it on a last minute report for this very important finance committee meeting, just in case we were able to pass everything and have everything ready for a bylaw by the end of February. Okay. Out of respect to you folks, the decision makers, is why this is in front of you. This is only, for reference, going to enable us to be a partner with the city for 1 year, at least, 2024. That removes all of the pressure of how, what the payment is going to be, what the contribution is going to be for this fiscal year. Then the rest of the work gets into the years beyond. That's what I want to end with. This is just one time. And that's what I want you to focus on, because once you've arrived at what this 2024 year is going to look like, I then have pretty good backing or solid understanding where you guys are coming from as a board, as the ABC participants, and then I can discuss the rest with my counterparts at the city, and then come back to you with a proposal that had gained consensus. If you read the report, there is the option in there that we've already discussed on Friday, that if we can't come to any type of an agreement, then we're going to go back to our respective camps, ask you folks to set up a 3-person negotiating advisory committee. The city will do the same. And then the 6 of you, probably with administration support, will sit in a room and duke it out. I don't expect that we have to get there. But what we do need to do is arrive at a number that is going to be palatable for 2024. And trust me, the principles of the binding recreation, sub-regional recreation service will be discussed at City Hall, so that that will be the starting point. So we're just looking for some direction for 2024 so we can put the wheels in motion to get beyond that and bring it back to you guys.
Thank you, CEO. And I'll have comments first. I haven't spoken yet, and then I'll open it up for a second round. As all of us, I have some opinions on this, different ones. Some of you may or may not agree, but I'm going to refrain from expressing my specific opinions. The ski residents do not contribute to this service and don't pay for any part of it. So I'm going to focus on what I'll call practical political reality of what we can do this meeting versus what will happen, at the board. And that's what I hear, which is positive. I hear, we have before us this situation with the contract and so on. We read the report. What I've heard around the table from the participants who are paying into the service is that all 3 want to fund some level. I didn't hear anyone saying I want to go to 0. So, because that's the first question. Do you fund anything? Well, it's just a matter of number. Right now, we have a motion on the agenda, a recommendation, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a number there, and all 3 agree on the number. And the reason why there's practical political considerations for this meeting is I would suggest that wrangling over the details of that number, going through a series of amendments and so on, won't be very practical, because I vote at this meeting, and so do the other directors who do not vote at the board meeting, and that will influence the outcome. And that's fine if you want to do that. It's just that at the end of the day, when it comes to the board meeting, then if any director who is a participant doesn't like that outcome that this committee agrees to, votes on in the majority, well, then it's going to be amended there. So I would suggest that the principle that we support some level is there, and it's good. And I would like to suggest that, the amount is something the 3 directors, need to really come together on. I'm not going to express an opinion other than to say that we need to pass something now that goes to the board. And if any director doesn't agree to it, it's probably going to be debated there as well. So just to caution to not, go round and round on amendments. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I saw this a committee of 3 from either party. And the way I read that would be, 3 folks from the regional district board and 3 folks from the municipal council. Is that an understanding?
That's you.
Through the chair, my expectation would be exactly what happened at the original one. Representative from A, B, C, and possibly myself goes and meets with somebody from the city, whatever 3 they choose, and their administration. And the administration side is as big and as small as you want it.
Okay. I'd like to thank the CEO for clarifying that, because I was actually sitting in the gallery when this whole item was being discussed many years ago. And one of the concerns I had when reading the staff report about just that, where the electoral area directors of A, B, and C had gone over to City Hall and kind of hashed out an agreement. And I had asked, well, hey, where's the record or the minutes of such a meeting? And one of the things that was, well, it wasn't really a meeting like this. Now we have the service, sub-regional recreation. If we go over and you got 3 members of council, well, only 2 members of council aren't directors on this board, right? Oh, no, 3. Sorry. 5. Well, because there's 4. 5, 6, 7.
We're getting into the details of that potential committee. Carry on, Director Gisborne.
And so myself, I would love to have these discussions between areas A, B, and C and the representatives of council. That's where I would like to start, because constantly going back and forth between our staff to try and come up with our positions, I think can become very expensive for staff. And that bothers me for cost-effective service delivery. When the referendum passed over 5 years ago, and I got onto the board at the same time, my hope and my kind of understanding of the general idea was, okay, we've passed this referendum, we're funding the complex, now let's keep up the good work. We're communicating, we're working on, you know, that means people working together. And then over the 5 years, we didn't talk about it. We didn't keep moving it forward. And as a result, now the agreement has expired. Now here we are at the 11th hour where our CIO is doing a hell of a job, but it's a lot of work in a very short window. Because when I got the staff report, I was going, well, where's the rest of it? Where's the, you know, the study that started this whole thing back in 2016? But it's like, how much work do we want our CIO to do? And my position at this point is it is getting so late in the day and so late in their budget period that, yeah, the relationship is falling apart. And I think the best way to get the relationship back on track is to sit down, elected leaders, look each other in the eye, make the request. And I will also thank Directors Doubt and Director Isaacson for participating and speaking their mind. And also to remind members of the public that when they're here, they're speaking on behalf of the whole municipality, not council. So when the council takes a position, I'm not going to turn to Director Doubt and say, you're speaking for council, because you're not. And I appreciate that we're all understanding how this relationship works. And that's why my position is either council meets with us or the council can send their representative, which is usually the mayor, and we can have this discussion in a public meeting. And that's my stance. I don't want to keep having it go back and forth to staff, because I want to hear what Jim Palm has to say, because he always pulls me aside and asks about the complex. And I want to have those discussions, because this is about neighborhoods, neighbors and their agreements. And if my neighbor and I have an issue that we need to hash out, I invite them over for dinner. So that's how I would like to deal with this. And I'd like to deal with it soon, because our budget deadline is the end of March. And if we don't have the forum to sit down and talk to each other, then my attitude is, then we cut the agreement and we try something different. Like other regional districts, apparently they'll say, okay, municipality, charge the 2-tier system, and then we take the money for the sub-regional agreement and we provide reimbursement to our residents. And then that's how
we focus on we've gotten quite far from the motion on the table, which isn't about what other regional districts do. I think if there's a motion to that effect, that's fine. This is about the motion in the agenda, which is to include a certain amount in the budget.
Yes. And that's exactly what I'm getting at.
Okay.
If we put the money in the budget and we don't have an agreement with the city, there is the option that we could say, you know what, we're not going to give you the money. We will reimburse the electoral area residents for the use of the complex. And then we would have the figures of who in our areas is actually using it. Like that is another option that could be done. But I think that's just going to, cost even more to try and figure out that information. And really, I think the first step is sitting down and having the conversation with each other. Otherwise, the relationship is in a rough spot right now.
Thank you, Director Lennox.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I think, the CAO's cleared a few things up for me at least. Really, this is the first step, and we'll have another kick at this later on for the folks that have to pay for it. And I think that the CAO and others have heard us loud and clear about what our intent is in the long game. So I'm prepared to support the motion. We're going to have another look at this down the road, and we are, we do support the rare complex, as you can clearly see. Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak for a second time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to make sure we have the right motion. So that's the committee recommend to the board that the board directs staff to include 313,255 in the budget for sub-regional recreation contribution service. Is that with the to provide, and I don't have the words right in front of me. So I'm gonna, is there any, if there's no other debate on that motion, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? One opposed, Director Gisborne. Carried. No new business? Question period. Mr. Galinsky or anyone else in the room? Is Mr. Galinsky still there?
Galinsky's still here. Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to pose a couple of questions. I'm just confirming with regard to items 7 to 11, with regard to the budgetary discussions, that the regional recycling depots will remain open. Well, that's the recommendation from this assembly. Am I correct in that, Chair?
That's correct. This I'll give it to the corporate officer to answer. But
yes, thank you through the chair. Yes, so there's been no decision on those items. They weren't considered by this assembly. So.
Which meant that we keep them in the budget.
I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you very much. The other was with regard to items 12 and 13, which was the solid waste tipping fees. And I was terribly confused. There seemed to be two items that read exactly the same with different amounts in them. And so I was hoping, Chair, that I could get an explanation there. I know
that was because they're just options. So these were just, we could do the one or the other, and one is a low end and the other is the upper end. And then the proposal was put on the table for a even higher $50, but then we've actually postponed or referred that to the next meeting. So the corporate officer can maybe add a bit more detail on that answer.
Thank you through the chair. So those will be considered at the March 6th Finance Committee meeting, and there were additional motions that I can provide to Mr. Galinsky after the meeting.
Chair, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you very much to the corporate officer for that. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Galinsky. Is there anyone else in the room? I after that long meeting, I suspect not. So let me get to my agenda. We are going to move in camera. Someone like to read the Director Gisborne? Go ahead.
Yeah, I still got some hot air. I move that the board move in camera, the meeting be closed to the public on the grounds that the subject matter to be considered relates to matters covered by the community charter under section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations. K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a regional district service that are at their preliminary stages, and that, in the view of the committee, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the regional district if they were held in public. And N, the consideration of whether a committee meeting should be closed under provision of this subsection or subsection 2.
Is there a seconder for that? Also, Director Lennox, any debate? Call the question. All those in favor? None opposed? We're going in camera.
I'm still full of hot air. allowed to do rise reports from committees.
Thank you, Chair. We're back in open session.
Okay, we're back in open session and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you, guys.
Gonna be back tomorrow.
We got a lot done.
Cities what?
Thanks,
Okay.
Andrew.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, have a good night.
So